In this video, we have a compilation of all of the different practice exams for the CompTIA Security Plus SY0-701. This covers every single section from the SY0-701 exam objectives, general security concepts, threats, vulnerabilities, mitigation, security architecture, security operations, and security program management, including everything here as well as the acronyms at the very end. There is a lot of content here, so let's get it started. If you guys are not familiar with this little software application that I wrote, we have the question, we have 4 possible answers, we have this little skull down here which is going to remove some of the incorrect answers until we are left with the correct one. Then we have the exam that we're drawing from and the section that we're drawing from on the top right hand corner. So which of the following is considered a technical security control? Firewall security policy, security awareness training, or CCTV surveillance? Technical security control. Correct answer is a firewall. Which of the following best describes a managerial security control? Encryption algorithms, security policies and risk assessments, intrusion detection systems, or badge readers? Which of the following best describes a managerial security control? Correct answer is security policies and risk assessments. Which security category focuses on day-to-day procedures and processes to maintain security? Managerial, operational, technical, or physical? Correct answer is operational. Which of the following security categories involves measures such as fences, security guards, and locks? Operational, technical, physical, or managerial? Correct answer is physical. And if you guys need some more time, you can always pause the video as well. Which type of control? I'm trying to give you a couple seconds to think about the correct answer, but if you need some more time. Which type of control is designed to stop a security incident before it happens? Detective, corrective, preventative, or compensating? Before it happens. Correct answer is preventative. Which type of security control is designed to discourage an attacker from attempting malicious actions? Detective, deterrent, corrective, or directive? Correct answer is deterrent. I feel like there's some softballs at the beginning. It's not going to be this easy throughout the entire thing. Don't worry. Which security control type is used to identify and record security incidents? Preventative, detective, compensating, or directive? Correct answer is detective. Which type of control is implemented to restore a system or process after an incident? Corrective, deterrent, preventative, or detective? To restore a system or process after an incident. Correct answer is corrective. Which control type is used as an alternative when the primary security control is not feasible? Detective, compensating, preventative, or corrective? Correct answer is compensating. Which control type provides guidance on security requirements and procedures? Directive, compensating, preventative, or deterrent? Correct answer is directive. Which principle of the CIA triad ensures that information is only accessible to authorized users? Availability, confidentiality, integrity, or non-repudiation? Only accessible to authorized users. Correct answer is confidentiality. So a lot of people see the videos and they ask, where can I get the app? How can I do these practice quizzes for myself? The honest answer is that it's too expensive to develop and advertise a free app in the way that it really needs to be developed. So we designed it for use internally to make quiz prep videos. However, as with literally every other YouTube channel on earth, we did of course get a sponsorship offer from Raid Shadow Legends. And we want to take their money and use it to build an awesome free app for you. So if you want to help us take their money for your free app, please try out the game with his QR code or link in the pinned comment. Just to be clear, I am not asking you to buy anything. Just download and try the game. Also, our link gives you a bunch of free stuff. And there's a big Ninja Turtles collab happening right now in the game as well, including a 100% free Michelangelo as the 7-day login bonus. And of course, you can use one of these promo codes on the screen for a very strong legendary unit of your choice right at the beginning of the game. So again, help us take their money to build you a 100% free exam prep app. The money's got to come from somewhere. I don't want to take your money, but I don't mind taking theirs. Win-win. Which security principle ensures that a user cannot deny taking an action, such as sending an email or making a transaction? Non-repudiation, integrity, authentication, or authorization. Cannot deny taking an action. Correct answer is non-repudiation. Which of the following is a key function of authentication in the AAA model? Enforcing access policies, tracking user activity, encrypting stored data, or verifying a user's identity? Key function of authentication. Correct answer is verifying a user's identity. Which method is commonly used to authenticate systems rather than users? Biometric authentication, digital certificates, multi-factor authentication, or security questions? Authenticate systems rather than users. Which method? Correct answer is digital certificates. Which authorization model grants access based on predefined roles assigned to users? Mandatory access control, discretionary access control, role-based access control, or rule-based access control? Access based on predefined roles assigned to users. Predefined roles. Correct answer is role-based access control. I was trying to give you the answer. Because the answer oftentimes, if you reread the question and make sure you don't try to read too fast, you read it slow and you understand every word in there, because there's a lot of times where it's like, which is the most effective, which is not the correct answer, or which is the least effective, etc., etc. So really, I have done this every one of these exams that I've taken is reread the question, make sure you understand specifically what it's asking, not just try to skim it. What is the primary purpose of gap analysis in cybersecurity? To evaluate and compare current security posture against desired security standards, to encrypt sensitive data in transit, to monitor network traffic for anomalies, or to detect and prevent unauthorized access attempts? Correct answer of gap analysis in cybersecurity is to evaluate and compare current security posture against the desired security standards. Which principle of zero trust focuses on verifying user identities dynamically based on risk factors? Policy-driven access control, threat scope reduction, adaptive identity, or policy administrator? Correct answer is adaptive identity. In zero trust architecture, what does threat scope reduction aim to achieve? Minimizing the attack surface by restricting lateral movement within the network, enforcing least privilege access control policies, implementing multi-factor authentication for all users, or auditing user access logs for anomalies? Threat scope reduction. What does it aim to achieve? Correct answer is minimizing the attack surface by restricting lateral movement within the network. Which zero trust concept ensures access decisions are enforced based on predefined security policies? Threat scope reduction, adaptive identity, zero trust control plane, or policy-driven access control? Which zero trust concept ensures access decisions are enforced based on predefined security policies? Correct answer is policy-driven access control. In the zero trust model, what is the role of the policy administrator? To define and enforce security policies based on contextual data, to monitor all network traffic for threats, to authenticate users before granting access to resources, or to encrypt all network communication. The policy administrator. Correct answer is to define and enforce security policies based on contextual data. In a zero trust architecture, what is the role of the policy engine in the data plane? To enforce access controls at network endpoints, to monitor network traffic for anomalies, to encrypt data in transit, or to authenticate and authorize access requests based on security policies. The policy engine in the data plane. Correct answer is to authenticate and authorize access requests based on security policies. Which term refers to a security zone that assumes all users and devices are potentially untrusted? Policy enforcement point, implicit trust zones, policy engine, or data plane? Correct answer is implicit trust zones. In the data plane of zero trust architecture, what is a subject system? An entity such as a user or device requesting access to a resource, a tool used to enforce access policies, a mechanism for analyzing security events, or a database that stores access control rules. What is a subject or system? Correct answer is an entity such as user or device requesting access to a resource. What component in zero trust architecture is responsible for enforcing security decisions at the resource level? Policy engine, data plane, policy enforcement point, or implicit trust zone? Responsible for enforcing security decisions at the resource level. Correct answer is the policy enforcement point. Which physical security measure is designed to prevent vehicle-based attacks on buildings and pedestrian areas? Bollards, access control vestibule, fencing, or lighting? Prevent vehicle-based attacks on buildings and pedestrian areas. Correct answer is bollards. Which type of sensor detects heat signatures for security monitoring? Microwave sensor, infrared sensor, pressure sensor, or ultrasonic sensor? Detects heat signatures for security monitoring. Correct answer is infrared sensor. Which security measure is commonly used to detect unauthorized access attempts in high security areas? Microwave sensors, pressure sensors, infrared cameras, or video surveillance? Detect unauthorized access attempts in high security areas. Correct answer is pressure sensors. Which type of deception technology is designed to attract attackers by simulating a vulnerable system? Honeyfile, honeynet, honeypot, or honey token? Correct answer is a honeypot. Which deception tool consists of network of decoy systems to detect unauthorized access attempts? Honeyfile, honeypot, honeynet, or honey token? A network of decoy systems used to detect unauthorized access attempts. Correct answer, and it's in the name, is honeynet. What is the purpose of a honey token in cybersecurity? to mimic a vulnerable system and attract attackers, to serve as a fake credential or data entry to detect unauthorized access, to create a network of decoy systems, or to encrypt stored files and prevent unauthorized modifications. The purpose of a honey token. It sounds like an NFT, I know. Correct answer is to serve as a fake credential or data entry to detect unauthorized access. Which business process ensures that security-related changes receive proper authorization before implementation? Approval process, standard operating procedure, maintenance window, or impact analysis. Ensures that security-related changes receive proper authorization before implementation. Correct answer is approval process. In security operations, which concept refers to the individual or entity responsible for a system or data asset? Impact analysis, ownership, approval process, or backout plan? The individual or entity responsible for a system or data asset. Correct answer is ownership. Which term refers to individuals or groups who have an interest in security decisions and outcomes? Backout plan, stakeholders, standard operating procedure, or approval process. Individuals or groups who have an interest in security decisions and outcomes. Correct answer is stakeholders. Which process is used to evaluate potential security risks and their effects on business operations? Impact analysis, test results, ownership, or maintenance window? I feel like a lot of these ones are kind of not that challenging. It's gonna get more challenging in the other sections. Don't worry. Correct answer is impact analysis. Why are test results important in security operations? They define security roles and responsibilities. They determine the required level of stakeholder involvement. They schedule maintenance windows for system updates, or they provide evidence of system vulnerabilities and effectiveness of security measures. Why are test results important in security operations? Correct answer, and it's just ironic that this is actually outside of the button, is they provide evidence of system vulnerabilities and effectiveness of security measures. This bothers me so much, the fact that these are outside the button. The buttons are changing based on the length of the content inside of them, but sometimes there's still spillover, and I have not been able to figure it. I mean, I haven't been in detective mode trying to figure it out, but yeah, I'm not sure why it does that sometimes. I wrote the code, so there's no one to blame but myself. What is the purpose of a backup plan in security operations? To provide a documented procedure for reverting changes if an issue occurs, to determine the impact of a security incident, to manage stakeholder expectations during security updates, or to define who has an ownership over a security process. The purpose of a backup plan. Correct answer is to provide a documented procedure for reverting changes, backup plan reverting changes if an issue occurs. Which business process involves scheduling security updates and changes to minimize operational disruption? Impact analysis, standard operating procedure, maintenance window, or test results? The beautiful thing about IT, and you guys, if you're new to the industry or haven't entered it yet and are doing this as part of school, then you're going to realize this soon enough, is that you always seem to be working when systems are going down and things are broken. And that's kind of the whole point of your job, is to be fixing things that are broken. But even things that you aren't expecting to go down, it just always feels that way. So the correct answer is the maintenance window. Which document provides step-by-step guidance on performing security-related tasks consistently? Standard operating procedure, stakeholder agreement, impact analysis report, or approval process documentation? Half the time when I say things going down, I mean like electricity and air conditioning and things like that as well. So, step-by-step guidance on performing security-related tasks consistently is standard operating procedure. Which security measure controls which applications, websites, or services can be accessed on a network? legacy applications, service restart, allow lists or deny lists, or dependencies. Which applications, websites, or services can be accessed on a network? Correct answer is allow lists and deny lists. What is the primary purpose of restricting certain activities on a corporate network? To improve employee productivity, to enhance security by preventing unauthorized or harmful actions, to reduce software licensing costs, or to enforce compliance with software update schedules? What is the primary purpose of restricting certain activities on a corporate network? Correct answer is not to improve productivity. Sorry, to enhance security by preventing unauthorized or harmful actions. They care about you going on Facebook at work, but not that much. Not that much. They care more if their databases are breached. Which of the following is a potential security risk when using legacy applications? They often lack support for modern security updates and patches. They require additional server capacity. They do not support multiple user authentication methods, or they automatically update without administrator approval. Potential security risk when using legacy applications. Correct answer is they often lack support for modern security updates and patches. What is a key technical implication of downtime in an enterprise environment? Reduce network latency, increase risk of service disruptions and security vulnerabilities, enhance system performance, or automatic failover to legacy applications. Key technical implication of downtime in an enterprise environment. Correct answer is increased risk of service disruptions and security vulnerabilities. Why is it important to restart a service after applying security patches? To finalize the installation and ensure the updates take effect, to reset user access permissions, to automatically update firewall rules, or to remove inactive user accounts. Why is it important to restart a service after applying security patches? Correct answer is to finalize the installation and ensure the updates take effect. Which of the following is a reason to update network diagrams regularly? To improve the performance of the outdated software, to comply with software licensing agreements, to reflect changes in the infrastructure and ensure accurate security planning, or to optimize database indexing? Correct answer is to reflect changes in the infrastructure and ensure accurate security planning. Why is it necessary to update security policies and procedures? To improve application performance, to automate the patch management process, to ensure they reflect new threats, technologies, and compliance requirements, or to enhance encryption algorithms? Correct answer, again, the one that's outside of the box, to ensure they reflect new threats, technologies, and compliance requirements. What is the primary benefit of using version control in security documentation? It tracks changes over time and allows rollback to previous versions if needed. It automatically enforces user authentication policies. It provides real-time network monitoring capabilities, or it restricts users from modifying security configurations. Correct answer is it tracks changes over time, allows rollback to a previous version if needed. Which component of cybersecurity provides a framework for managing digital certificates and encryption keys? Key escrow, encryption, private key, or public key infrastructure? A framework for managing digital certificates and encryption keys. Correct answer is public key infrastructure. Like the little smart cards. What is the function of a public key in asymmetric encryption? Encrypts data that can only be decrypted by the corresponding private key, decrypts data encrypted with the same public key, manages the storage of encryption keys, or ensures data remains unchanged during transmission. The function of a public key in asymmetric encryption. Correct answer is it encrypts data that can only be decrypted by the corresponding private key. Which of the following is a characteristic of a private key in asymmetric encryption? It is shared publicly to allow data encryption. It can be used to verify digital signatures only. It is kept secret and used to decrypt messages encrypted with the public key, or it is stored with a key. It is stored in a key escrow for public access. A characteristic of a private key in asymmetric encryption. Correct answer, and we basically just touched on this in the previous question, is it is kept secret and used to decrypt messages encrypted with the public key. And this is another thing that I want to mention. I probably mentioned it too much, but when you're actually taking the exam, if you're unfamiliar and you're confused by a question, skip it, flag it to make sure you know where to come back to. Flag it, skip it, and then continue answering questions that you know, because oftentimes in the later questions, you'll have some indicators to what the correct answer is in earlier questions. So the exam itself gives you some tips and hints along the way, and definitely use that to your advantage. What is the purpose of key escrow in encryption? To generate encryption keys for data encryption, to store encryption keys securely for retrieval by authorized parties, to distribute public keys among users, or to prevent unauthorized encryption of sensitive data. The purpose of key escrow in encryption. And you can also think about how regular escrow services, where they hold money, is very similar in key escrow. So, to store encryption keys securely for retrieval by authorized parties. What is the primary function of encryption in cybersecurity? To convert data into an unreadable format to protect confidentiality, to restrict access to files on a system, to create digital signatures for authentication, or to detect unauthorized modifications to data. Primary function of encryption in cybersecurity. Correct answer is to convert data into an unreadable format to protect confidentiality. Which term refers to the scope at which encryption is applied to a system or storage device? Partition, key escrow, public key infrastructure, or level? The scope at which encryption is applied to a system or storage device. Correct answer is level. Which type of encryption ensures that an entire hard drive's data is protected? Full disk encryption, file encryption, partition encryption, or public key encryption? Ensures entire hard drive's data is protected. Correct answer is full disk encryption. What type of encryption protects a specific section of a storage device instead of the entire disk? Full disk encryption, public key encryption, partition encryption, or key escrow encryption? Correct answer is partition encryption. Which type of encryption protects individual documents without encrypting the entire system? File encryption, full disk encryption, partition encryption, or key escrow encryption? Correct answer, and we already know the other two. We already know it can't be full disk, it can't be partition, and it's not key escrow, so it is file encryption. I say that for one of the easiest ones on the entire course. Which encryption method is used to secure an entire storage unit, such as a disk or logical volume? An entire storage unit. Database encryption, volume encryption, record encryption, or symmetric encryption? To secure an entire storage unit, such as a disk or logical volume. Correct answer is volume encryption. Which security measure ensures that sensitive data stored in a database remains encrypted? Record encryption, transport encryption, key exchange, or database encryption? Ensures that sensitive data stored in a database remains encrypted. Correct answer is database encryption. Which type of encryption protects individual entries within a database? Volume encryption, key exchange encryption, record encryption, or symmetric encryption? Individual entries within a database. Correct answer is record encryption. Which type of encryption secures data as it moves across a network? transport encryption, database encryption, volume encryption, or asymmetric encryption. Secures data as it moves across a network. Correct answer is transport encryption. Which encryption type uses a pair of keys, one for encryption and one for decryption? Symmetric encryption, volume encryption, asymmetric encryption, or record encryption? A pair of keys, one for encryption and one for decryption. Correct answer is asymmetric encryption. Which encryption method uses the same key for both encryption and decryption? Symmetric encryption, asymmetric encryption, key exchange encryption, or transport encryption? The same key for both encryption and decryption. Correct answer is symmetric encryption. What is the purpose of key exchange in encryption? To generate random encryption keys, to store encryption keys in a database, to encrypt sensitive data using a shared key, or to securely share encryption keys between parties? The purpose of key exchange in encryption. Correct answer is to securely share encryption keys between parties. Which component of encryption defines the mathematical process used to encrypt and decrypt data? Encryption algorithm, key exchange, symmetric key, or asymmetric key? Which component defines the mathematical process used to encrypt and decrypt data? Mathematical process. Correct answer is encryption algorithm. What factor in encryption determines the strength of a cryptographic key? Algorithm type, encryption mode, key length, or transport protocol? The strength of a cryptographic key. Correct answer is key length. Which security feature is a dedicated chip that provides cryptographic functions such as key storage and secure boot? Trusted platform module, hardware security module, key management system, or secure enclave? Which provides cryptographic functions, a dedicated chip that provides cryptographic functions such as key storage and secure boot? Dedicated chip, secure boot. I feel like secure boot is the biggest hint right there in this. And the correct answer is the trusted platform module, also referred to as the TPM module, even though it's redundant. Which device is specifically designed to manage and protect cryptographic keys in high security environments? Trusted platform module, secure enclave, hardware security module, or key exchange protocol? Specifically designed to manage and protect cryptographic keys in high security environments. Correct answer is the hardware security module. What is the main purpose of a key management system in cryptographic security? KMS key management system. To securely generate, store, distribute, and retire encryption keys, to encrypt data at rest and in transit, to store cryptographic keys in a hardware security module, or to ensure hardware-based authentication? The main purpose of a key management system. Correct answer is to securely generate, store, distribute, and retire encryption keys. Also, if you think about these, a lot of these acronyms, if you get a question for an acronym at the beginning of an exam, whether it's this one or another one, sometimes they are, as I mentioned before, sometimes they are actually fully written out in questions at the end of the exam or another part in the exam. So keep that in mind. I think that's one of the things that I mentioned in the exam tips video that's on the channel. Which security feature creates an isolated execution environment within a processor to protect sensitive data? Isolated execution environment within a processor to protect sensitive data. Hardware security module, key management system, trusted platform module, or secure enclave? Isolated execution environment within a processor. Correct answer is secure enclave. Which technique involves deliberately making source code difficult to read and understand to enhance security? Stenography, obfuscation, tokenization, or encryption. Deliberately making source code difficult to read and understand to enhance security. I believe that technique is to hire bad developers. Ironically enough, as I can't even get the code in my own application working correctly, apparently. So the correct answer is obfuscation. Which data hiding technique involves embedding hidden information within an image or audio file? Obfuscation, tokenization, stenography, or hashing. Embedding hidden information within an image or audio file. Correct answer is stenography. Which security method replaces sensitive data with a non-sensitive equivalent, reducing the risk of exposure? Replacing sensitive data with a non-sensitive equivalent. Tokenization, stenography, obfuscation, or encryption. Replacing sensitive data with a non-sensitive equivalent. Correct answer is tokenization. Which security technique replaces sensitive data with altered values to protect personal information? Hashing, salting, encryption, or data masking. Replaces sensitive data with altered values to protect personal information. Correct answer is data masking. Which process converts data into a fixed-length, irreversible string to ensure data integrity? Hashing, salting, digital signatures, or encryption? Fixed-length, irreversible string to ensure data integrity. Correct answer is hashing. Which technique adds random data to passwords before hashing to protect against rainbow table attacks? Key stretching, hashing, salting, or data masking? Adds random data to passwords before hashing to protect against rainbow table attacks. Correct answer is salting. Which cryptographic method provides authentication, integrity, and non-repudiation for digital messages? Hashing, salting, data masking, or digital signatures? Cryptographic method providing authentication, integrity, and non-repudiation for digital messages. Correct answer is digital signatures. Which cryptographic technique strengthens weak passwords by repeatedly hashing them? Key stretching, salting, data masking, or digital signatures? Strengthens weak passwords by repeatedly hashing them. Correct answer is key stretching. Which technology maintains a decentralized, tamper-resistant ledger for transactions? Digital signatures, certificate authorities, blockchain, or key stretching? Decentralized, tamper-resistant ledger. Everyone knows this. This is 2025. Everyone knows this is blockchain. What is an open public? Even people that don't understand tech, even my grandma understands blockchain because that's the world we're living in. What is an open public ledger used for in blockchain technology? Storing encryption keys securely, managing digital signatures, encrypting passwords for secure authentication, or recording transactions in a transparent and immutable manner. Open public ledger used for in blockchain technology. I feel like if you just take a look at what open public ledger is, it gives the answer right there. Recording transactions in a transparent and immutable manner. Open, transparent, transactions, ledger. What is the function of digital certificates in cybersecurity? To encrypt passwords before transmission, to provide secure key stretching, to verify the authenticity, that's that word, of websites, users, or devices. It's that time of the day, guys. To replace data with masked values for security. The function of digital certificates in cybersecurity. That one was all over the place. Time to go to bed. Which entity is responsible for issuing and managing digital certificates? Certificate authority, blockchain network, hashing algorithm, or digital signature provider? Issuing and managing digital certificates. Correct answer is the certificate authority. What is the purpose of a certificate revocation list, CRL? To verify the validity of a certificate in real time, to list certificates that have been revoked by the issuing certificate authority, to store public keys for encrypting data, or to store passwords for authentication. The purpose of a certificate revocation list. Think about what a certificate revocation list does. Every word in that. Correct answer is to list certificates that have been revoked by the issuing certificate authority. Which protocol is used to check the status of a digital certificate in real time? CRL, FTP, SMTP, or OCSP? Correct answer is OCSP, Online Certificate Status Protocol. What is a self-signed certificate? A certificate that is issued by a trusted certificate authority, a certificate that is not trusted by default in most systems, a certificate generated and signed by the certificate owner rather than an external authority, or a certificate used for encryption purposes only. Self-signed certificate. Correct answer is a certificate generated and signed by the certificate owner rather than an external authority, self-signed. Which of the following is true about third-party certificates? They are always free and open source, they are issued by trusted certificate authorities, they are never valid for commercial use, or they require manual installation on the client machine. Third-party certificates. Which of the following is true? Correct answer is they are issued by trusted certificate authorities. What is the root of trust in a public key infrastructure? The root of trust in PKI. The private key of a server, the certificate authority that signs all certificates, the initial certificate that verifies the entire chain of trust, or the method of hashing certificates. The root of trust in public key infrastructure. I don't know why I can't talk today, guys. I really don't. I talk as good as I code, apparently. Correct answer is the initial certificate that verifies the entire chain of trust. What is the purpose of generating a certificate signing request, CSR? To create a private key, to request a certificate from a certificate authority, to verify the authenticity of a website, or to revoke an existing certificate. Certificate signing request. What is the purpose? Correct answer is to request a certificate, shocking, I know, from a certificate authority. What is a wildcard certificate used for? To secure multiple subdomains under a single domain, to encrypt email messages only, to secure a single subdomain under a domain, or to authenticate users on a network. A wildcard certificate. Correct answer is to secure multiple subdomains under a single domain. First question, which of the following threat actors is typically backed by a government and engages in cyber espionage or cyber warfare? Hacktivist, nation state, insider threat, or shadow IT? I'm going to give you guys a couple seconds to think of the answer, and then we will show it. Which of the following threat actors is typically backed by a government and engages in cyber espionage or cyber warfare? Correct answer is the nation state. Which term describes an attacker who lacks advanced technical skills and primarily uses pre-existing tools and scripts? Unskilled attacker, nation state, organized crime, or insider threat? An attacker who lacks advanced technical skills. Correct answer is an unskilled attacker. What type of threat actor is motivated by political or ideological beliefs and uses cyber attacks to promote their cause? Nation state, shadow IT, hacktivist, or unskilled attacker? Correct answer is a hacktivist. Which type of threat actor has legitimate access to an organization's systems but poses a security risk due to malicious intent or negligence? Is it a hacktivist, insider threat, nation state, or unskilled attacker? Which type of threat actor has legitimate access to an organization's systems but poses a security risk due to malicious intent or negligence? Correct answer is insider threat. Which type of threat actor is typically motivated by financial gain and operates in structured groups with significant resources? Hacktivist, organized crime, insider threat, or nation state? Correct answer is organized crime. What term describes IT systems or applications that are deployed within an organization without formal approval, often increasing security risks? Shadow IT, insider threat, nation state, or organized crime? IT systems or applications that are deployed within an organization without formal approval. Correct answer is shadow IT. Which of the following best differentiates an internal threat actor from an external one? External threat actors always operate with legal permissions. Internal threat actors only use social engineering attacks. Internal threat actors have authorized access to the organization's systems, or external threat actors cannot use malware in their attacks. Which best differentiates an internal threat actor from an external one? Correct answer is internal threat actors have authorized access to the organization's systems. How does resource availability impact the effectiveness of a threat actor? More resources allow for more sophisticated attacks and longer campaigns. Low resources result in higher success rates for cyber attacks. Threat actors with fewer resources always have government backing. Or resource availability does not affect attack capabilities. How does resource availability impact the effectiveness of a threat actor? Correct answer is more resources allow for more sophisticated attacks and longer campaigns. Which characteristic is often associated with highly sophisticated threat actors? They rely exclusively on social engineering attacks. They use advanced techniques and custom-developed tools. They target only small businesses with limited security measures, or they never collaborate with other cybercriminal groups. Which characteristic is often associated with highly sophisticated threat actors? Correct answer is they use advanced techniques and custom-developed tools. Which term describes the act of stealing sensitive information and transmitting it outside an organization without authorization? Service disruption, ethical hacking, disruption chaos, or data exfiltration? The act of stealing sensitive information and transmitting it outside an organization without authorization. Correct answer is data exfiltration. Which motivation drives cybercriminals or state-sponsored actors to gather confidential business or government information for strategic advantage? Revenge, espionage, blackmail, or disruption or chaos? What motivation drives cybercriminals or state-sponsored actors to gather confidential business or government information for strategic advantage? Correct answer is espionage. A distributed denial of service attack designed to overload a network and make a service unavailable is an example of what type of motivation? Service disruption, financial gain, espionage, or blackmail? A distributed denial of service, or DDoS, attack designed to overload a network and make a service unavailable is an example of which type of motivation? Correct answer is service disruption. Which type of cyber attack motivation involves threatening to release sensitive information unless a ransom or demand is met? Ethical hacking, disruption or chaos, blackmail, or service disruption? threatening to release sensitive information unless a ransom or demand is met. Correct answer is blackmail. Ransomware attacks, where attackers demand payment in exchange for restoring access to encrypted data, are primarily motivated by what? Financial gain, war, philosophical or political beliefs, or revenge. Ransomware attacks, where attackers demand payment in exchange for restoring access, are motivated by what? Correct answer is financial gain. Hacktivists often conduct cyber attacks to promote or oppose certain ideologies. What is their primary motivation? Financial gain, revenge, philosophical or political beliefs, or service disruption? What is their primary motivation? Correct answer is philosophical or political beliefs. Which of the following describes ethical hackers who conduct security assessment to identify vulnerabilities before malicious attackers exploit them? Data exfiltration, espionage, ethical hacking, or service disruption? Correct answer. They say it right in the question. Ethical hacking. A disgruntled employee launches, it might not be as obvious on the actual exam, I'm just letting you know. A disgruntled employee launches an attack on their former employer's network to cause damage. What is the primary motivation? Financial gain, revenge, war, or ethical hacking? Correct answer is revenge. I feel like this is the common sense part of the exam. Some cybercriminals engage in attacks with no clear financial or ideological motive, simply aiming to create disorder. What is this motivation called? Disruption or chaos, espionage, blackmail, or ethical hacking? No clear financial or ideological motive, simply aiming to create disorder. Correct answer is disruption or chaos. Cyber attacks that target critical infrastructure, communication networks, or government systems during geopolitical conflicts are typically motivated by what? Financial gain, revenge, ethical hacking, or war? Correct answer is war. Which type of attack is commonly delivered via phishing emails to trick users into revealing sensitive information? Denial of service, email-based social engineering, brute force attack, or man-in-the-middle attack? Which type of attack is commonly delivered via phishing emails to trick users into revealing sensitive information? Correct answer is email-based social engineering. What is a common security risk associated with SMS-based phishing or smishing attacks? Exploiting software vulnerabilities and databases, tricking users into clicking malicious links or revealing credentials, excessive bandwidth usage from video calls, or using outdated cryptographic algorithms? Was a common security risk associated with SMS-based phishing or smishing attacks? Correct answer is tricking users into clicking malicious links or revealing credentials. Which messaging platform is often targeted by attackers using fake profiles or malicious links to compromise users? Instant messaging, Bluetooth connections, web conferencing software, or network routers? Which messaging platform is often targeted by attackers using fake profiles or malicious links to compromise users? Correct answer is instant messaging. Stenography is a technique commonly used in which type of cyber attack? Image-based attacks, man-in-the-middle attacks, denial of service attacks, or phishing attacks? Stenography is a technique commonly used in which type of cyber attack? Correct answer is image-based attacks. Which attack vector involves distinguishing malware within seemingly harmless documents such as PDFs or Word files? Social engineering, phishing emails, voice call spoofing, or file-based attacks? Disguising malware within seemingly harmless documents such as PDFs or Word files. Correct answer is file-based attacks. Caller ID spoofing is often used in which type of attack? Brute force attack, denial of service, voice call-based phishing or vishing, or SQL injection? Caller ID spoofing is often used in which type of attack? Correct answer is voice call-based phishing or vishing. What is a major security risk associated with using removable storage devices? They can spread malware or facilitate data exfiltration. They prevent unauthorized access to systems. They automatically encrypt all stored data, or they ensure complete network isolation. There's a major security risk associated with using removable storage devices. Correct answer is they can spread malware or facilitate data exfiltration. Which of the following describes a key security concern with agentless security solutions? They rely on external network scanning and may miss endpoint threats. They require constant software updates on endpoints. They cannot be deployed in virtualized environments, or they increase the number of software vulnerabilities on a system. Which of the following describes a key security concern with agentless security solutions? Correct answer is they rely on external network scanning and may miss endpoint threats. What is a primary security risk of using unsupported systems and applications? They require two-factor authentication for access. They automatically encrypt all stored data. They no longer receive security patches, making them vulnerable to exploits, or they prevent users from accessing web-based applications. A primary security risk of using unsupported systems and applications. Correct answer is they no longer receive security patches, making them vulnerable to exploits. Which type of attack commonly uses phishing emails to trick recipients into clicking malicious links or downloading malware? Denial of service, email-based phishing, brute force attack, or SQL injection? Which type of attack commonly uses phishing emails to trick recipients into clicking malicious links? Correct answer is email-based phishing. Which term describes a phishing attack that is conducted via text messages? Vishing, spoofing, whaling, or smishing? Correct answer is smishing. Attackers may use instant messaging platforms to distribute malware by doing which of the following? Sending short and malicious links to users, forcing password resets on all user accounts, disabling two-factor authentication for all users, or encrypting messages with end-to-end encryption. Attackers may use instant messaging platforms to distribute malware by doing which of the following? Correct answer is sending short and malicious links to users. What type of cyber attack involves hiding malicious code within an image file? SQL injection, denial of service, image-based stenography, or cross-site scripting? Hiding malicious code within an image file. Correct answer is image-based stenography. Which method is commonly used to deliver malware via seemingly harmless documents such as PDFs and Microsoft Office files? DNS poisoning, file-based attack, cross-site scripting, or man-in-the-middle attack? Feels very similar to the one we just had, file-based attack. A social engineering attack where an attacker uses caller ID spoofing to impersonate a trusted entity is known as what? Vishing, smishing, phishing, or whaling? Caller ID spoofing to impersonate a trusted entity. Correct answer is vishing. Why are removable storage devices often a security risk in organizations? They increase network bandwidth usage, they always require internet access to function, they can introduce malware or be used for data exfiltration, or they automatically encrypt all data stored on them. Why are removable devices often a security risk in organizations? Correct answer is they can introduce malware or be used for data exfiltration. What is a key security concern when using an agentless security solution? It requires extensive software installations on all user devices. It prevents systems from communicating over the network. It automatically blocks all incoming connections by default, or it relies on external scanning and may miss endpoint-specific threats. What is a key security concern when using an agentless security solution? Correct answer is it relies on external scanning and may miss endpoint-specific threats. What is a major security risk of using unsupported systems and applications? They can no longer receive security patches, making them vulnerable to exploits. They automatically enforce strict access control policies. They prevent all external network communications, or they enhance system performance by removing outdated features. What is a major security risk for using unsupported systems and applications? Correct answer is they no longer receive security patches, making them vulnerable to exploits. I feel like we're seeing a few of these again. Which of the following is a common security risk associated with unsecured wireless networks? They prevent network devices from communicating with each other. They block all inbound and outbound connections. They allow unauthorized users to intercept and access network traffic, or they enforce mandatory encryption on all data transmissions. A common security risk associated with unsecured wireless networks. Correct answer is they allow unauthorized users to intercept and access network traffic. What is a primary security risk associated with unsecure wired networks? Wireless signals can be easily intercepted by unauthorized users. All network traffic is automatically encrypted and cannot be accessed. Wired networks are inherently immune to security risks, or attackers can physically connect to the network and intercept traffic. A primary security risk associated with unsecured wired networks. Correct answer is attackers can physically connect to the network and intercept traffic. Which type of attack exploits unsecure Bluetooth connections to eavesdrop or manipulate communications? Blue snarfing, phishing, DNS poisoning, or SQL injection? Correct answer is blue snarfing. I think there were just some extra questions in there. Why are open service ports considered a security risk? They automatically encrypt all incoming and outgoing data. They prevent unauthorized users from connecting to the network. They can be exploited by attackers to gain unauthorized access to a system, or they disable unnecessary services on network devices. Why are open service ports considered a security risk? Correct answer is they can be exploited by attackers to gain unauthorized access to a system. Why should default credentials be changed immediately after installing a new device or system? Default usernames and passwords are widely known and be exploited by attackers. They increase network performance by optimizing authentication processes. They prevent brute force attacks by enforcing strong password policies, or they provide additional security layers against unauthorized access. Why should default credentials be changed immediately after installing a new device or system? Correct answer is default usernames and passwords are widely known and can be exploited by attackers. Which of the following is a primary risk associated with third-party managed service providers? They eliminate the need for internal IT security measures. They always provide stronger security than in-house teams. They can introduce security vulnerabilities through weak security controls, or they block all external network traffic threats automatically. Primary risk associated with third-party managed service providers. Correct answer is they can introduce security vulnerabilities through weak security controls. Which of the following best describes a security risk posed by vendors in the supply chain? Vendors always use the most secure authentication methods. Vendors eliminate the need for endpoint security solutions. Vendors always encrypt data before transmitting to clients, or vendors may have weak security controls that expose organizations to attacks. Best describes a security risk posed by vendors in the supply chain. Correct answer is vendors may have weak security controls that expose organizations to attacks. Why is supply chain security critical in cybersecurity risk management? Suppliers can introduce vulnerabilities that affect an organization's security posture. Supply chain partners are never targeted by cyber criminals. Suppliers always ensure that all third-party software is secure, or supply chains have no impact on security risks. Why is supply chain security critical in cybersecurity risk management? Correct answer is suppliers can introduce vulnerabilities that affect an organization's security posture. Which type of social engineering attack involves sending fraudulent emails that appear to come from a trusted source to trick users into revealing sensitive information? Vishing, smishing, phishing, or impersonation? Involves sending fraudulent emails that appear to come from a trusted source. Correct answer is phishing. I feel like it's also impersonation, but what type of social engineering attack involves using voice calls to manipulate individuals into divulging confidential information? Vishing, phishing, smishing, or watering hole attack? Voice calls to manipulate individuals into divulging confidential information. Correct answer is vishing. A cybercriminal sends fake text message claiming to be from a bank, urging the recipient to verify their account details. What type of attack is this? Vishing, smishing, typo squatting, or business email compromise? Fake text message claiming to be from a bank. Correct answer is smishing. Which of the following describes the intentional spread of false information to manipulate public perception? Pretexting, watering hole attack, misinformation or disinformation, or brand impersonation? Intentional spread of false information to manipulate public perception is misinformation or disinformation. Which attack involves an individual pretending to be someone else to gain unauthorized access to systems or information? Impersonation, typo squatting, smishing, or watering hole attack? Pretending to be someone else to gain unauthorized access to systems or information. Correct answer is impersonation. A CEO receives an email that appears to be from their CFO, instructing them to transfer money to an unfamiliar account. What type of attack is this? Phishing, watering hole attack, business email compromise, or typo squatting? An email that appears to be from their CFO, instructing them to transfer money to an unfamiliar account. Correct answer is business email compromise. Which social engineering technique involves an attacker creating a fabricated scenario to convince a victim to reveal information? Vishing, pretexting, brand impersonation, or typo squatting? Fabricated scenario to convince a victim to reveal information. Correct answer is pretexting. An attacker compromises a website frequently visited by a target audience to spread malware. What type of attack is this? Watering hole attack, typo squatting, vishing, or smishing? Compromises a website frequently visited by a target audience to spread malware. Correct answer is watering hole attack. Cybercriminals create a fake website that looks identical to a well-known brand to steal user credentials. What type of attack is this? Smishing, pretexting, brand impersonation, or misinformation? A fake website that looks identical to a well-known brand. Correct answer is brand impersonation. An attacker registers a domain name similar to a legitimate website, hoping users will mistype the URL and enter sensitive information. What is this attack called? Phishing, watering hole attack, business email compromise, or typo squatting? Correct answer is typo squatting. What type of security vulnerability occurs when an application improperly handles user input, leading to unintended actions or code execution? Application vulnerability, time of check or TOC attack, malicious update, or race condition? Correct answer is application vulnerability. Which attack technique involves injecting malicious code into a process's memory to execute unauthorized commands? time of use or TOU attack, cross-site scripting, memory injection, or SQL injection. Malicious code into a process's memory to execute unauthorized commands. Correct answer is memory injection. A program fails to properly allocate memory, allowing an attacker to overwrite adjacent memory locations. What type of attack is this? Race condition, time of use attack, malicious update, or buffer overflow? Fails to properly allocate memory, allowing an attacker to overwrite adjacent memory locations. That is buffer overflow. Which type of attack occurs when multiple processes attempt to execute a task simultaneously, causing unpredictable behavior? Race condition, SQL injection, memory injection, or cross-site scripting? Multiple processes attempt to execute a task simultaneously. Correct answer is race condition. Which attack exploits the time gap between checking a resource's state and using it, allowing an attacker to modify it? Buffer overflow, structured query language injection, time of check attack, or cross-site scripting? Exploits the time gap between checking a resource's state and using it. Correct answer is time of check attack. An attacker modifies a file between its initial verification and execution, leading to unauthorized actions. What type of attack is this? Time of use attack, memory injection, race condition, or SQL injection? Modifies a file between its initial verification and execution. Correct answer is time of use attack. A user installs a software update that contains hidden malware. What type of attack is this? Malicious update, time of check attack, memory injection, or buffer overflow? Installs a software update that contains hidden malware. Correct answer is malicious update. Which type of vulnerability primarily targets operating system processes and security mechanisms? Web-based attack, memory injection attack, SQL injection, or operating system-based attack? What primarily targets operating system processes and security mechanisms? That would be an operating system-based attack. What type of security vulnerability commonly exploits weaknesses in web applications to perform unauthorized actions? Time of use attack, malicious update, web-based attack, or buffer overflow? Weaknesses in web applications to perform unauthorized actions is a web-based attack. Which attack technique involves injecting malicious SQL statements into a database query to manipulate or extract data? SQL injection, race condition, cross-site scripting, or memory injection? Correct answer is SQL injection. Which web security vulnerability allows attackers to inject scripts into web pages viewed by other users? Time of check attack, malicious update, buffer overflow, or cross-site scripting? Allows attackers to inject scripts into web pages viewed by other users. Correct answer is cross-site scripting. Which of the following is a security risk associated with outdated firmware? It no longer receives security updates, making it vulnerable to exploits. It prevents unauthorized access by default. It automatically encrypts all network traffic, or it enhances system performance and security over time. Security risk associated with outdated firmware. Correct answer is it no longer receives security updates, making it vulnerable to exploits. What is a major security concern with end-of-life hardware? It automatically integrates with the latest security protocols. It enforces multi-factor authentication by default. It no longer receives security patches, increasing vulnerability to attacks, or it ensures that all network traffic is encrypted. Major security concern with end-of-life hardware. Correct answer is it no longer receives security patches, increasing vulnerability to attacks. Legacy systems often pose a security risk because they automatically patch vulnerabilities without user intervention, may not support modern security updates and encryption standards, are immune to modern cyber threats, or use the latest cloud security technologies. Legacy systems often pose a security risk because they may not support modern security updates and encryption standards. What is the primary security risk of a virtual machine escape attack? An attacker gains access to the host system from within a virtual machine. A virtual machine is deleted without proper authorization. A virtual machine is isolated from the network for security reasons, or multiple virtual machines compete for hardware resources. The primary security risk of a virtual machine escape attack. Correct answer is an attacker gains access to the host system from within a virtual machine. Why is resource reuse a security concern in virtualization? It prevents the execution of malicious processes. It automatically encrypts all stored data. Residual data from previous virtual machines can be accessed by new instances, or it ensures that all system resources are properly allocated. Why is resource reuse a security concern in virtualization? Correct answer is residual data from previous virtual machines can be accessed by new instances. Which security concern is unique to avoid? Not sure why I added that extra word. Which security concern is unique to cloud environments? Cloud storage eliminates the need for encryption. Cloud services automatically block all unauthorized access. Local security policies do not apply to cloud environments, or shared infrastructure can lead to data leakage between tenants. Which is unique to cloud environments? Correct answer is shared infrastructure can lead to data leakage between tenants. What is a primary risk when relying on third-party service providers? A security breach in the provider system can impact client data. The provider enforces multi-factor authentication on all client accounts. The provider guarantees protection against all cyber threats, or all data stored within the provider is automatically encrypted. Primary risk for relying on third-party service providers. Correct answer is a security breach in the provider system can impact client data. What is a common security risk associated with hardware providers in the supply chain? Hardware providers always implement the latest security updates. Hardware providers enforce end-to-end encryption by default. Hardware components may be compromised before deployment, or hardware providers eliminate the need for firmware updates. Common security risk associated with hardware providers in the supply chain. Correct answer is hardware components may be compromised before deployment. There was actually an instance in a company that I work for. I know I'm not supposed to be given extra information, but in a company that I worked for, there were chipsets that they found on circuit boards from overseas from China, and it was a massive security risk, and they changed all of their supply chain rules based on that. It was absolutely wild. I'm not going to say the company, but just based on that, it was a huge situation. It absolutely does happen. Why is software supply chain security critical? Compromised software updates can introduce malware into systems. Software providers always enforce strict security measures. Software vulnerabilities do not impact modern security models, or all software is pre-validated against security threats before installation. Why is software supply chain security critical? Correct answer is compromised software updates can introduce malware into systems. Which of the following best describes a cryptographic security risk? Encryption prevents unauthorized access to data. Cryptographic keys cannot be stolen or misused. Weak encryption algorithms can be cracked by attackers, or strong encryption eliminates the need for authentication measures. Which best describes a cryptographic security risk? Correct answer is weak encryption algorithms can be cracked by attackers. Which security risk arises when a system, application, or network is not configured properly, potentially exposing vulnerabilities? Misconfiguration, sideloading, zero-day attack, or jailbreaking? Correct answer is misconfiguration. What is a security risk of sideloading applications on a mobile device? The device is automatically encrypted upon installation. Sideloading ensures that only verified apps are installed. It prevents unauthorized applications from being installed, or the app may bypass security controls and introduce malware. What is a security risk of side-loading applications on a mobile device? Correct answer is the app may bypass security controls and introduce malware. Android users. I freaked you out a little bit right there, didn't I? I know some of you are doing it. Nah, you guys aren't doing it. You guys know better. Which term describes the process of removing manufacturer restrictions on a mobile device, potentially exposing it to security risks? Side-loading, zero-day attack, jailbreaking, or misconfiguration? Describes the process of removing manufacturer restrictions on a mobile device. Correct answer is jailbreaking. What type of attack exploits a previously unknown software vulnerability before a fix is available? Zero-day attack, side-loading, jailbreaking, or misconfiguration? Exploits a previously unknown software vulnerability before a fix is available. Correct answer is zero-day attack. What type of malware encrypts a victim's files and demands payments to restore access? Trojan, keylogger, logic bomb, or ransomware? What encrypts a victim's files and demands payments to restore access? Correct answer is ransomware. Which type of malware disguises itself as a legitimate program but secretly executes malicious activities? Trojan, virus, bloatware, or rootkit? Disguises itself as a legitimate program but secretly executes malicious activities. Correct answer is a Trojan. Which type of malware is self-replicating and spreads without human intervention? A logic bomb, spyware, a worm, or ransomware? This reminds me of the movie Swordfish. Correct answer is a worm. I don't know why, randomly it reminds me of that. Which type of malware is designed to secretly monitor a user's activity and collect personal information? Virus, Trojan, bloatware, or spyware? Secretly monitor a user's activity and collect personal information. Correct answer is spyware. What is a common characteristic of bloatware? It spreads by exploiting vulnerabilities in a network. It secretly logs keystrokes to steal credentials. It consists of unnecessary pre-installed software that slows down a device, or it modifies system files to gain persistent access. A common characteristic of bloatware. Correct answer is it consists of unnecessary pre-installed software that slows down a device. Which type of malware attaches itself to a legitimate file and requires user execution to spread? Virus, worm, rootkit, or spyware? Attaches itself to a legitimate file and requires user execution to spread. Correct answer is a virus. What type of malware records user keystrokes to steal sensitive information? Logic bomb, Trojan, keylogger, or worm? Records user keystrokes. Correct answer is a keylogger. What type of malware is designed to execute a malicious function when specific condition is met? Keylogger, logic bomb, virus, or ransomware? Execute a malicious function when a specific condition is met. Correct answer is a logic bomb. What type of malware is designed to hide its presence by modifying operating system components? Is it a rootkit, Trojan, bloatware, or logic bomb? Hide its presence by modifying operating system components. Correct answer is a rootkit. Which type of attack systematically attempts multiple password combinations to gain unauthorized access? Brute force, on-path attack, amplified attack, or credential replay attack? Multiple password combinations to gain unauthorized access. Correct answer is a brute force attack. Which attack involves copying data from an RFID tag without authorization? DNS poisoning, on-path attack, RFID cloning, or wireless jamming? Involves copying data from an RFID tag without authorization. Correct answer is RFID cloning. Which physical security risk is associated with extreme heat, cold, or humidity affecting IT infrastructure? Brute force attack, DDoS attack, credential replay attack, or environmental attack? Correct answer is an environmental attack. Which type of network attack overwhelms a target system with excessive traffic to cause service disruption? Credential replay, distributed denial of service or DDoS, RFID cloning, or brute force? Overwhelms a target system with excessive traffic to cause service disruption. Correct answer is distributed denial of service. Which attack amplifies the amount of traffic sent to a target by leveraging misconfigured third-party servers? Amplified attack, on-path attack, DNS poisoning, or wireless hijacking? Amplifies the amount of traffic sent to a target by leveraging misconfigured third-party servers. Correct answer is amplified attack. A cybercriminal sends a request to multiple open servers, which then respond by sending large amounts of traffic to the victim. What type of attack is this? Brute force attack, RFID cloning, reflected attack, or credential replay attack? Requests to multiple open servers, which then respond by sending large amounts of traffic to the victim. Correct answer is a reflected attack. Which type of attack manipulates DNS records to redirect users to malicious websites? DNS attack, wireless hijacking, amplified attack, or brute force attack? Correct answer is a DNS attack. Surprising, right? Which network attack targets weaknesses in wireless security protocols to gain unauthorized access? Credential replay attack, brute force attack, RFID cloning, or wireless attack? Targets weaknesses in wireless security protocols to gain unauthorized access. Correct answer is a wireless attack. Which type of attack involves intercepting communication between two parties to steal or modify data? Brute force attack, DNS poisoning attack, on-path attack, or amplified attack? Correct answer is an on-path attack. Which attack involves capturing and reusing authentication data to gain unauthorized access to a system? Credential replay attack, wireless hijacking, DNS poisoning attack, or a DDoS attack? Capturing and reusing authentication data to gain unauthorized access to a system. Correct answer is a credential replay attack. Which type of network attack involves injecting harmful code into a system to compromise security? Brute force attack, malicious code attack, RFID cloning, or a reflected attack? Injecting harmful code into a system to compromise security. Correct answer is a malicious code attack. Which type of application attack involves inserting malicious code into an application's input fields to manipulate its execution? Privilege escalation, buffer overflow, injection attack, or directory traversal? Involves inserting malicious code into an application's input fields to manipulate its execution. Correct answer is an injection attack. What type of attack occurs when an application writes more data to a memory buffer than it was designed to hold, potentially allowing arbitrary code execution? Privilege escalation, replay attack, directory traversal, or buffer overflow? More data to a memory buffer than it was designed to hold. Correct answer is a buffer overflow. Which attack captures and retransmits valid authentication data to gain unauthorized access to a system? Replay attack, privilege escalation, buffer overflow, or injection attack? Captures and retransmits valid authentication data to gain unauthorized access to a system is a replay attack. Which type of attack occurs when an attacker gains unauthorized access to higher level privileges in a system or application? Directory traversal, replay attack, privilege escalation, or injection attack? Unauthorized access to higher level privileges in a system or application. Correct answer is privilege escalation. Which application attack tricks a system into performing an action by forging a request from a trusted user? Forgery attack, replay attack, buffer overflow, or privilege escalation? Correct answer is a forgery attack. What type of attack exploits improper input validation to gain unauthorized access to restricted directories on a web server? Injection attack, buffer overflow, directory traversal, or a replay attack? Exploits improper input validation to gain unauthorized access. Correct answer is directory traversal. Which cryptographic attack forces a system to use weaker encryption protocol, making it easier to compromise? Collision attack, replay attack, downgrade attack, or forgery attack? Weaker encryption protocol making it easier to compromise. Correct answer is a downgrade attack. Which cryptographic attack occurs when two different inputs produce the same hash value, compromising the integrity of the system? Downgrade attack, buffer overflow, directory traversal, or collision attack? Two different inputs producing the same hash value, compromising the integrity of the system. Correct answer is a collision attack. Which cryptographic attack takes advantage of the probability that two different inputs will produce the same hash value? Birthday attack, brute force attack, spraying attack, or collision attack? Two different inputs will produce the same hash value. Correct answer is a birthday attack. Which password attack attempts to gain access by testing a few commonly used passwords across many accounts? Brute force attack, spraying attack, dictionary attack, or credential stuffing? To gain access by testing a few commonly used passwords across many accounts. Correct answer is a spray attack. Spray and pray. Which password attack systematically tries all possible combinations until the correct one is found? Brute force attack, spraying attack, birthday attack, or rainbow table attack? Tries all possible combinations until the correct one is found. Correct answer is a brute force attack. Which indicator of the password attack involves multiple failed login attempts resulting in the automatic disabling of an account? Impossible travel, out-of-cycle logging, account lockout, or blocked content? Multiple failed login attempts resulting in automatic disabling of an account is account lockout. Which indicator suggests that an account is being accessed from multiple locations at the same time? Blocked content, resource inaccessibility, published documented indicators, or concurrent session usage? Concurrent session. Wow, I really cannot say that word. Session. Correct answer is a concurrent session usage. What security indicator prevents users from accessing certain web pages or online services due to security policies? Resource inaccessibility, out-of-cycle logging, blocked content, or impossible travel? Certain web pages or online services due to security policies. Correct answer is blocked content. Which security alert indicates that a login attempt was made from an unusually distant location in a short period of time? Impossible travel, concurrent session usage, account lockout, or resource consumption? Correct answer is impossible travel. Which of the following indicates an attack that excessively uses CPU, memory, or bandwidth to degrade system performance? Blocked content, impossible travel, published documented indicators, or resource consumption? Correct answer is resource consumption. Which security concern involves a user or system being unable to access files, networks, or applications due to an attack? Concurrent session usage, published documented indicators, resource inaccessibility, or resource consumption? Involves a user or system being unable to access files, networks, or applications. Correct answer is resource inaccessibility. Which of the following is a sign of potential malicious activity when logs appear outside their normal time frame? Out-of-cycle logging, impossible travel, blocked content, or resource inaccessibility? Potential malicious activity when logs appear outside their normal time frame. Correct answer is out-of-cycle logging. What is a common source for security analysts to find known indicators of compromise, or IOCs, blocked content, published or documented indicators, impossible travel, or resource consumption? Common source for security analysts to find known indicators of compromise. Correct answer is published or documented indicators. Which security issue occurs when logs that should exist for forensic analysis are missing? Missing logs, account lockout, blocked content, or out-of-cycle logging. Do we even need? Some of these are just so obvious. Missing logs. I feel like you don't need to really think about that one if the answer is in the question. Which security practice? Those are called gimmies. Which security practice involves dividing a network into smaller isolated sections to reduce attack surfaces? Encryption, patching, segmentation, or application allow list? Dividing a network into smaller isolated sections to reduce attack surfaces. Correct answer is segmentation. Which security mechanism defines rules that determine which users or devices can access specific resources? Access control list, encryption, isolation, or segmentation? Rules that determine which users or devices can access specific resources. Correct answer is access control list. Which security feature specifies what actions users can perform on a system or file? Segmentation, application allow list, encryption, or permissions? What actions users can perform on a system or file? Correct answer is permissions. Which security measure restricts software execution to a predefined list of approved applications? Segmentation, application allow list, access control list, or permissions? Which security measure restricts software execution to a predefined list of approved applications? Correct answer is an application allow list. Which security concept involves running applications or systems in a contained environment to prevent threats from spreading? Access control list, patching, segmentation, or isolation? Correct answer is isolation. What security practice involves applying updates to software and systems to fix vulnerabilities? Encryption, segmentation, application allow list, or patching? Applying updates to software and systems to fix vulnerabilities. Correct answer is patching. What security technique ensures that data is encoded to only authorized parties can access it? Access control list, encryption, isolation, or patching? Only authorized parties can access it. Correct answer is encryption. What security practice involves continuously observing network traffic and system activity to detect threats? Monitoring, hardening techniques, decommissioning, or configuration enforcement? Continuously observing network traffic and system activity to detect threats. Correct answer is monitoring. Which principle ensures that users and applications only have the minimum level of access required to perform their tasks? Decommissioning, encryption, hardening techniques, or least privilege? The minimum level of access required to perform their tasks. Correct answer is least privilege. Which security control ensures that system configurations comply with the established security policies and standards? Configuration enforcement, monitoring, least privilege, or hardening techniques? Comply with established security policies and standards. Correct answer is configuration enforcement. What is the process of securely removing outdated systems and hardware to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data? Monitoring, configuration enforcement, decommissioning, or hardening techniques? Removing outdated systems and hardware to prevent unauthorized access to sensitive data. That would be decommissioning. Which security practice involves strengthening a system by disabling unnecessary services, removing default accounts, and applying security updates? Monitoring, hardening techniques, least privilege, or decommissioning? Disabling unnecessary services, removing default accounts, and applying security updates. Correct answer is hardening techniques. Which security technique ensures that data is encoded so that only unauthorized Ensures that data is encoded so that only authorized users can access and read it. Encryption, configuration enforcement, hardening techniques, or least privilege. Correct answer is encryption. What is the primary purpose of installing endpoint protection on a device? To configure firewall settings for outbound connections, to disable unnecessary ports and protocols, to detect and prevent malware, unauthorized access, and other security threats, or to enforce network segmentation. The primary purpose of installing endpoint protection on a device. Correct answer is to detect and prevent malware, unauthorized access, and other security threats. Which security solution is designed to monitor and filter incoming and outgoing traffic on an individual computer? Endpoint protection, host-based intrusion prevention system, or HIPS, network firewall, or host-based firewall? Which security solution is designed to monitor and filter incoming and outgoing traffic? Correct answer is the host-based firewall. Which security control actively monitors and prevents malicious activities on an endpoint? Host-based intrusion prevention system, or HIPS, network firewall, endpoint protection, or default password enforcement? Actively monitors and prevents malicious activities on an endpoint. Correct answer is host-based intrusion prevention system. Why is it important to disable unnecessary ports and protocols on a system? To improve network bandwidth for high-priority services, to allow unrestricted access to external connections, to reduce the attack surface by limiting potential entry points for attackers, or to enhance encryption methods used in network communication. Why is it important to disable unnecessary ports and protocols on a system? Correct answer is to reduce the attack surface by limiting potential entry points for attackers. Why should default passwords on devices and applications be changed immediately after installation? Default credentials are widely known and can be exploited by attackers. Default passwords increase system performance. Changing default passwords disables administrator access, or default passwords enforce stronger authentication measures. Correct answer is default credentials are widely known and could be exploited by attackers. What is the security benefit of removing unnecessary software from a system? It enhances encryption strength on the system. It prevents unauthorized users from changing system configurations. It allows software to execute with higher privileges, or it reduces the attack surface by eliminating potential vulnerabilities. The security benefit to removing unnecessary software from a system. Correct answer is it reduces the attack surface by eliminating potential vulnerabilities. First question, which of the following is a security concern when using cloud computing? Data exposure due to shared infrastructure and multi-tenancy, guaranteed complete control over all security configurations, no need for encryption since cloud providers handle all security, or cloud computing eliminates the risk of insider threats, which is a security concern when using cloud computing. Correct answer is data exposure due to shared infrastructure and multi-tenancy. Question 2. What is the purpose of a responsibility matrix in cloud security? To enforce firewall rules for network segmentation, to manage third-party vendor agreements for data processing, to define security and operational responsibilities between cloud providers and customers, or to track access logs for all infrastructure components. What is the purpose of a responsibility matrix in cloud security? Correct answer is to define security and operational responsibilities between cloud providers and customers. And if you need some more time to think about the answers to these questions and figure them out, you can always pause the video and then restart it whenever you're ready. Which security concern is unique to hybrid cloud environments? Ensuring secure data transfer between on-premises and cloud resources, lack of encryption support for sensitive data, guaranteed automatic compliance with all regulations, or hybrid clouds prevent insider threats by design, which is security concern is unique to hybrid cloud environments, unique to hybrid cloud. Correct answer is ensuring secure data transfer between on-premises and cloud resources. What is a primary security risk associated with third-party vendors in an organization's infrastructure? Third-party vendors always follow the organization's internal security policies. Using third-party vendors eliminates the need for security audits. Vendors cannot access any part of an organization's infrastructure, or vendors may have weak security practices that expose the organization to attacks. What is a primary security risk associated with third-party vendors in an organization's infrastructure? Correct answer is vendors may have weak security practices that expose the organization to attacks. Which security advantage does infrastructure as a code provide? IAC eliminates the need for network firewalls. IAC enforces consistent security configurations across deployments. IAC prevents unauthorized access by default, or IAC requires manual configuration of security policies for each deployment. Which security advantage does infrastructure as code, or IAC, provide? Correct answer is IAC enforces consistent security configurations across deployments. Which security challenge is associated with serverless computing? Lack of control over the underlying infrastructure and runtime environment, the need for dedicated physical servers for each application, serverless applications cannot be exploited by attackers, or serverless environments eliminate the need for identity and access management. Which security challenge is associated with serverless computing? Correct answer is the lack of control over the underlying infrastructure and runtime environment. What is a key security consideration when using microservices architecture? Eliminating the need for security updates since services are isolated, ensuring that all microservices run on a single dedicated server for security, securing API communication between services to prevent unauthorized access, or microservices architectures are immune to denial of service attacks. What is a key security consideration when using microservices architecture? Correct answer is securing API communication between services to prevent unauthorized access. Which of the following best describes a security concern with network infrastructure? Network infrastructure does not require monitoring for anomalies. A strong password policy eliminates all network threats. Using wired networks prevents all cyber attacks. Or unauthorized access to critical network devices can lead to data breaches. Which of the following best describes a security concern with network infrastructure? Correct answer is unauthorized access to critical network devices can lead to data breaches. What is the primary security benefit of physically isolating a system from external networks? It reduces the risk of remote cyber attacks and data breaches. It eliminates the need for firewalls and antivirus software. It ensures that only encrypted traffic is allowed on the network, or prevents hardware failures in critical systems. What is the primary security benefit of physically isolating a system from external networks? Correct answer is it reduces the risk of remote cyber attacks and data breaches. Which security measure involves completely disconnecting a system from external networks to prevent cyber threats? Air-gapped, logical segmentation, software-defined networking, or on-premises? Which security measure involves completely disconnecting a system from external networks to prevent cyber threats? Correct answer is air-gapped. Logical segmentation in a network is primarily used to physically separate systems in a data center, prevent power failures from affecting connected devices, restrict access between different departments or user groups, or ensure that all data is stored on local devices only. Logical segmentation in a network is primarily used to do which of the following? Correct answer is restrict access between different departments or user groups. How does software-defined networking, or SDN, improve network security? It eliminates the need for security monitoring and logging. It centralizes network control, making security policies easier to manage. It guarantees complete immunity to network-based attacks, or it ensures that all physical network devices are disconnected. How does software-defined networking, or SDN, improve network security? Correct answer is it centralizes network control, making security policies easier to manage. Which of the following is a key security consideration for on-premises infrastructure? On-prem infrastructure eliminates the need for network firewalls. Cloud security controls automatically apply to on-prem environments. Organizations are fully responsible for securing their hardware and data. Or on-prem environments do not require physical security controls. Which of the following is a key security consideration for on-premises or on-prem infrastructure? Correct answer is organizations are fully responsible for securing their hardware and data. Which statement best describes a security benefit of centralized network management over decentralized management? Centralized management allows for uniform security policies and easier monitoring. Decentralized management completely prevents insider threats. Centralized management requires no authentication for user access. Or decentralized management eliminates the need for encryption. Which statement best describes a security benefit of centralized network management over decentralized management? Correct answer is centralized management allows for uniform security policies and easier monitoring. Which security advantage does containerization provide? It ensures that all applications run on the same physical server. It prevents unauthorized physical access to data centers. It eliminates the need for encryption in cloud environments, or it isolates applications to limit the impact of security breaches. Which security advantage does containerization provide? Correct answer is it isolates applications to limit the impact of security breaches. Which security risk is commonly associated with virtualization? Virtual machine escape, where an attacker gains access to the host system. Virtual machines eliminate the need for security monitoring. Virtualization prevents all unauthorized access to systems. Or virtual machines cannot be infected with malware. Which security risk is commonly associated with virtualization? Correct answer is virtual machine escape, where an attacker gains access to the host system. Which security challenge is associated with IoT, or Internet of Things devices? IoT devices are always isolated from the internet by default. IoT devices enforce strict password policies by default. Many IoT devices lack strong security controls, making them vulnerable to attacks. Or IoT devices cannot be remotely accessed by attackers. Which security challenge is associated with IoT, or Internet of Things devices? Correct answer is many IoT devices lack strong security controls, making them vulnerable to attacks. Which of the following describes a key security concern with industrial control systems, or ICS? ICS networks are always air-gapped and immune to attacks. ICS systems automatically patch security vulnerabilities in real time. ICS environments do not require authentication for access control, or ICS systems were often designed without built-in security, making them vulnerable to cyber threats. Which of the following describes a key security concern with industrial control systems? Correct answer is ICS systems were often designed without built-in security, making them vulnerable to cyber threats. Supervisory control and data acquisition, or SCADA systems, are commonly targeted by cyber threats because they are always disconnected from the internet. SCADA systems are automatically protected by encryption. They control critical infrastructure and are often used outdated security protocols, or they require no authentication for access. SCADA systems are commonly targeted by cyber threats because... Correct answer is they control critical infrastructure and are often using outdated security protocols. Which of the following is a security risk associated with real-time operating systems, or RTOS? RTOS systems often prioritize performance over security, making them vulnerable to attacks. RTS systems cannot be compromised due to their design. RTOS automatically updates security patches in real time, or RTOS systems do not require access controls. Which of the following is a security risk associated with real-time operating systems? Correct answer is they often prioritize performance over security, making them vulnerable to attacks. Why are embedded systems considering a security risk? They enforce strict multi-factor authentication by default. They often have limited security controls and cannot be easily duplicated. Cannot be easily updated. Embedded systems are automatically protected from all network threats, or they are isolated from all external connections by default. Why are embedded systems considered a security risk? Correct answer is they often have limited security controls and cannot be easily updated. What is the primary goal of high availability in IT security? Ensuring continuous system uptime and minimizing downtime due to failures or attacks, eliminating the need for network security monitoring, preventing users from accessing critical systems during security updates, or automatically blocking all incoming network traffic. What is the primary goal of high availability in IT security? Correct answer is ensuring continuous system uptime and minimizing downtime due to failures or attacks. Which of the following is a key security consideration when implementing new technologies in an organization? Deploying systems without any authentication requirements, avoiding encryption to reduce processing overhead, ensuring proper risk assessment and compliance with security policies, or prioritizing ease of use over security controls. Which of the following is a key security consideration when implementing new technologies in an organization? Correct answer is ensuring proper risk assessment and compliance with security policies. Which term describes an organization's ability to keep systems operational and accessible during disruptions? Availability, scalability, ease of deployment, or responsiveness? Which term describes an organization's ability to keep systems operational and accessible during disruptions? Correct answer is availability. What is a primary goal of resilience in cybersecurity? To reduce the cost of deploying security tools, to eliminate all security vulnerabilities in an organization, to prevent unauthorized access through physical isolation, or to ensure systems can recover quickly from disruptions or cyber attacks. What is the primary goal of resilience in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to ensure systems can recover quickly from disruptions or cyber attacks. Why is cost an important factor when implementing cybersecurity solutions? Organizations must balance security needs with budget constraints. Higher cost always guarantees better security. Cybersecurity solutions should only be implemented if they're free, or spending more on security eliminates all cyber threats. Why is cost an important factor when implementing cybersecurity solutions? Some of these, I'm sure you realize, they're making me laugh. Correct answer is organizations must balance security needs with budget constraints. Could you imagine if all of the best cybersecurity solutions were free? I mean, some of them are. Some of them, there's some good free resources, but which factor is critical in evaluating the responsiveness of a cybersecurity solution? The number of employees trained in cybersecurity awareness, the amount of data stored in an organization's servers, the ability to detect and mitigate threats in real time, or the overall cost of implementing a firewall? Which factor is critical in evaluating the responsiveness of a cybersecurity solution? Correct answer is the ability to detect and mitigate threats in real time. What does scalability refer to in cybersecurity architecture? The ability to expand security measures as the organization grows, the use of encryption to protect sensitive data, the immediate responsiveness of an intrusion detection system, or the ease of deploying new security patches. What does scalability refer to in cybersecurity architecture? Correct answer is the ability to expand security measures as the organization grows. Why is ease of deployment an important consideration when implementing security solutions? Complex deployment processes ensure maximum security. The more difficult a solution is to deploy, the more secure it is. Ease of deployment is not a concern as long as a system is secure, or security solutions should be easy to configure and integrate without disrupting business operations. Why is ease of deployment an important consideration in implementing security solutions? Correct answer is security solutions should be easy to configure and integrate without disrupting business operations. What is an example of risk transference in cybersecurity? Purchasing cybersecurity insurance to cover potential data breaches, accepting all risks without taking preventative measures, eliminating all risks by shutting down the system, or ignoring vulnerabilities due to budget constraints. What is an example of risk transference in cybersecurity? Correct answer is purchasing cybersecurity insurance to cover potential data breaches. Which factor is crucial for ensuring ease of recovery after a cybersecurity incident? Relying on outdated software to prevent compatibility issues, keeping all network devices disconnected from each other, maintaining regular backups and a tested disaster recovery plan, or disabling encryption to speed up system performance. Which factor is crucial for ensuring ease of recovery after a cybersecurity incident? Correct answer is maintaining regular backups and a tested disaster recovery plan. Why is patch availability important in cybersecurity? It ensures that known vulnerabilities are fixed before attackers can exploit them. It eliminates the need for network firewalls. It prevents the need for authentication on secure systems, or it removes the need for intrusion detection systems. Why is patch availability important in cybersecurity? Correct answer is it ensures that known vulnerabilities are fixed before attackers can exploit them. What is a major security risk of an inability to patch a system? The system becomes immune to malware and cyber attacks. It increases the processing power of network devices. The system remains vulnerable to known exploits and attacks, or it eliminates the need for monitoring and logging. What is a major security risk of an inability to patch a system? Some of these are easier than others. So the answer is the system remains vulnerable to known exploits and attacks. Why is power availability a critical consideration for IT security? Uninterrupted power supply increases the risk of cyber attacks. Power failures can lead to downtime, data corruption, and security vulnerabilities. Systems with stable power do not require additional security controls, or cyber threats only target systems with backup power sources. Correct answer is power failures lead to downtime, data corruption, and security vulnerabilities. What is a security concern related to compute resources in an organization? Insufficient compute power can hinder security tools like encryption and monitoring. More compute power eliminates the need for security updates. Compute power has no impact on security posture. Or increased compute power reduces the risk of phishing attacks. What is a security concern related to compute resources in an organization? Correct answer is insufficient compute power can hinder security tools like encryption and monitoring. Why is proper device placement important in network security? To increase network latency for improved security, to prevent users from accessing security controls, to eliminate the need for encryption in transit, or to ensure critical security devices are positioned for maximum protection. Why is proper device placement important in network security? Correct answer is to ensure critical security devices are positioned for maximum protection. What is the purpose of security zones in network architecture? To eliminate the need for firewalls and intrusion detection systems, to segment the network into different trust levels for better security control, to ensure all devices communicate over a single unprotected network, or to allow unrestricted access between internal and external systems. What is the purpose of security zones in network architecture? Correct answer is to segment the network into different trust levels for better security control. Which of the following best describes an attack surface? The total number of vulnerabilities and entry points that can be exploited, the number of security personnel in an organization, a firewall rule that blocks all network traffic, or the physical space occupied by security devices in a data center. Which of the following best describes an attack surface? Correct answer is the total number of vulnerabilities and entry points that can be exploited. How does connectivity impact network security? More connections reduce the need for encryption. More connections increase potential entry points for attackers. Increased connectivity eliminates the need for network segmentation, or connectivity has no impact on security risks. How does connectivity impact network security? Correct answer is more connections increase potential entry points for attackers. What is the primary characteristic of a fail-open security control? It completely shuts down access when a failure occurs. It restricts users from accessing public resources. It allows access when a system fails, prioritizing availability over security, or it encrypts all network traffic before shutting down. What is the primary characteristic of a fail-open security control? Correct answer is it allows access when a system fails, prioritizing availability over security. What happens when a security system is configured to fail closed? It blocks access to maintain security when a failure occurs. It allows unrestricted access in case of failure. It redirects traffic to untrusted networks, or it disables all security features permanently. What happens when a security system is configured to fail closed? Correct answer is it blocks access to maintain security when a failure occurs, the exact opposite of the last one. What is a key difference between active and passive security devices? Passive devices actively prevent attacks, while active devices only generate alerts. Active devices take immediate action to block threats, while passive devices only monitor and log activity. Active devices rely on user intervention, while passive devices operate independently, or passive devices do not require network connectivity, while active devices do. What is the key difference between active and passive security devices? Correct answer is active devices take immediate action to block threats, while passive devices only monitor and log activity. What is a key characteristic of an inline security device compared to a tap monitor device? An inline device actively analyzes and blocks traffic in real time, while a tap monitor device only observes traffic. A tap monitor device blocks unauthorized network connections. Inline devices are used exclusively for physical security measures, or tap monitor devices require user intervention to function. What is a key characteristic of an inline security device compared to a tap monitor device? Correct answer is an inline device actively analyzes and blocks traffic in real time, while a tap monitor device only observes traffic. What is the primary function of a jump server in network security? It provides a secure intermediary system for accessing critical resources. It balances traffic between multiple servers to improve performance. It filters web traffic to enforce security policies, or it monitors network activity but does not intervene in attacks. What is the primary function of a jump server in network security? Correct answer is it provides a secure intermediary system for accessing critical resources. How does a proxy server enhance network security? It balances network traffic across multiple servers. It detects and prevents intrusion attempts in real time. It physically isolates sensitive systems from external networks, or it acts as an intermediary between users and web resources to filter and monitor traffic. How does a proxy server enhance network security? Correct answer is it acts as an intermediary between users and web resources to filter and monitor traffic. What is the primary function of an intrusion prevention system, IPS? To passively log network traffic for security analysis, to route network traffic between multiple VLANs, to actively detect and block malicious network activity in real time, or to encrypt data before transmission across the network. What is the primary function of an intrusion prevention system, or IPS? Correct answer is to actively detect and block malicious network activity in real time. What is the key difference between an intrusion detection system, or IDS, and an intrusion prevention system, or IPS? An IDS monitors and alerts on suspicious activity, while an IPS actively blocks threats. An IDS blocks unauthorized access to applications, while an IPS does not. An IDS performs encryption while an IPS only detects malware, or an IPS passively observes traffic while an IDS actively mitigates attacks. Whereas the key difference between an IDS, or intrusion detection system, and an IPS, or intrusion prevention system. Correct answer is an IDS monitors and alerts on suspicious activity. IDS, intrusion detection system, and an IPS, or intrusion prevention system, actively blocks threats. How does a load balancer improve network security and performance? It acts as an intermediary between users and web servers to filter content. It distributes traffic across multiple servers to prevent overload and mitigate DDoS attacks. It passively monitors network traffic without intervention, or it prevents unauthorized remote access to critical systems. How does a load balancer improve network security and performance? Correct answer is it distributes traffic across multiple servers to prevent overload and mitigate DDoS attacks. What is the function of sensors in network security? They collect and analyze data to detect potential threats in real time. They enforce security policies by blocking all incoming connections. They provide physical security by controlling access to server rooms, or they eliminate the need for encryption in data transmission. What is the function of sensors in network security? Correct answer is they collect and analyze data to detect potential threats in real time. What is the primary function of 802.1x in network security? To encrypt network traffic between different VLANs, to block unauthorized USB devices from connecting to a network, to provide port-based network access control using authentication mechanisms, or to enable remote access to secure networks without authentication. What's the primary function of 802.1x in network security? Correct answer is to provide port-based network access control using authentication mechanisms. Which authentication framework is used to support multiple authentication methods, including smart cards and biometrics? Extensible Authentication Protocol, or EAP, 802.1x, Layer 7 Firewall, or Web Application Firewall, or WAF? Which authentication framework is used to support multiple authentication methods, including smart cards and biometrics? Correct answer is Extensible Authentication Protocol. Which type of firewall is specifically designed to protect web applications from threats like SQL injection and cross-site scripting? Next Generation Firewall, Web Application Firewall, Unified Threat Management, or Layer 4 Firewall? Which type of firewall is specifically designed to protect web applications from threats like SQL injection and cross-site scripting? Correct answer is Web Application Firewall. Which type of security appliance combines multiple security functions such as firewall, intrusion prevention, and antivirus in a single solution? Next Generation Firewall, Web Application Firewall, Unified Threat Management, or 802.1x? Which security appliance combines multiple security functions such as firewall, intrusion prevention, and antivirus? Security appliance. Correct answer is Unified Threat Management. What is a key advantage of a next generation firewall compared to traditional firewalls? And next generation firewall, NGFW. NGFW is only used for physical security purposes. NGFW blocks all network traffic by default without customization. NGFW replaces the need for encryption in network communications. Or NGFW includes deep packet inspection and advanced threat detection beyond simple port filtering. What is a key advantage of next generation firewall, or NGFW, compared to traditional firewalls? Correct answer is NGFW, or next generation firewall, includes deep packet inspection and advanced threat detection beyond simple port filtering. Which type of firewall operates at both Layer 4 and Layer 7 of the OSI model for advanced traffic filtering? Web Application Firewall, 802.1x, Layer 4, Layer 7 Firewall, or Extensible Authentication Protocol? This one should be a gimme. Correct answer is Layer 4, Layer 7 Firewall. What is the primary function of a virtual private? I'm sorry, I didn't give you enough time on that to see the two numbers are exactly the same. What is the primary function of a virtual private network or VPN in secure communications? To encrypt data traffic over public and private networks for secure remote access, to physically isolate devices from external threats, to authenticate users without encryption, or to eliminate the need for firewalls in enterprise environments. What is the primary function of a virtual private network or VPN in secure communications? Correct answer is to encrypt data traffic over public and private networks for secure remote access. Which security mechanism allows users to securely connect to a private network from an external location? Software-defined WAN or SD-WAN, remote access, Internet Protocol Security or IPsec, or Secure Access Server Edge or SASE. Which security mechanism allows users to securely connect to a private network from an external location? Correct answer is remote access. What is the primary purpose of tunneling in network security? To block all traffic from external networks, to disable encryption for faster communication, to allow direct access to internal resources without authentication, or to encapsulate data for secure transmission over untrusted networks. What is the primary purpose of tunneling in network security? Correct answer is to encapsulate data for secure transmission over untrusted networks. And I actually should have given you guys another couple seconds to figure out the layer 4, layer 7, because you never know. Some of these questions, they could throw some curveballs at you where it's like, it looks like it's the obvious answer, but it really winds up not being the obvious one. So I apologize for kind of jumping the gun on there. I shouldn't have done that. Which protocol is commonly used to encrypt web traffic and establish secure communication over the internet? Transport layer security, Internet Protocol Security, Secure Access Service Edge, or Software-Defined WAN. Which protocol is commonly used to encrypt web traffic and establish secure communication over the internet? Correct answer is Transport Layer Security. Which security protocol is used to establish encrypted tunnels for secure data transmission between networks? Transport Layer Security, Internet Protocol Security, Virtual Private Network, or Software-Defined WAN or SD-WAN? Which security protocol is used to establish encrypted tunnels for secure data transmission between networks? Correct answer is Internet Protocol Security. How does Software-Defined Wide Area Network or SD-WAN improve network security? By encrypting all endpoint communications automatically, by replacing all traditional security applications with a single firewall, by dynamically routing traffic over multiple secure connections and enforcing security policies, or by physically isolating devices from network threats. How does Software-Defined Wide Area Network or SD-WAN improve network security? Correct answer is by dynamically routing traffic over multiple secure connections and enforcing security policies. What is a key security benefit of Secure Access Service Edge, or SASE? It integrates cloud-delivered security services with wide area networking. It replaces traditional firewalls with endpoint security software. It eliminates the need for virtual private networks, or it prevents all insider threats by default. What is a key security benefit of Secure Access Service Edge? Correct answer is it integrates cloud-delivered security services with wide area networking. What is the most important factor when selecting effective security controls for an organization? Choosing the most expensive security tools available, implementing security measures that do not require user authentication, disabling security features to improve system performance, or ensuring controls align with business needs and risk management strategies. What is the most important factor when selecting effective security controls for an organization? I mean, it's obviously choosing the most expensive one, right? It is ensuring controls align with business needs and risk management strategies. You would think that if you're in the industry, they have the opposite idea, because they seem to just pick whatever's expensive and assume that it works. Which type of data is subject? I mean, it's usually a good solution anyway, but that's besides the point. Which type of data is subject to government or industry regulations such as GDPR or HIPAA? Regulated data, trade secret, intellectual property, or human readable data? Which type of data is subject to government or industry regulations such as GDPR or HIPAA? Correct answer is regulated data. Which type of data includes proprietary formulas, process, or business strategies that provide a proprietary formulas, processes, or business strategies that provide a competitive advantage? Financial information, trade secret, regulated data, or legal information? Proprietary formulas, processes, or business strategies that provide a competitive advantage. Correct answer is trade secret. Which term refers to legally protected creations such as patents, trademarks, and copyrights? Regulated data, trade secret, intellectual property, or financial information? Correct answer is intellectual property. Which type of data includes contracts, agreements, and other documents that have legal significance? Trade secret, intellectual property, non-human readable data, or legal information? Correct answer is legal information. Which of the following best describes financial information in the context of security? Any public information found in open source intelligence or OSINT, only cryptocurrency transactions and blockchain records, data that includes banking details, credit card numbers, and financial statements, or data related to intellectual property such as patents and copyrights? Which of the following best describes financial information in the context of security? Correct answer is data that includes banking details, credit card numbers, and financial statements. Which of the following is an example of non-human readable data? Encrypted binary code used for system authentication, legal contracts written in plain text, a trade secret document stored as a PDF, or a company's financial statement in a spreadsheet? Which of the following is an example of non-human readable data? Correct answer is encrypted binary code used for system authentication. What is the purpose of data classification in cybersecurity? To categorize data based on sensitivity and required security measures, to automatically encrypt all data stored on a network, to ensure that all data is accessible to the public, or to remove outdated data from an organization's system? What is the purpose of data classification in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to categorize data based on sensitivity and required security measures. Which type of data classification applies to information that could cause harm if disclosed, but is not highly sensitive? Public, critical, restricted, or sensitive? Cause harm if disclosed, but is not highly sensitive. Correct answer is sensitive data. I know it seems maybe like it shouldn't have been that, but not highly sensitive. Which classification label is typically applied to data that should only be accessed by authorized personnel due to its importance? Public, restricted, confidential, or private? Data that should only be accessed by authorized personnel due to its importance. Correct answer is confidential. Which classification applies to data that is intended for general distribution and does not require security controls? Public, sensitive, confidential, or critical? Correct answer is public. Which type of data classification is used for information that requires strict access control and should not be widely shared? Public, restricted, confidential, or private? Strict access control and should not be widely shared. Correct answer is restricted. Which type of data classification applies to personally identifiable information such as social security numbers and medical records? Private, public, confidential, or restricted? Personally identifiable information such as social security numbers and medical records. Correct answer is private. Which classification is assigned to data that, if lost or compromised, would have a severe impact on business operations? Severe impact. confidential, critical, public, or sensitive. Severe impact. Correct answer is critical. Which of the following is a key consideration when handling data securely? Ensuring proper encryption and access controls are applied based on data sensitivity, allowing unrestricted access to all data for ease of use, avoiding data backups to reduce storage costs, or disabling authentication requirements for faster data retrieval is a key consideration when handling data securely. Correct answer is ensuring proper encryption and access controls are applied based on data sensitivity. What are three primary states of data in cybersecurity? Data at risk, data encrypted, and data processed, data in motion, data in cloud, and data on premises, data at rest, data in transit, and data in use, or data backed up, data stored, and data archived. The three primary states of data in cybersecurity. Correct answer is data at rest, data in transit, and data in use. What term best describes data that is stored on a device such as a hard drive or database and not actively being transmitted? Data in transit, data in use, geolocation data, or data at rest? Data stored on a device such as a hard drive or database and not actively being transmitted. Correct answer is data at rest. Which security measure is most important for protecting data in transit? Encrypting data using protocols like TLS or IPsec, storing data in a secure on-premises database, ensuring physical security of network infrastructure, or destroying old storage devices. Which security measure is most important for protecting data in transit? Correct answer is encrypting data using protocols like TLS or IPsec. Which of the following best describes data in use? Data stored in an encryption database for later access, data transferred securely over a network, data actively being processed by applications, memory, or CPUs, or data saved on external media and not currently accessed. Which best describes data in use? Correct answer is data actively being processed by applications, memory, or CPUs. What does data sovereignty refer to in cybersecurity? The concept that data is subject to the laws and regulations of the country where it was collected or stored, the ability to freely transfer data between global cloud providers, the encryption standards used to secure all sensitive data, or the classification of data based on its security level. What does data sovereignty refer to in cybersecurity? Correct answer is the concept that data is subject to the laws and regulations of the country where it was collected or stored. Which security feature allows organizations to track and enforce policies based on a device's physical location? Data sovereignty, data in use encryption, firewall rules, or geolocation? Which security feature allows organizations to track and enforce policies based on a device's physical location? Correct answer is geolocation. Which of the following is a common method to secure data? Allowing unrestricted access to all users, using encryption access controls and data masking, storing data in plain text for easy retrieval, or disabling authentication for efficiency? Which of the following is a common method to secure data? Correct answer is using encryption access controls and data masking. What is the purpose of geographic restrictions in cybersecurity? To limit access to data based on physical location and jurisdiction, to prevent data from being stored on cloud services, to allow access to data from any location without restrictions, or to encrypt data for secure transmission. What is the purpose of geographic restrictions in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to limit access to data based on physical location and jurisdiction. Which security measure converts data into an unreadable format to prevent it from unauthorized access? Masking, obfuscation, encryption, or segmentation? Converts data into an unreadable format to protect it from unauthorized access. Correct answer is encryption. What is the purpose of hashing in data security? To create a unique fixed-length representation of data for integrity verification, to replace sensitive data with random characters, to encrypt data for secure storage and transmission, or to segment network traffic for security purposes. What is the purpose of hashing in data security? Correct answer is to create a unique fixed-length representation of data for integrity verification. Which method is used to hide part of a data value to protect sensitive information? Hashing, encryption, masking, or tokenization. Hide part of a data value to protect sensitive information. Correct answer is masking. Which data protection technique replaces sensitive information with a non-sensitive equivalent? Tokenization, encryption, masking, or segmentation? Replaces sensitive information with a non-sensitive equivalent. Correct answer is tokenization. What is the primary goal of obfuscation in cybersecurity? To completely remove sensitive information from a system, to make data or code difficult to understand while maintaining functionality, to segment network traffic based on security needs, or to apply geographic restrictions to data access. The primary goal of obfuscation in cybersecurity. Correct answer is to make data or code difficult to understand while maintaining functionality. How does segmentation enhance security in a network? By dividing the network into isolated sections to limit unauthorized access, by replacing sensitive data with non-sensitive equivalents, by making data difficult to interpret for unauthorized users, or by encrypting network traffic during transmission. How does segmentation enhance security in a network? Correct answer is by dividing the network into isolated sections to limit unauthorized access. What is the purpose of permission restrictions in data security? To encrypt all stored data by default, to segment network traffic for improved performance, to allow unrestricted access to sensitive data for efficiency, or to enforce access controls based on user roles and responsibilities. What is the purpose of permission restrictions in data security? Correct answer is to enforce access controls based on user roles and responsibilities. What is a key difference between load balancing and clustering in high availability architecture? Clustering improves network performance, while load balancing only handles database operations. Load balancing encrypts all data in transit, whereas clustering does not. Load balancing distributes traffic across multiple servers, while clustering ensures failover redundancy. Or clustering is used for external network traffic, while load balancing is only for internal systems. There's a key difference between load balancing and clustering in high availability architecture. Correct answer is load balancing distributes traffic across multiple servers, while clustering ensures failover redundancy. Which type of disaster recovery site is fully operational and can take over immediately in the event of a failure? Cold site, hot site, warm site, or geographically dispersed site? Fully operational and can take over immediately in the event of a failure. Correct answer is a hot site. Which disaster recovery site requires the most time and effort to become operational after a failure? Hot site, warm site, cold site, or geographically dispersed site? Correct answer is a cold site. Which type of disaster recovery site has some pre-configured infrastructure but requires additional setup before full operation? Cold site, hot site, geographically dispersed site, or warm site? Correct answer is a warm site. What is the primary benefit of geographic dispersion in disaster recovery planning? It reduces the impact of localized disasters by distributing resources across multiple locations. It eliminates the need for backup and recovery procedures. It ensures that all data remains in a single secure location, or it prevents all network outages by using a single failover site. What is the primary benefit of geographic dispersion in disaster recovery planning? Correct answer, it reduces the impact of localized disasters by distributing resources across multiple locations. What is a security benefit of platform diversity in an organization's IT environment? It ensures that all devices run in the same operating system for easier management. It reduces the risk of widespread compromise by limiting reliance on a single system. It eliminates the need for regular software updates and patches, or it guarantees that no system will ever be vulnerable to attacks. What is a security benefit of platform diversity in an organization's IT environment? Correct answer is it reduces the risk of widespread compromise by limiting reliance on a single system. What is a primary advantage of using a multi-cloud system? It enhances redundancy and reduces dependency on a single cloud provider. It eliminates the need for on-premises security controls. It ensures that all data is automatically encrypted without additional configuration, or it prevents all types of cyber attacks by default. What is a primary advantage of multi-cloud system? Correct answer is it enhances redundancy and reduces dependency on a single cloud provider. Which of the following best describes continuity of operations planning? Eliminating the need for backup systems and redundancy, using a single cloud provider to store all company data, ensuring critical business functions can continue during and after a disaster or disruption, or preventing unauthorized employees from accessing public resources. What best describes continuity of operations planning? Correct answer is ensuring critical business functions can continue during and after a disaster or disruption. Why is capacity planning important for IT security? It ensures that resources are available to support current and future security needs. It eliminates the need for intrusion detection systems. It guarantees that all security incidents can be prevented, or it allows organizations to bypass compliance regulations. Why is capacity planning important for IT security? Correct answer is it ensures that resources are available to support current and future security needs. How does capacity planning impact personnel in an organization? It eliminates the need for IT security staff by automating all processes. It focuses only on the hardware upgrades and does not impact personnel. It reduces the importance of user awareness training, or it ensures that the organization has enough trained staff to manage security operations effectively. How does capacity planning impact personnel in an organization? Correct answer is it ensures the organization has enough trained staff to manage security operations effectively. Which factors should be considered when planning technology capacity for cybersecurity? Eliminating redundant security controls to cut costs, scalability of security infrastructure to handle increasing workloads, limiting access to security updates to reduce bandwidth usage, or using older hardware to maintain legacy compatibility. Which factors should be considered when planning technology capacity for cybersecurity? Correct answer is scalability of security infrastructure to handle increasing workloads. Why is infrastructure an important component of capacity planning? It prevents the need for cloud computing and security architecture. It eliminates the necessity for data encryption. It ensures that network storage and compute resources can support security requirements, or it reduces the reliance on firewalls and intrusion detection systems. Why is infrastructure an important component of capacity planning? Correct answer is it ensures that network storage and compute resources can support security requirements. What is the primary purpose of a tabletop exercise in cybersecurity testing? To conduct a discussion-based walkthrough of incident response procedures, to simulate a live attack on the organization's network, to physically test disaster recovery systems in real time, or to perform a full failover to backup infrastructure. The primary purpose of a tabletop exercise in cybersecurity testing. Correct answer is to conduct a discussion-based walkthrough of incident response procedures. What does a failover test evaluate in an IT environment? The security of data stored on external devices, the effectiveness of user authentication policies, the encryption strength of data in transit, or the ability of a system to switch to a backup or redundant system during a failure. What does a failover test evaluate in an IT environment? Correct answer is the ability of a system to switch to a backup or redundant system during a failure. What is the main goal of a cybersecurity simulation exercise? To create a controlled environment for testing security incident responses, to completely disable all network security controls for assessment, to train employees on general IT usage policies, or to ensure all systems are permanently locked down. What is the main goal of a cybersecurity simulation exercise? Correct answer is to create a controlled environment for testing security incident responses. How does parallel processing support cybersecurity testing? By replacing traditional encryption with multi-threaded computation, by running a secondary system alongside the primary one to validate functionality before full deployment, by shutting down unnecessary security services for performance testing, or by removing the need for redundancy in system operations. How does parallel processing support cybersecurity testing? Correct answer is by running a secondary system alongside the primary one to validate functionality before full deployment. What is a key security benefit of maintaining both on-site and off-site backups? It eliminates the need for encryption in backup storage. It reduces the importance of access controls for critical data. It ensures data is protected but from local disasters while allowing fast recovery when needed, or it guarantees that all backups are immune to ransomware attacks. Key security benefit of maintaining both on-site and off-site backups. Correct answer is it ensures data is protected from local disasters while allowing fast recovery when needed. Why is backup frequency an important consideration in data protection? More frequent backups reduce potential data loss in case of a system failure. Frequent backups eliminate the need for disaster recovery planning. A single backup is always sufficient for long-term data security. Or frequent backups slow down the system and should be avoided. Why is backup frequency an important consideration in data protection? Correct answer is more frequent backups reduce potential data loss in case of a system failure. Why should backups be encrypted? To prevent system administrators from accessing backup files, to improve the speed of the backup process, to protect stored data from unauthorized access or theft, or to reduce the size of backup files. Why should backups be encrypted? Correct answer is to protect stored data from unauthorized access or theft. What is a snapshot in the context of data backups? A point-in-time copy of a system or data used for quick recovery, a long-term archival backup stored off-site for disaster recovery, a log file that records all system changes for compliance tracking, or a real-time monitoring tool for detecting unauthorized access. What is a snapshot in the context of data backups? Correct answer is a point-in-time copy of a system or data used for quick recovery. What is the primary goal of a recovery plan in cybersecurity? To permanently shut down affected systems to prevent further attacks, to restore systems and data to a functional state after an incident, to encrypt all data to prevent unauthorized access, or to remove all backups to ensure no data leakage occurs. What is the primary goal of a recovery plan in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to restore systems and data to a functional state after an incident. Which of the following best describes data replication in disaster recovery? The process of copying data to another system in real time or scheduled intervals for redundancy, the encryption of backup data for secure storage, the complete deletion of old data to prevent unauthorized access, or a method for restricting user access to sensitive files. Which of the following best describes data replication in disaster recovery? Correct answer is the process of copying data to another system in real time or scheduled intervals for redundancy. What is the purpose of journaling in data security? To restrict access to specific files using role-based permissions, to create a physical backup copy of all data at the end of each day, to keep a continuous log of changes to data for recovery and integrity verification, or to store encryption keys for secure data access. The purpose of journaling in data security. Correct answer is to keep a continuous log of changes to data for recovery and integrity verification. Why is power a critical consideration in cybersecurity and disaster recovery planning? Power fluctuations eliminate the need for backup systems. Unstable power sources improve system efficiency. Power outages have no impact on IT security controls. Or power failures can cause downtime, data loss, and security vulnerabilities. Why is power a critical consideration in cybersecurity and disaster recovery planning? Correct answer is power failures can cause downtime, data loss, and security vulnerabilities. What is the role of generators in disaster recovery planning? To encrypt all system data before a power outage occurs, to provide backup power in case of a primary power failure, to permanently shut down non-essential systems during business hours, or to reduce the need for regular power supply maintenance. What is the role of generators in disaster recovery planning? Correct answer is to provide backup power in case of a primary power failure. What is the primary function of an interruptible power supply, or UPS, in cybersecurity? To provide temporary backup power to critical systems in case of an outage, to permanently replace main power sources for all network devices, to eliminate the need for data backups by securing power supply, or to provide long-term power solutions without requiring additional resources. The primary function of an uninterruptible power supply, or UPS, in cybersecurity. Correct answer is to provide temporary backup power to critical systems in case of an outage. Question 1. What is the primary purpose of establishing a secure baseline in cybersecurity? To ensure that all systems operate without any security controls, to remove access restrictions for easier system management, to define the minimum required security settings for all systems, or to disable encryption to improve system performance. The primary purpose of establishing a secure baseline in cybersecurity. Correct answer is to define the minimum required security settings for all systems. What is an important step when deploying a secure baseline? Removing all security updates to speed up deployment, allowing unrestricted administrative access to systems, disabling monitoring tools to prevent false alerts, or ensuring system settings match security policies before deployment. An important step when deploying a secure baseline. Correct answer is ensuring system settings match security policies before deployment. Why is it important to maintain a secure baseline over time? To keep systems protected through regular updates and patches, to eliminate the need for security audits and assessments, to allow systems to operate without encryption for faster performance, or to prevent security configurations from being changed under any circumstances. Why is it important to maintain a secure baseline over time? Correct answer is to keep systems protected through regular updates and patches. Which of the following is an effective method for hardening mobile devices? Disabling automatic updates to prevent system changes, allowing unrestricted installation of third-party apps, using strong authentication and remote wipe, or disabling encryption to improve performance. Which of the following is an effective method for hardening mobile devices? Correct answer is using strong authentication and remote wipe. What is a key security measure for hardening workstations? Applying patches and disabling unneeded services, allowing unrestricted administrator access for all users, disabling firewalls to increase network speed, or enabling guest accounts for convenience. What is a key security measure for hardening workstations? Correct answer is applying patches and disabling unneeded services. What is a recommended practice for securing network switches? Allowing open access to all VLANs, disable unused ports and use MAC filtering, configuring all ports to operate in promiscuous mode, or disabling logging to improve performance. What is a recommended practice for securing network switches? Correct answer is disabling unused ports and using MAC filtering. Which of the following is an essential security measure for hardening routers? Using default manufacturer settings for quick setup, changing default credentials and disabling unnecessary services, disabling encryption to improve network speed, or allowing remote administration from any IP address. Which of the following is an essential security measure for hardening routers? Correct answer is changing default credentials and disabling unnecessary services. What is an important security consideration for cloud infrastructure? Implementing strong identity and access management controls, allowing unrestricted access to all cloud services, disabling encryption to reduce processing overhead, or allowing all applications to run with administrative privileges. What is an important security consideration for cloud infrastructure? Correct answer is implementing strong identity and access management controls. Which security control is essential for hardening servers? Enabling all ports for unrestricted connectivity, using default administrator credentials for all accounts, enforcing least privilege and disabling unnecessary services, or disabling logging to improve server performance. Which security control is essential for hardening servers? Correct answer is enforcing least privilege and disabling unnecessary services. What is a major security risk associated with industrial control systems and SCADA? ICS and SCADA often lack built-in security, making them vulnerable. They're always isolated from the internet and cannot be accessed remotely. SCADA systems automatically update their security patches, or ICS networks do not require authentication for remote access. What is a major security risk associated with industrial control systems and SCADA? Correct answer is ICS and SCADA often lack built-in security, making them vulnerable. How can embedded systems be hardened against security threats? By allowing all devices to communicate without authentication, by keeping default settings to simplify maintenance, by storing encryption keys in unprotected locations, or disable unnecessary functions and apply firmware updates. How can embedded systems be hardened against security threats? Correct answer is disabling unnecessary functions and applying firmware updates. Which of the following is a security challenge associated with real-time operating systems, RTOS? RTOS often prioritizes performance over security, increasing vulnerability. RTOS systems are immune to malware due to their specialized design. RTOS systems automatically apply security patches in real time. Or RTOS does not require authentication for access control. Which of the following is a security challenge associated with real-time operating systems? Correct answer is RTOS often prioritizes performance over security, increasing vulnerability. Which of the following best describes a major security risk associated with IoT devices? IoT devices cannot be accessed remotely, making them inherently secure. IoT devices automatically update firmware with the latest security patches. Many IoT devices lack strong security and are vulnerable to attacks, or IoT devices do not require encryption for secure communication. Which of the following best describes a major security risk associated with IoT devices? Correct answer is many IoT devices lack strong security and are vulnerable to attacks. What is a key security consideration when configuring wireless devices? Enabling WPA3 encryption to protect data in transit, using open networks to allow easy access for all users, disabling MAC address filtering for better compatibility, or keeping default SSIDs to simplify network identification. What is a key security consideration when configuring wireless devices? Correct answer is enabling WPA3 encryption to protect data in transit. Why is it important to consider security during the installation of network devices? To allow unrestricted access for easy troubleshooting, to disable logging features to improve device performance, to keep factory default credentials for faster setup, or to ensure devices are configured with encryption and access controls. Why is it important to consider security during the installation of networking devices? Correct answer is ensure devices are configured with encryption and access controls. What is the purpose of a wireless site survey? To block all unauthorized connections by default, to analyze signal strength, interference, and coverage for optimal deployment, to increase the transmission power of wireless access points beyond legal limits, or to disable all encryption settings to enhance performance. What is the purpose of a wireless site survey? Correct answer is to analyze signal strength, interference, and coverage for optimal deployment. What does a heat map represent in a wireless network assessment? A visual representation of wireless signal strength and coverage areas, a list of all devices connected to a wireless network, a graphical display of network security logs, or a real-time encryption key tracking system. What does a heat map represent in a wireless network assessment? Correct answer is a visual representation of wireless signal strength and coverage areas. What is the primary function of mobile device management, or MDM, in an enterprise environment? To disable all network access and Bluetooth configurations on mobile devices, to prevent employees from using company-owned devices, to enforce security policies and remotely manage mobile devices, or to automatically encrypt all mobile device applications. What is the primary function of mobile device management, or MDM, in an enterprise environment? Correct answer is to enforce security policies and remotely manage mobile devices. Which of the following best describes the Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD, deployment model? Employees use personal devices for work under security policies. Only corporate-owned devices are allowed on the network. Employees must use company-provided devices with no personal use allowed, or organizations do not allow mobile devices to connect to their network. Which of the following best describes the Bring Your Own Device deployment model? Correct answer is employees use personal devices for work under security policies. How does the corporate-owned, personally enabled, or COPE, deployment model differ from BYOD? Employees bring their own devices without company management. Employees have complete control over all security settings. Devices are strictly limited to corporate use with no personal functionality, or company-owned devices with limited personal use are allowed. How does the corporate-owned, personally enabled, or COPE deployment model differ from BYOD? Correct answer is company-owned devices with limited personal use allowed. Which mobile device deployment model allows employees to select from a list of company-approved devices? Choose Your Own Device, or CYOD, Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD, Corporate-Owned, Personally Enabled, or COPE, or Mobile Device Management, or MDM. Which mobile device deployment model allows employees to select from a list of company-approved devices? Correct answer is Choose Your Own Device, or CYOD. Which mobile connection method provides the most secure and reliable remote network access? Public Wi-Fi, unencrypted Bluetooth, cellular, or open wireless hotspots? Which mobile connection method provides the most secure and reliable remote network access? Correct answer is cellular. What is a common security risk when connecting to public Wi-Fi networks? Stronger encryption than cellular networks, man-in-the-middle attacks that intercept data, guaranteed protection against unauthorized access, or automatic enforcement of corporate security policies? What is a common security risk when connecting to public Wi-Fi networks? Correct answer is man-in-the-middle or MITM attacks that intercept data. Which of the following is a security concern when using Bluetooth connections? Bluetooth signals are immune to eavesdropping. Bluetooth connections automatically use end-to-end encryption. Devices can be vulnerable to unauthorized pairing and interception. Or Bluetooth devices do not require authentication for pairing. Which of the following is a security concern when using Bluetooth connections? Correct answer is devices can be vulnerable to unauthorized pairing and interception. What is a key security improvement in Wi-Fi Protected Access 3 or WPA3 over WPA2? WPA3 uses stronger encryption with simultaneous authentication of equals. WPA3 eliminates the need for authentication in wireless networks. WPA3 increases network speed by disabling encryption. Or WPA3 only works on wired networks and does not support wireless encryption. Was a key security improvement in Wi-Fi Protected Access 3 over WPA2. Correct answer is WPA3 uses stronger encryption with simultaneous authentication of equals. What is the primary function of AAA, authentication, authorization, and accounting in remote access security? To force users to sign in using either authentication, authorization, or an accounting method, to disable encryption for faster authentication, to allow anonymous users to authenticate without credentials, or to enforce identity verification, permissions, and activity tracking. What is the primary function of AAA, authentication, authorization, and accounting in remote access security? Correct answer is to enforce identity verification, permissions, and activity tracking. Which of the following best describes the role of the Radius protocol? Provides centralized authentication and authorization for remote users. It encrypts all network traffic automatically using wafer encryption technology. It is used for securing web applications against attacks, or prevents wireless devices from connecting to networks. Which of the following best describes the role of the Radius protocol? Correct answer is it provides centralized authentication and authorization for remote users. Which cryptographic protocol is commonly used to secure web communications? Secure File Transfer Protocol, or SFTP, Simple Network Management Protocol, or SNMP, Transport Layer Security, or TLS, or Internet Protocol Security, or IPsec. Which cryptographic protocol is commonly used to secure web communications? Correct answer is Transport Layer Security. Which of the following is a widely used authentication protocol for network access control? File Transfer Protocol, or FTP, Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, or HTTPS, or Extensible Authentication Protocol, or EAP. Which of the following is a widely used authentication protocol for network access control? Correct answer is Extensible Authentication Protocol, or EAP. Why is input validation important for application security? It disables encryption to speed up data processing. It prevents injection attacks by validating input data. It allows users to execute arbitrary code on the server. Or it ensures that all data is stored in plain text for better performance. Why is input validation important for application security? Correct answer is it prevents injection attacks by validating input data. What is the purpose of secure cookies in web application security? Prevent unauthorized access with encrypted cookies and proper attributes, to store passwords in plain text for quick authentication, to allow users to modify session data freely, or to enable cross-site scripting or XSS attacks for better user experience. What is the purpose of secure cookies in web application security? Correct answer is to prevent unauthorized access with encrypted cookies and proper attributes. How does static code analysis improve application security? By testing applications in a live production environment without restrictions, by allowing developers to bypass security policies for testing purposes, by identifying vulnerabilities in source code before execution, or by modifying application logic dynamically at runtime. How does static code analysis improve application security? Correct answer is by identifying vulnerabilities in source code before execution. What is the main purpose of code signing in software security? To verify software authenticity and integrity with digital signatures, to encrypt source code before execution, to allow any user to modify the application code, or to remove security controls from the software to improve performance. What is the main purpose of code signing in software security? Correct answer is to verify software authenticity and integrity with digital signatures. What is the primary function of sandboxing in cybersecurity? To allow unrestricted access to system resources for testing purposes, to execute untrusted code directly on production servers, to isolate untrusted applications in a controlled environment to prevent threats, or to disable all security features in an application for debugging. What is the primary function of sandboxing in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to isolate untrusted applications in a controlled environment to prevent threats. Why is continuous monitoring important in cybersecurity? It eliminates the need for firewalls and intrusion detection systems. It allows all users to access system logs without restrictions. It ensures that security vulnerabilities are only addressed after an attack occurs, or it helps detect and respond to security threats in real time. Why is continuous monitoring important in cybersecurity? Correct answer is it helps detect and respond to security threats in real time. What is a key security consideration in the acquisition and procurement process? Purchasing the cheapest solution without assessing security impact, evaluating vendors for security compliance and potential risks, avoiding software updates to prevent system changes, or granting full administrative privileges to all new software installations. What is a key security consideration at the acquisition and procurement process? Correct answer is evaluating vendors for security compliance and potential risks. Why is asset ownership important in cybersecurity? It assigns responsibility for the protection and management of an asset. It ensures that all employees have unrestricted access to critical data. It allows assets to be shared freely without tracking usage, or it eliminates the need for access control policies. Why is asset ownership important in cybersecurity? Correct answer is it assigns responsibility for the protection and management of an asset. What is the purpose of data classification in an organization? To delete all outdated data regardless of content, to prevent security monitoring tools from analyzing data, to categorize data based on sensitivity and access requirements, or to ensure that all data is stored in plain text for easy access. What is the purpose of data classification in an organization? Correct answer is to categorize data based on sensitivity and access requirements. Why is asset inventory management important in cybersecurity? It helps track and manage IT resources to identify unauthorized devices. It allows unrestricted connection of personal devices to the corporate network. It ensures that all software licenses remain unused, or it eliminates the need for security controls on older assets. Why is asset inventory management important in cybersecurity? Correct answer is it helps track and manage IT resources to identify unauthorized devices. What is the primary function of asset enumeration in cybersecurity? To delete all inactive network devices automatically, to identify and catalog devices, services, and configurations on a network, to encrypt all network traffic without user intervention, or to prevent IT teams from tracking hardware usage. What is the primary function of asset enumeration in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to identify and catalog devices, services, and configurations on a network. What is the purpose of sanitation in the disposal and decommissioning process? To allow unrestricted access to all data on a device, to convert data into a format that can be easily accessed by unauthorized users, to ensure that all sensitive data is removed from a device before disposal or reuse, or to keep data stored on an obsolete hardware for future use. What is the purpose of sanitation in the disposal and decommissioning process? Correct answer is to ensure that all sensitive data is removed from a device before disposal or reuse. Which method ensures that a storage device is permanently destroyed and cannot be recovered? Physical destruction like shredding or crushing, encrypting the device to prevent unauthorized access, reformatting the device to erase data, or storing the device in a secure facility indefinitely. Which method ensures that a storage device is permanently destroyed and cannot be recovered? Correct answer is physical destruction like shredding or crushing. What is the purpose of certification in the context of data disposal? To verify that data was properly sanitized or destroyed per security standards, to ensure that device is returned to its original manufacturer for resale, to guarantee that the data is accessible for future audits, or to provide a backup of the data for recovery purposes. What is the purpose of certification in the context of data disposal? Correct answer is to verify that the data was properly sanitized or destroyed per security standards. Why is data retention an important consideration in the disposal process? It allows data to be stored indefinitely for future use. It enables unrestricted access to all data regardless of its age. It speeds up the disposal process by ignoring legal requirements, or it ensures data is kept for required compliance periods before secure disposal. Why is data retention an important consideration in the disposal process? Correct answer is ensure data is kept for required compliance periods before secure disposal. What is the primary function of a vulnerability scan in cybersecurity? To monitor network traffic for potential data exfiltration, to identify and assess potential weaknesses in a system or network, to verify that encryption standards are being met, or to block all incoming traffic from untrusted sources. What is the primary function of a vulnerability scan in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to identify and assess potential weaknesses in a system or network. What is the primary goal of static analysis in application security? To test the application in a live environment to identify vulnerabilities during runtime, to monitor network traffic generated by the application for malicious behavior, to analyze the application source code without execution to identify vulnerabilities, or to analyze the application's performance under heavy load conditions. What is the primary goal of static analysis in application security? Correct answer is to analyze the application source code without execution to identify vulnerabilities. How does dynamic analysis help improve application security? By analyzing the application during execution to detect real-time vulnerabilities, by verifying that the application's code is compliant with industry standards, by creating a backup of the application's source code for disaster recovery, or by encrypting the application's data to ensure privacy. How does dynamic analysis help improve application security? Correct answer is by analyzing the application during execution to detect real-time vulnerabilities. What is the purpose of package monitoring in application security? To monitor user login activity for potential brute force attacks, to control access to specific network services based on security policies, to test the application's response to simulated security breaches, or to track and analyze third-party dependencies for vulnerabilities. What is the purpose of package monitoring in application security? Correct answer is to track and analyze third-party dependencies for vulnerabilities. What is a threat feed in cybersecurity? A list of security policies and guidelines for employees, the stream of updates on current and emerging cybersecurity threats, a network device that blocks potential threats in real time, or a tool used to encrypt and protect sensitive data during transmission. What is a threat feed in cybersecurity? Correct answer is a stream of updates on current and emerging cybersecurity threats. What does an open source intelligence, or OSINT, involve in cybersecurity? Collecting public info from open sources to identify potential threats, encrypting public data to ensure privacy in the open web, monitoring only proprietary sources of information or threats, or blocking all open source platforms from being accessed by attackers. What does open source intelligence, or OSINT, involve in cybersecurity? Correct answer is collecting public info from open sources to identify potential threats. What is the primary concern when using proprietary versus third-party software in a security environment? Third-party software is always more secure than proprietary software. Proprietary software requires fewer security patches than third-party software. Proprietary offers more control. Third-party may introduce external risks. Or third-party software does not need to undergo security assessments. What is the primary concern when using proprietary versus third-party software in a security environment? Correct answer is proprietary offers more control. Third-party may introduce external risks. What is the purpose of an information sharing organization in cybersecurity? To enable organizations to share threat intel and security best practices, to store sensitive data for organizations without encryption, to prevent organizations from sharing any security-related information, or to distribute malware and exploit vulnerabilities in organizations. What is the purpose of an information sharing organization in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to enable organizations to share threat intel and security best practices. What is a common risk associated when accessing information on the dark web? Guaranteed protection from all types of cyber attacks, exposure to illegal content, cybercrime, and harmful software, complete anonymity for the organization accessing the dark web, or immediate access to fully encrypted safe information. What is a common risk associated when accessing information on the dark web? Correct answer is exposure to illegal content, cybercrime, and harmful software. What is the primary goal of penetration testing, or pen testing, in cybersecurity? To identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses in a system by simulating attacks, to completely shut down a network for maintenance purposes, to encrypt all data on a system to prevent access, or to allow unlimited access to an organization's internal systems. What is the primary goal of penetration testing in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to identify vulnerabilities and weaknesses in a system by simulating attacks. What is the purpose of a responsible disclosure program in cybersecurity? To encourage hackers to exploit vulnerabilities for personal gain, to prevent any third-party reports from being considered by organizations, to let researchers report vulnerabilities ethically and in a controlled way, or to eliminate the need for vulnerability scanning and monitoring. What is the purpose of a responsible disclosure program in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to let researchers report vulnerabilities ethically and in a controlled way. What is a bug bounty program? A program where organizations reward reports for security vulnerabilities, a service that automatically patches vulnerabilities without user input, a certification for companies with the best cybersecurity practices, or a mechanism for rewarding employees for non-cybersecurity tasks. What is a bug bounty program? Correct answer is a program where organizations reward reports of security vulnerabilities. What is the goal of a system or process audit in cybersecurity? To increase system performance by disabling security measures, to monitor employee productivity and access to non-sensitive systems, to remove all outdated security logs from the system, or to evaluate security controls, find vulnerabilities, and ensure compliance. What is the goal of a system or process audit in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to evaluate security controls, find vulnerabilities, and ensure compliance. What is the purpose of analysis in vulnerability management? To assess and understand the severity, impact, and risk of identified vulnerabilities, to identify vulnerabilities in a system without considering their potential impact, to remove all vulnerabilities immediately regardless of priority, or to ignore low-risk vulnerabilities and focus only on high-risk ones. What is the purpose of analysis in vulnerability management? Correct answer is to assess and understand the severity, impact, and risk of identified vulnerabilities. What does confirmation mean in the context of vulnerability management? Ignoring vulnerabilities until they're reported by an external source, automatically patching vulnerabilities without verifying their existence, verifying the existence of a vulnerability and determining its true impact, or declaring all detected vulnerabilities as false positives. What does confirmation mean in the context of vulnerability management? Correct answer is verifying the existence of a vulnerability and determining its true impact. What is a false positive in vulnerability scanning? When a vulnerability is identified correctly but is ignored, when a vulnerability is incorrectly identified as present when it is not, when a system is reported as secure but it's actually vulnerable, or when a vulnerability is correctly identified but is not fixed in time. What is a false positive in vulnerability scanning? Correct answer is when a vulnerability is incorrectly identified as present when it is not. What does a false negative refer to in vulnerability scanning? When a vulnerability is missed or incorrectly marked as not present, when a vulnerability is falsely detected as being present, when a scan detects the wrong vulnerability on a system, or when a system is incorrectly marked as fully secure. What does a false negative refer to in vulnerability scanning? Correct answer is when a vulnerability is missed or incorrectly marked as not present. What is the purpose of prioritizing vulnerabilities in a security environment? To address every vulnerability equally regardless of severity, to focus on critical vulnerabilities first based on potential impact, to ignore low severity vulnerabilities until higher severity vulnerabilities are addressed, or to patch only the vulnerabilities that are identified by the security team. What is the purpose of prioritizing vulnerabilities in a security environment? Correct answer is to focus on critical vulnerabilities first based on potential impact. What does the Common Vulnerability Scoring System provide, CVSS? A list of all known vulnerabilities with corresponding fixes, a list of industry best practices for vulnerability management, a tool for scanning systems for vulnerabilities in real time, or a standardized method for rating the severity of vulnerabilities. What does the Common Vulnerability Scoring System provide? Correct answer is a standardized method for rating the severity of vulnerabilities. What is the Common Vulnerability Enumeration, or CVE? A database assigning unique IDs to known cybersecurity vulnerabilities, a list of organizations offering vulnerability scanning services, a method for tracking unpatched vulnerabilities across all systems, or a tool for scanning systems for vulnerabilities in real time. What is the Common Vulnerability Enumeration, or CVE? Correct answer is a database assigning unique IDs to known cybersecurity vulnerabilities. What is vulnerability classification? A method for patching vulnerabilities in real time, the process of ignoring vulnerabilities that do not have immediate solutions, a way of sorting vulnerabilities by their appearance in reports, or categorizing vulnerabilities by type, severity, and impact. What is vulnerability classification? Correct answer is categorizing vulnerabilities by type, severity, and impact. What does the exposure factor measure in risk management? The number of potential threats to an asset, the likelihood of a vulnerability being exploited, percentage of asset loss from a specific threat, or the severity of an attack on a system or network. What does the exposure factor measure in risk management? Correct answer is percentage of asset loss from a specific threat. What are environmental variables in the context of vulnerability management? Physical factors like environment, climate, and location affecting risk, the number of users accessing a system and their level of access, the specific security policies applied to a network, or the amount of traffic in the network and its impact on system performance. What are environmental variables in the context of vulnerability management? Correct answer is physical factors like environment, climate, and location affecting risk. What does industry or organizational impact refer to in risk management? The number of vulnerabilities detected within an organization, the cost of replacing vulnerable systems or devices, the time it takes to patch a vulnerability in the system, or potential consequences a vulnerability may have on the business or industry. What does industry or organizational impact refer to in risk management? Correct answer is the potential consequences a vulnerability may have on the business or industry. What is meant by risk tolerance in cybersecurity? Level of risk an organization is willing to accept to meet goals, the time it takes for an organization to recover from a cyber attack, the cost of mitigating vulnerabilities across the entire organization, or the likelihood that a vulnerability will be detected in a timely manner. What is meant by risk tolerance in cybersecurity? Correct answer is the level of risk an organization is willing to accept to meet goals. What is the primary goal of vulnerability response and remediation? To delay remediation actions until security experts can conduct further analysis, to ignore vulnerabilities that do not have an immediate impact on the system, to identify, prioritize, and fix vulnerabilities to reduce risk exposure, or to document vulnerabilities without taking any corrective action. What is the primary goal of vulnerability response and remediation? Correct answer is to identify, prioritize, and fix vulnerabilities to reduce risk exposure. What is the purpose of patching in vulnerability management? To apply updates and fixes to address known software or hardware vulnerabilities, to monitor all system and network activity for potential vulnerabilities, to permanently disable security controls and access management for better performance, or to incorporate quality of life improvements to streamline workflow optimization for users. What is the purpose of patching in vulnerability management? Correct answer is to apply updates and fixes to address known software or hardware vulnerabilities. How does insurance relate to vulnerability management? It eliminates the need for other security measures such as patching and network segmentation. It helps reduce financial loss from attacks but doesn't replace risk management. It ensures that all security systems are automatically updated and patched, or it is used to secure only physical assets, not digital systems. How does insurance relate to vulnerability management? Correct answer is it helps reduce financial loss from attacks but doesn't replace risk management. What is the purpose of network segmentation in cybersecurity? To create a single flat network that is easier to manage and maintain, to allow unrestricted access between all network devices for faster communication between them, to divide a network into smaller segments to reduce the impact of a potential breach, or to prevent all external devices from connecting to the network. What is the purpose of network segmentation in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to divide a network into smaller segments to reduce the impact of a potential breach. What are compensating controls in security? Alternative security measures implemented when the primary control cannot be applied. Controls that are automatically implemented by security software without configuration. Controls that eliminate the need for other security measures altogether. Or controls that are only applicable to external systems and networks. What are compensating controls in security? Correct answer is alternative security measures implemented when the primary control cannot be applied. What is the difference between exceptions and exemptions in vulnerability management? Exemptions allow temporary deviations from security policies, while exceptions remove policies entirely. Exceptions are applied to minor vulnerabilities, while exemptions are applied to major vulnerabilities. There is no difference, the terms are interchangeable. Or exceptions allow temporary deviations from security policies, while exemptions remove policies entirely. What is the difference between exceptions and exemptions in vulnerability management? Correct answer is exceptions allow temporary deviations from security policies, while exemptions remove policies entirely. What is the purpose of validating remediation efforts in cybersecurity? To ensure the fix addresses the vulnerability without adding new risks, to record the number of vulnerabilities that have been patched, to assess the financial cost of applying patches and security measures, or to eliminate the need for further security testing after patching. What is the purpose of validating remediation efforts in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to ensure that the fix addresses the vulnerability without adding new risks. What does rescanning involve in vulnerability management? Scanning only a specific portion of the network for vulnerabilities, scanning a system before patching to identify potential vulnerabilities, scanning after remediation to confirm issues are resolved, or scanning external networks for unauthorized access. What does rescanning involve in vulnerability management? Correct answer is scanning after remediation to confirm issues are resolved. Why is an audit important in vulnerability management? To make sure that all network devices are disconnected during security checks, to verify the effectiveness of security controls, compliance, and remediation actions, to ensure that no security measures are applied and operations run more efficiently, or to prevent users from accessing the system until audit processes are complete. Why is an audit important in vulnerability management? Correct answer is to verify the effectiveness of security controls, compliance, and remediation actions. What is the purpose of verification in vulnerability management? To confirm vulnerabilities are remediated and security measures work, to check whether the vulnerability scanning tools are working correctly, to verify the financial cost of remediation efforts, or to make sure all users are informed about security updates. What is the purpose of verification in vulnerability management? Correct answer is to confirm vulnerabilities are remediated and security measures work. What is the primary purpose of reporting in vulnerability management? To track the number of system outages caused by vulnerabilities, to ensure that all users are informed about their personal vulnerabilities, to prevent external vendors from accessing sensitive data, or to communicate vulnerability status, remediation, and impact to stakeholders. What is the primary purpose of reporting in vulnerability management? Correct answer is to communicate vulnerability status, remediation, and impact to stakeholders. What is the main purpose of monitoring computing resources in an organization? To track and manage system health, performance, and security. To ensure that no systems are being used for unauthorized activities. To reduce network traffic by limiting data storage. Or to monitor the power consumption of devices in the organization. What is the main purpose of monitoring computing resources in an organization? Correct answer is to track and manage system health, performance, and security. What is the goal of monitoring applications in a network? To ensure that all applications are running in offline mode for better security. To detect vulnerabilities, errors, and performance issues within the application. To prevent users from accessing any installed applications. Or to configure all applications to automatically disable logging. What is the goal of monitoring applications in a network? Correct answer is to detect vulnerabilities, errors, and performance issues within the application. Why is monitoring infrastructure important in cybersecurity? To ensure that the network and devices are functioning securely. To remove all unnecessary infrastructure to improve speed. To eliminate any redundant network devices and increase connectivity. Or to ensure no infrastructure is connected to external networks. Why is monitoring infrastructure important in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to ensure that the network and devices are functioning securely. What is log aggregation in the context of monitoring activities? The automatic deletion of outdated logs to improve storage capacity. The process of monitoring user activity across all systems. The process of collecting system logs into a central repository for analysis. Or the isolation of logs from critical systems to prevent unauthorized access. What is log aggregation in the context of monitoring activities? Correct answer is the process of collecting system logs into a central repository for analysis. What is the purpose of alerting in security monitoring? To notify admins of potential security events needing attention, to silence all notifications to avoid unnecessary disturbances, to automatically apply security patches without user consent, or to display irrelevant information to confuse attackers. What is the purpose of alerting in security monitoring? Correct answer is to notify admins of potential security events needing attention. Why is scanning important in vulnerability management? To scan external networks for unauthorized access. To limit network traffic by blocking unnecessary devices, to identify system and application vulnerabilities needing remediation, or to ensure all systems are running on the latest version of the operating system. Why is scanning important in vulnerability management? Correct answer is to identify system and application vulnerabilities needing remediation. What is the main purpose of reporting in security monitoring? To monitor user productivity and application usage in real time. To encrypt all network traffic and ensure that data cannot be accessed. To automatically generate security patches for identified issues. Or to provide detailed analysis of incidents, vulnerabilities, and performance to stakeholders. What is the main purpose of reporting in security monitoring? Correct answer is to provide detailed analysis of incidents, vulnerabilities, and performance to stakeholders. Why is archiving logs important in security operations? To store historical data for compliance, audits, and future analysis. To remove all logs older than 1 week to save space. To prevent access to logs for non-administrative users. Or to ensure logs are deleted automatically after a specific time period. Why is archiving logs important in security operations? Correct answer is to store historical data for compliance, audits, and future analysis. What is the primary purpose of quarantine in alert response and remediation? To permanently delete files that are flagged as suspicious. to isolate potentially malicious files or devices to prevent further damage, to automatically patch vulnerabilities without user intervention, or to encrypt files and make them unreadable to attackers. What is the primary purpose of quarantine in alert response and remediation? Correct answer is to isolate potentially malicious files or devices to prevent further damage. What is alert tuning in the context of security operations? The use of alert thresholds to reduce false positives and highlight relevant alerts. The act of rerouting all security alerts to network centers to minimize minor threats and forward major threats to audit logs. The automatic categorization of all alerts as high priority threats. Or the use of encryption to secure all alerts before transmission. What is alert tuning in the context of security operations? Correct answer is the use of alert thresholds to reduce false positives and highlight relevant alerts. What is the purpose of the Security Content Automation Protocol, or SCAP? To monitor network traffic for unauthorized access attempts, to manually configure security controls on devices, to standardize security info format and automate compliance management, or to provide automatic detection of vulnerabilities in external networks. What is the purpose of the Security Content Automation Protocol, or SCAP? Correct answer is to standardize security info format and automate compliance management. How do security benchmarks help improve an organization's security posture? They offer best practices for securing systems and networks. They are used to ignore all security vulnerabilities in a system. They automatically patch vulnerabilities and deploy fixes, or they measure the financial costs associated with security incidents. How do security benchmarks help improve an organization's security posture? Correct answer is they offer best practices for securing systems and networks. What is the difference between agent-based and agentless security monitoring? Agentless monitoring is more secure than agent-based monitoring. Agent-based monitoring is always less effective than agentless monitoring. Agent-based monitoring is only used for external networks, while agentless is used internally. Or agent-based needs software on the system, agentless does not. What is the difference between agent-based and agentless security monitoring? Correct answer is agent-based needs software on the systems, agentless does not. What is the role of Security Information and Event Management, or SIEM, systems? To monitor the physical security of facilities and control access to sensitive areas. To collect, correlate, and analyze security data to identify threats. To automatically encrypt all data in real time to ensure confidentiality. Or to block all incoming network traffic from untrusted sources. What is the role of Security Information and Event Management, or SIEM, systems? Correct answer is to collect, correlate, and analyze security data to identify threats. What is the main function of a Security Information and Event Management, or SIEM, system? To encrypt all network traffic to ensure secure communications. To limit access to sensitive data by restricting user login attempts. To collect and analyze event data to detect and respond to threats, or to block all incoming network traffic from untrusted sources. What is the main function of a Security Information and Event Management, or SIEM, system? Correct answer is to collect and analyze event data to detect and respond to threats. What is the primary role of antivirus software in cybersecurity? To detect, block, and remove malware like viruses, worms, and trojans. To encrypt sensitive files in the system to prevent unauthorized access. To monitor network traffic for suspicious activity. Or to manage access control lists, or ACLs, on firewalls. What is the primary role of antivirus software in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to detect, block, and remove malware like viruses, worms, and trojans. How does data loss prevention, or DLP, help protect sensitive data? by restricting sensitive data movement inside and outside the network, by providing automatic backups of all system files, by encrypting all data in transit between devices, or by blocking access to non-essential systems during business hours. How does data loss prevention, or DLP, help protect sensitive data? Correct answer is by restricting sensitive data movement inside and outside the network. What is the purpose of Simple Network Management Protocol, or SNMP, traps? To encrypt SNMP communication for secure management of devices, to detect and prevent unauthorized access to network devices, to block all non-essential network traffic in real time, or to send alerts to management systems about network device events or issues. What is the purpose of Simple Network Management Protocol, or SNMP, traps? Correct answer is to send alerts to management systems about network device events or issues. What is NetFlow used for in network security? To monitor and analyze traffic to detect unusual patterns or threats, to encrypt network traffic to prevent unauthorized interception, to manage and prioritize network bandwidth for better performance, or to block all traffic that originates from unknown IP addresses. What is NetFlow used for in network security? Correct answer is to monitor and analyze traffic to detect unusual patterns or threats. What is the main purpose of vulnerability scanners in cybersecurity? To encrypt files to protect against unauthorized access, to identify and assess vulnerabilities so that they can be remediated, to automatically patch all identified vulnerabilities in real time, or to restrict network access based on user authentication levels. What is the main purpose of vulnerability scanners in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to identify and assess vulnerabilities so that they can be remediated. What is the purpose of firewall rules in network security? To eliminate all external traffic to prevent network access, to automatically assign IP addresses to connected devices, to define allowed network traffic based on specific conditions, or to encrypt all traffic passing through the firewall. What is the purpose of firewall rules in network security? Correct answer is to define allowed network traffic based on specific conditions. What is the role of access control lists, or ACLs, in firewall configuration? To define rules or allow or deny traffic by IPs, subnets, and protocols, to automatically update firewall rules every time a security breach occurs, to detect unauthorized access attempts and block them, or to encrypt all incoming and outgoing data packets. What is the role of access control lists, or ACLs, in firewall configuration? Correct answer is to define rules to allow or deny traffic by IPs, subnets, and protocols. How are ports and protocols used in firewall configuration? To determine the encryption standards applied to network communications, to control traffic based on port numbers and communication protocols, to restrict physical access to network hardware, or to allow all network traffic by default without any filtering. How are ports and protocols used in firewall configuration? Correct answer is to control traffic based on port numbers and communication protocols. What is the purpose of a screened subnet in network security? To isolate internal networks from the internet using an intermediate firewall, to connect internal networks directly to external networks without any filtering, to allow unrestricted access to all devices on the network, or to block all incoming traffic from trusted external sources. What is the purpose of a screened subnet in network security? Correct answer is to isolate internal networks from the internet using an intermediate firewall. What is a trend in intrusion detection systems, or IDS, and intrusion prevention systems, or IPS? The shift away from automated responses to manual review of all security incidents, the increasing use of machine learning and AI to detect and respond to network threats, the move to allow all types of network traffic without inspection, or the removal of signature-based detection methods in favor of heuristic analysis. What is a trend in intrusion detection systems and intrusion prevention systems? Correct answer is the increasing use of machine learning and AI to detect and respond to network threats. What is the role of signatures in IDS or IPS systems? To automatically patch vulnerabilities as soon as they're detected, to encrypt all incoming network traffic for confidentiality, to match known attack patterns to detect malicious traffic, or to prevent access to all unauthorized devices on the network. What is the role of signatures in IDS and IPS systems? Correct answer is to match known attack patterns to detect malicious traffic. What is the primary function of agent-based web filtering? To install agents on devices to monitor and restrict web traffic locally, to filter web traffic based on centralized policies applied across the network, to block all inbound traffic from external sources, or to analyze only encrypted web traffic for potential threats. What is the primary function of agent-based web filtering? Correct answer is to install agents on devices to monitor and restrict web traffic locally. What is the role of a centralized proxy in web filtering? To store encrypted content locally for faster access, to block all internal network traffic for security reasons, to reduce the need for firewalls by intercepting all network traffic, or to act as an intermediary to enforce security policies between users and web services. What is the role of a centralized proxy in web filtering? Correct answer is to act as an intermediary to enforce security policies between users and web services. What is the purpose of URL scanning in web filtering? To monitor and record all visited websites for future reference, to encrypt URLs to prevent exposure of web browsing activity, to examine URLs for malicious content, phishing, or inappropriate material before access, or to block URLs that are part of an organization's intranet. What is the purpose of URL scanning in web filtering? Correct answer is to examine URLs for malicious content, phishing, or inappropriate material before access. How does content categorization enhance web filtering? By classifying web content into categories to apply specific access rules, by analyzing the size of content to determine if it should be accessed or blocked, by applying a universal rule that blocks all external content regardless of category, or by limiting web access to internal company resources only. How does content categorization enhance web filtering? Correct answer is by classifying web content into categories to apply specific access rules. What are block rules in web filtering? Rules that enable unrestricted access to all websites and web content. Rules that can automatically update filtering policies without user intervention. Rules that only monitor and log web traffic without taking any action, or rules that prevent access to specific sites, content, or categories per security policies. What are block rules in web filtering? Correct answer is rules that prevent access to specific sites, content, or categories per security policies. How does reputation-based web filtering work? It scans websites for content that meets a predefined reputation score. It blocks websites only from specific geographic locations based on reputation. It evaluates website reputation using history, feedback, and security issues. Or it grants access to websites with a history of high traffic and low security concerns. How does reputation-based web filtering work? Correct answer is it evaluates website reputation using history, feedback, and security issues. What is the primary function of operating system security? To protect the operating system from unauthorized access and attacks, to monitor the hardware performance of the system, to manage network traffic and optimize speed, or to ensure that the operating system always runs at full capacity? What is the primary function of operating system security? Correct answer is to protect the operating system from unauthorized access and attacks. How does group policy contribute to the operating system security? By allowing users to run certain groups of software types without restrictions, by enforcing security settings and configurations across network systems, by disabling all network communications between systems, or by preventing unauthorized access to physical hardware only. How does group policy contribute to operating system security? Correct answer is by enforcing security settings and configurations across networked systems. What does SE Linux provide in terms of operating system security? An encryption tool that protects system data in transit and at rest, a firewall that filters incoming network traffic based on predefined rules, a mandatory access control system that restricts process and user interactions with resources, or an antivirus feature to detect and remove malware. What does SE Linux provide in terms of operating system security? Correct answer is a mandatory access control system that restricts process and user interactions with resources. Why is the implementation of secure protocols essential in network security? To ensure secure, confidential data transmission across the network, to reduce the number of network devices in use, to improve network speed by removing encryption overhead, or to prevent the use of outdated software on network devices. Why is the implementation of secure protocols essential in network security? Correct answer is to ensure secure, confidential data transmission across the network. Which factor should be considered when selecting a network protocol? The age of the protocol and its popularity among users, the security level including encryption and authentication, the number of devices that support the protocol in the network, or the protocol's ability to bypass firewalls and network filters. Which factor should be considered when selecting a network protocol? Correct answer is the security level including encryption and authentication. What is an important consideration when selecting a port for network communication? The port's security and whether or not it is commonly targeted by attackers, the physical location of the server to which the port is connected, the amount of data the port can transmit per second, or the color of the network cables used with the port. What is an important consideration when selecting a port for network communication? Correct answer is the port security and whether it is commonly targeted by attackers. Why is transport method selection crucial in secure communications? It ensures that data is never encrypted during transmission. It improves the speed of the network connections by ignoring encryption. It restricts the types of devices that can access the network. Or it determines secure data transmission method and prevents unauthorized access. Why is transport method selection crucial in secure communications? Correct answer is it determines secure data transmission method and prevents unauthorized access. What is the main function of DNS filtering in network security? To prevent email phishing attempts by blocking suspicious domains, to speed up the resolution of DNS queries for all internal users, to block access to malicious websites by filtering DNS requests, or to redirect DNS queries to external servers for performance monitoring. What is the main function of DNS filtering in network security? Correct answer is to block access to malicious websites by filtering DNS requests. Why is email security important in protecting organizations from cyber threats? To prevent phishing, malware, and other malicious activities delivered through email, to encrypt email contents and make sure they're not readable by anyone, to reduce the number of users who are allowed to send emails from the organization, or to monitor the time taken by employees to read emails. Why is email security important in protecting organizations from cyber threats? Correct answer is to prevent phishing, malware, and other malicious activities delivered through email. What is the purpose of domain-based message authentication, reporting, and conformance, or DMARC? To ensure that email messages are encrypted before transmission, to authenticate and report emails to prevent spoofing and phishing, to block all incoming email traffic from unauthorized sources, from unknown sources, or to automatically remove all email attachments from incoming emails. What is the purpose of domain-based message authentication, reporting, and conformance, or DMARC? Correct answer is to authenticate and report emails to prevent spoofing and phishing. What does Domain Keys Identified Mail, or DKIM, provide for email security? It encrypts email content and attachments for confidentiality. It blocks phishing emails by detecting and removing malicious links in email messages. It adds a digital signature to verify sender identity and message integrity. Or it creates temporary email addresses to prevent spam. What does Domain Keys Identified Mail, or DKIM, provide for email security? Correct answer is it adds a digital signature to verify sender identity and message integrity. What is the function of Sender Policy Framework, or SPF, in email security? To define authorized mail servers to prevent domain spoofing, to filter and delete emails based on their content type, to prevent email attachments from being delivered to external recipients, or to analyze email metadata and flag suspicious senders. What is the function of Sender Policy Framework, or SPF, in email security? Correct answer is to define authorized mail servers to prevent domain spoofing. What is a gateway in the context of network security? A server that stores all incoming and outgoing emails for backup purposes, a device or software that connects to networks and filters traffic, a tool that encrypts all data being transmitted over the network, or a firewall that blocks all incoming traffic from untrusted networks. What is a gateway in the context of network security? Correct answer is a device or software that connects to networks and filters traffic. What is the primary purpose of File Integrity Monitoring, or FIM, in cybersecurity? To detect unauthorized changes to files and directories, to prevent unauthorized users from accessing files in real time, to encrypt files before they're stored on disk, or to automatically delete sensitive files after a certain period of time. What is the primary purpose of File Integrity Monitoring, or FIM, in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to detect unauthorized changes to files and directories. How does data loss prevention, or DLP, help protect sensitive information? By automatically deleting files that contain sensitive data, by encrypting data in transit without user interaction, by creating backup copies of sensitive data to prevent loss, or by blocking unauthorized transfer or sharing of sensitive data. How does data loss prevention, or DLP, help protect sensitive information? Correct answer is by blocking unauthorized transfer or sharing of sensitive data. What is the main purpose of Network Access Control, or NAC, in cybersecurity? To enforce security policies and control device access to the network, to monitor network traffic for suspicious behavior, to protect the network from DDoS attacks by filtering incoming traffic, or to enable seamless connection between different network segments. What is the main purpose of Network Access Control, or NAC, in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to enforce security policies and control device access to the network. What is the main difference between endpoint detection and response, or EDR, and extended detection and response, or XDR? EDR is focused on cloud security, while XDR is focused on local device protection. XDR provides only real-time threat detection, while EDR provides long-term analysis and reporting. XDR integrates data from multiple security layers. EDR focuses on endpoints only. Or EDR is used primarily for threat hunting, while XDR is used only for preventing malware infections. What is the main difference between endpoint detection and response, or EDR, and extended detection response, or XDR? Correct answer is XDR integrates data from multiple security layers. EDR focuses on endpoints only. How do user behavior analytics, or UBA, enhance cybersecurity? By analyzing user behavior to detect activities that may indicate a security breach, by blocking unauthorized users from accessing the network based on their login attempts, by monitoring system performance to identify areas for optimization, or by encrypting user data before it's transmitted over the network. How do user behavior analytics, or UBA, enhance cybersecurity? Correct answer is by analyzing user behavior to detect activities that may indicate a security breach. What is the purpose of provisioning and deprovisioning user accounts in an organization? To grant all users unrestricted access to all systems at all times, to automatically delete user accounts after a set period of inactivity, to encrypt all user data for protection without considering access controls, or to ensure users have proper access when joining or leaving the organization. What is the purpose of provisioning and deprovisioning user accounts in an organization? Correct answer is to ensure users have proper access when joining or leaving the organization. What is the impact of incorrect permission assignments in an organization? It ensures that no user can access sensitive data without proper authorization. It allows for better tracking of system performance. It can lead to unauthorized access, data breaches, and compromised systems, or it limits users to only accessing public information. What is the impact of incorrect permission assignments in an organization? Correct answer is it can lead to unauthorized access, data breaches, and compromised systems. What is the purpose of identity proofing in the context of cybersecurity? To verify that a user is who they claim to be before granting access to a system, to track the number of unsuccessful login attempts for auditing purposes, to ensure that users have access to all applications without requiring credentials, or to limit the number of devices that can access the network at one time. What is the purpose of identity proofing in the context of cybersecurity? Correct answer is to verify that a user is who they claim to be before granting access to a system. What is federation in identity management? The process of creating multiple user accounts for each organization to separate data access, the act of merging multiple databases into a single unified system, the use of a single authentication method for all internal and external users, or the process of linking and sharing user identity information across systems or organizations. What is federation in identity management? Correct answer is the process of linking and sharing user identity information across systems or organizations. What is the advantage of single sign-on, or SSO, in an organization's security system? It forces users to authenticate every time they access any application for increased security. It stores all user passwords in one location for easier access management. It allows users to authenticate once to access multiple applications without repeated logins, or it eliminates the need for network segmentation or firewalls in the organization. What is the advantage of single sign-on, or SSO, in an organization's security system? Correct answer is it allows users to authenticate once to access multiple applications without repeated logins. What is the role of Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, or LDAP, in identity management? It is used to query and modify directory services to store user and authentication information. It is a security protocol used to encrypt user data during transmission. It is a method for storing passwords in a centralized location, or it defines the rules for granting users access to network resources based on their location. What is the role of Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, or LDAP, in identity management? Correct answer is it is used to query and modify directory services to store user and authentication information. What does Open Authorization, or OAuth, provide in access management? It stores encrypted user credentials for secure access to applications. It lets third-party applications access user resources without sharing passwords. It authenticates users using multi-factor authentication for increased security, or it encrypts email messages to ensure confidentiality during transmission. What does Open Authorization, or OAuth, provide in access management? Correct answer is it lets third-party applications access user resources without sharing passwords. What is the role of Security Assertions Markup Language, or SAML, in Single Sign-On, or SSO? It stores encrypted passwords to prevent unauthorized access. It automatically generates user roles and permissions for SSO applications. It enables exchange of authentication and authorization data between identity and service providers, or it provides a secure way to connect all applications within a closed network. What is the role of Security Assertions Markup Language, or SAML, in Single Sign-On, or SSO? Correct answer is it enables exchange of authentication and authorization data between identity and service providers. What does interoperability in cybersecurity refer to? The ability of systems, devices, or apps to work together and exchange info securely. The process of isolating systems to prevent them from interacting with external networks. The process of creating backups to ensure data availability across different systems. Or the use of proprietary software to ensure security across all devices in an organization. What does interoperability in cybersecurity refer to? Correct answer is the ability of systems, devices, or apps to work together and exchange information securely. What is the purpose of attestation in security? To enforce encryption policies for user data during transmission, to verify system integrity to ensure it hasn't been altered or tampered with, to monitor and restrict access based on user authentication level, or to store audit logs for all security incidents for analysis. What is the purpose of attestation in security? Correct answer is to verify system integrity to ensure it hasn't been altered or tampered with. What is the primary goal of mandatory access control, or MAC? To allow users to decide their access rights based on their needs, to assign permissions dynamically based on the user's role in the organization, to enforce access restrictions via system policies that users can't override, or to provide access based on the time of day and specific user activities. What is the primary goal of mandatory access control, or MAC? Correct answer is to enforce access restrictions via system policies that users can't override. What is the key characteristic of discretionary access control, or DAC? It enforces strict security policies that can't be altered by the user. It assigns access based on the user's role in the organization. It provides access only at certain times of day. Or it allows owners of resources to decide who has access to their resources. What is the key characteristic of discretionary access control, or DAC? Correct answer is it allows owners of resources to decide who has access to their resources. What does role-based access control, or RBAC, or RBAC, rely on for assigning permissions? It assigns permissions based on a user's role in the organization. It allows users to freely assign permissions to other users. It grants access based on the time of day and user activity. Or it assigns permissions randomly to avoid overprivileging users. What does role-based access control, or RBAC, rely on for assigning permissions? Correct answer, it assigns permissions based on a user's role in the organization. What is rule-based access control, or RBAC? It allows users to define their own access rules based on individual preferences. It provides unrestricted access to users during specific time intervals. It enforces access based on predefined rules and policies, not users or roles, or it dynamically adjusts permissions based on user location within the network. What is rule-based access control? Correct answer is it enforces access based on predefined rules and policies, not users or roles. What does attribute-based access control, or ABAC, use to determine access? It uses attributes like user traits, environment, or resources to determine access. It uses only the user's role in the organization to assign access permissions. It grants access based on a user's time of day and location. Or it uses pre-configured static policies to restrict access at all times. What does attribute-based access control use to determine access? Correct answer, it uses attributes like user traits, environment, and resources to determine access. What is the function of time of day restrictions in access control? To allow unrestricted access during business hours and block access at all other times. To limit access to systems or resources based on the time of day or specific hours. To grant temporary access to external users based on the device's timestamp. Or to prevent system access during maintenance periods regardless of the user's role. What is the function of time of day restrictions in access control? Correct answer is to limit access to systems or resources based on the time of day or specific hours. What does the principle of least privilege ensure in access control? It grants users full access to all systems to increase productivity. It allows users to modify access permissions for other users. It ensures users only get the minimum access needed to do their tasks. Or it limits access based on user roles regardless of necessity. What does the principle of least privilege ensure in access control? Correct answer is it ensures users get only the minimum access needed to do their tasks. What is the main purpose of multi-factor authentication, or MFA? To require 2 or more verification methods to enhance security. To allow users to access systems with a single password. To track user activity for auditing purposes, or to automatically change passwords periodically for all users. What is the main purpose of multi-factor authentication, or MFA? Correct answer is it requires 2 or more verification methods to enhance security. What is an example of an implementation of multi-factor authentication? Allowing users to access a system using only a password. Requiring an employee badge for physical access control, requiring both a password and a fingerprint scan to log in, or allowing access based on solely a username and IP address. What is an example of an implementation of multi-factor authentication, or MFA? Correct answer is requiring both a password and a fingerprint scan to log in. What is the primary advantage of using biometrics for authentication? Biometrics provide a unique, hard-to-replicate verification using physical traits. Biometrics are easy to implement and can be used to monitor employee productivity. Biometric data can be reset with ease if compromised. Or biometrics require no training for users to operate. What is the primary advantage of using biometrics for authentication? Correct answer is biometrics provide a unique, hard-to-replicate verification using physical traits. What is the difference between hard and soft authentication tokens? Soft tokens require a physical device, while hard tokens are software applications. Hard tokens are physical devices, soft tokens are software-based applications for authentication. Hard tokens are used for password recovery, while soft tokens manage encryption keys. Or there is no difference between hard and soft tokens in terms of functionality. What is the difference between hard and soft authentication tokens? Correct answer is hard tokens are physical devices, soft tokens are software-based applications for authentication. What is the primary function of security keys in authentication? Security keys store encrypted passwords for easy retrieval during login. Security keys enable encrypted email communication without authentication. Security keys allow users to bypass security policies for testing purposes. Or security keys are a physical device used to verify identity, often in two-factor authentication or 2FA. What is the primary function of security keys in authentication? Correct answer is security keys are a physical device used to verify identity, often in two-factor authentication. Which of the following is an example of something you know in authentication? A fingerprint scan that uniquely identifies you, a physical card or token used to generate login codes, a password or PIN that you must input during login, or your current geographical location used to verify access. Which of the following is the example of something you know in authentication? Correct answer is a password or PIN that you must input during login. What is an example of something you have as a factor in authentication? A smartphone that generates authentication codes for login, a password that you type into a login form, a voice pattern used to authenticate your identity, or a retina scan that identifies you based on your eye characteristics. What is an example of something you have as a factor in authentication? Correct answer is a smartphone that generates authentication codes for login. Which of the following is an example of something you are as a factor in authentication? A smart card that you carry for authentication purposes, a password that only you know, a fingerprint scan that is unique to you, or a code sent to your phone that you enter during login. Which of the following is an example of something you are as a factor in authentication? Correct answer is a fingerprint scan that is unique to you. What is the purpose of somewhere you are as an authentication factor? To authenticate a user based on their physical location, often using GPS or IP address. To validate the user based on their known login name. To verify the user based on a secret password that is used at specific locations. Or to authenticate based on the user's biometric features. What is the purpose of somewhere you are as an authentication factor? Correct answer is to authenticate a user based on their physical location, often using GPS or IP address. Why is password length important in securing accounts? Shorter passwords are easier to remember for users. Longer passwords are harder to crack through brute force. Short passwords reduce the complexity of password storage. Or password length has no impact on security. Why is password length important in securing accounts? Correct answer is longer passwords are harder to crack through brute force. Which of the following is a password best practice for ensuring security? Using a combination of upper and lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Using a long word from the dictionary that is easy to remember without writing it down. Maintaining the same password across applications to ensure consistency and reliability. Or only writing your password down on your physical device, not storing it digitally. Which of the following is a password best practice for ensuring security? Correct answer is using a combination of upper and lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. What is the recommended password length for maximum security? 6 to 8 characters, only 8 characters, any length as long as it's memorable, or at least 12 characters. The recommended password length for maximum security. Correct answer is at least 12 characters. What does password complexity refer to in security? Making passwords 30 plus characters and using a third-party password saving application to recall them. Using the same password across multiple systems for consistency and reliability. Using a mix of characters, uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols. or avoiding the use of special characters in passwords to reduce complexity. What does password complexity refer to in security? Correct answer is using a mix of characters, uppercase and lowercase letters, numbers, and symbols. Why is reusing passwords a security risk? Reusing passwords can threaten additional systems if one password is compromised. Reusing passwords improves access ease across multiple systems. Reusing passwords is a method for reducing the number of passwords you need to remember. Or reusing passwords allows faster account recovery. Why is reusing passwords a security risk? Correct answer is reusing passwords can threaten additional systems if one password is compromised. What is the recommended practice for password expiration? Passwords should never expire as this increases convenience for users. Passwords should expire only after 5 years. Passwords should expire after 10 years for minimal management. Or passwords should be changed periodically to reduce risk. What is the recommended practice for password expiration? Correct answer is passwords should be changed periodically to reduce risk. What is the main reason to track password age in an organization? To enforce stronger passwords over time, to make it easier for users to recall their passwords over extended periods, to ensure passwords are periodically updated to reduce risk of being compromised, or to allow passwords to remain unchanged for as long as possible. What is the main reason to track password age in an organization? Correct answer is to ensure passwords are periodically updated to reduce risk of being compromised. What is the primary function of a password manager? To securely store and manage passwords for various accounts, to generate random passwords for new accounts, to enforce password complexity rules on all accounts and systems, or to automatically change passwords for users periodically. What is the primary function of a password manager? Correct answer is to securely store and manage passwords for various accounts. What is passwordless authentication? An authentication method that requires only a username to log in and no password. An authentication method that replaces passwords with INTP tokens for increased security. An authentication method without traditional passwords using biometrics or tokens instead. Or an authentication method where login credentials are randomized hourly for maximum security. What is passwordless authentication? Correct answer is an authentication method without traditional passwords using biometrics or tokens instead. What is the purpose of Privileged Access Management or PAM tools? To provide encryption services for privileged user passwords, to control and monitor access to critical systems and data by privileged users, to automatically assign permissions based on the user's department, or to create backup accounts for system administrators in case of password loss. What is the purpose of Privileged Access Management tools? Correct answer is to control and monitor access to critical systems and data by privileged users. What are just-in-time permissions? Permissions granted to all users permanently without restrictions. Permissions granted based on a user's role in the organization or a recurring cycle. Permissions granted for users based on a pre-approved schedule. Or permissions granted to users only when necessary, often with expirations. What are just-in-time permissions? Correct answer is permissions granted to users only when necessary, often with expirations. What is the primary function of password vaulting? To securely store and manage passwords in an encrypted repository, to automatically generate passwords for user accounts, to allow users to retrieve lost passwords via email, or to monitor user activities related to password changes. What is the primary function of password vaulting? Correct answer is to securely store and manage passwords in an encrypted repository. What are ephemeral credentials used for? To store passwords in a way that cannot be accessed or modified, to generate long-term credentials for access to critical systems, to provide temporary access to systems often with an expiration time, or to provide permanent access to systems and networks without expiration. What are ephemeral credentials used for? Correct answer is to provide temporary access to systems often with an expiration time. What is the primary use case for automation and scripting in security operations? To manually configure network settings for every user, to automate repetitive security tasks, to store sensitive data in plain text for easy access, or to monitor user behavior across multiple systems manually. What is the primary use case of automation and scripting in security operations? Correct answer is to automate repetitive security tasks. What is the goal of user provisioning in an organization? To assign appropriate access rights and permissions to users based on their roles, to create backup accounts for employees in case they forget their credentials, to monitor users' behavior and generate security reports, or to remove all permissions for users when they leave the organization. What is the goal of user provisioning in an organization? Correct answer is to assign appropriate access rights and permissions to users based on their roles. What is the purpose of resource provisioning in IT security? To monitor the health of system hardware components, to remove unused resources from systems, to allocate and manage resources like storage and servers, or to create backups of critical resources automatically. What is the purpose of resource provisioning in IT security? Correct answer is to allocate and manage resources like storage and servers. What are the guardrails in the context of security operations? Physical barriers designed to protect the organization's hardware from external threats, temporary settings applied to control user behavior, controls that block all external traffic to the network, or predefined policies that prevent harmful actions while allowing flexibility. What are guardrails in the context of security operations? Correct answer is predefined policies that prevent harmful actions while allowing flexibility. What is the purpose of security groups in identity management? To group users with similar security needs to simplify management, to monitor and track user activities across systems, to assign individual permissions to each user manually, or to enforce encryption standards for each group individually based on business needs. What is the purpose of security groups in identity management? Correct answer is to group users with similar security needs to simplify management. What is the role of ticket creation in a security incident management process? To automatically patch vulnerabilities in a system, to grant unauthorized access to network resources for troubleshooting, to document and track security issues for resolution and auditing, or to delete sensitive data from a system for protection. What is the role of ticket creation in a security incident management process? Correct answer is to document and track security issues for resolution and auditing. What is the purpose of escalation in incident response? To escalate incidents to authorities or specialized teams when necessary, to assign lower priority tasks to non-technical staff members, to resolve incidents without involving the IT department, or to delay incident resolution until further investigation is completed. What is the purpose of escalation in incident response? Correct answer is to escalate incidents to authorities or specialized teams when necessary. What does enabling or disabling services and access mean in security operations? The manual process of resetting user passwords for all employees, the use of encryption to protect access to sensitive information, the process of granting or revoking access to services based on policies and roles, or the blocking of all external network connections to improve security and access. What does enabling or disabling services and access mean in security operations? Correct Correct answer is the process of granting or revoking access to services based on policies and roles. What is the purpose of continuous integration and testing in security operations? To detect security vulnerabilities early through automated testing during development, to perform manual security checks on completed applications, to reduce the need for encryption in software applications, or to prevent unauthorized access to development environments by external parties. What is the purpose of continuous integration and testing in security operations? Correct answer is to detect security vulnerabilities early through automated testing during development. How do integrations and application programming interfaces, or APIs, contribute to security operations? They store sensitive user credentials for secure access to applications. They enable security tools to communicate and share data. They block unauthorized access to web services and applications. Or they encrypt all communication between systems to prevent data leaks. How do integrations and application programming interfaces contribute to security operations? Correct answer is they enable security tools to communicate and share data. What is a key benefit of automation in security operations? It increases efficiency by reducing manual operations. It makes security management more complex and time-consuming. It completely removes the need for security personnel. Or it decreases the importance of monitoring network traffic. What is a key benefit of automation in security operations? Correct answer, it increases efficiency by reducing manual operations. How does automation contribute to time savings in security operations? By eliminating the need for security audits, by increasing the number of alerts that need to be manually reviewed, by streamlining repetitive tasks such as patch management and log analysis, or by decreasing system performance to allow more time for security tasks. How does automation contribute to time savings in security operations? Correct answer is by streamlining repetitive tasks such as patch management and log analysis. Why is enforcing baselines important in security operations? It makes it easier to grant unrestricted access to sensitive data. It ensures that system performance is maximized by removing unnecessary security controls. It allows users to easily bypass security controls when needed. Or it ensures secure, consistent system and network configurations organization-wide. Why is enforcing baselines important in security operations? Correct answer is it ensures secure, consistent system and network configurations organization-wide. How do standard infrastructure configurations improve security? By increasing the number of devices connected to the network for better security, by allowing for unregulated access to critical systems, by enabling random security configurations across the network, or by ensuring uniform system configurations to simplify security management. How do standard infrastructure configurations improve security? Correct answer is it ensures uniform system configurations to simplify security management. What is a secure way to scale an organization's infrastructure? By rapidly increasing system size without considering security, by restricting security updates and patches to save time and resources, by planning and applying security measures as the system grows, or by allowing unvetted devices and software to be added to the network. What is a secure way to scale an organization's infrastructure? Correct answer is by planning and applying security measures as the system grows. What role does employee retention play in cybersecurity? Employee retention is to help ensure secure knowledge and expertise are retained. Employee retention has no impact on secure operations. Employee turnover increases the likelihood of security breaches, or employees should be replaced regularly to reduce security liabilities. What role does employee retention play in cybersecurity? Correct answer is employee retention is to help ensure security knowledge and expertise are retained. Why is a fast reaction time important in security incident management? A quick response helps to mitigate the impact of security incidents. A fast reaction time can lead to incorrect decisions and larger breaches. A delayed reaction time increases the cost of security tools. Or a rapid response is unnecessary if the incident is not immediately affecting the system. Why is a fast reaction time important in security incident management? Correct answer is a quick response helps to mitigate the impact of security incidents. What is a workforce multiplier in the context of security operations? Increasing the number of security staff to handle security tasks manually, deploying a larger number of non-technical personnel to manage security tools, using tools and automation to extend the abilities of a limited security team, or allowing employees to perform security-related tasks without training. What is a workforce multiplier in the context of security operations? Correct answer is using tools and automation to extend the abilities of a limited security team. Why is complexity an important consideration in security operations? Complexity makes it easier to predict and automate system behaviors. Greater complexity makes systems harder to manage and more vulnerable. Complex systems are typically more secure due to their size and infrastructure, or complexity improves the speed of incident response. Why is complexity an important consideration in security operations? Correct answer is greater complexity makes systems harder to manage and more vulnerable. What is a critical factor to consider when evaluating the cost of a security solution? Balance security benefits with implementation and maintenance costs. Only the initial setup cost of the solution, ignoring long-term expenses. The size of the security team needed to monitor the solution after implementation. Or the geographic location of the vendor providing the security solution. What is a critical factor to consider when evaluating the cost of a security solution? Correct answer is balance security benefits with implementation and maintenance costs. What is the risk of having a single point of failure in a network or system? Single points of failure are easier to secure because there's only one component to manage. A single point of failure increases the redundancy of critical systems. Failure of a single component can disrupt service, affecting security and availability. Or single points of failure are only a concern for physical hardware, not digital systems. What is the risk of having a single point of failure in a network or system? Correct answer is failure of a single component can disrupt service, affecting security and availability. What is technical debt in the context of security? The investment made in training staff to handle advanced security technologies. The process of adopting new technologies without thoroughly vetting their security implications. The cost of buying third-party security tools for immediate use in the organization, or the accumulated cost of delaying updates and improvements, increasing future challenges. What is technical debt in the context of security? Correct answer is the accumulated cost of delaying updates or improvements, increasing future challenges. Why is ongoing supportability important in the context of security systems? Ongoing support ensures that security systems are updated and maintained to handle emerging threats. It reduces the need for compliance audits and regulations. Supportability allows the organization to completely automate its security processes without human oversight. Or ongoing support ensures that all employees are trained in the latest security technologies. Why is ongoing supportability important in the context of security systems? Correct answer is ongoing support ensures that security systems are updated and maintained to handle emerging threats. What is the primary goal of the preparation phase in incident response? To identify and detect security threats, to develop and test incident response plans, to recover data after an attack, or to contain and eradicate security incidents. What is the primary goal of the preparation phase in incident response? Correct answer is to develop and test incident response plans. Which action is typically performed during the detection phase of an incident response? Identify the root cause of the incident, analyze system logs and alerts, contain the spread of the incident, or restore systems to their normal state, which action is typically performed during the detection phase of an incident response. Correct answer is analyze system logs and alerts. What is the main objective of the analysis phase in incident response? To understand the impact and scope of the incident, to prevent similar incidents in the future, to restore services to their normal state after an incident occurs, or to recover lost data and systems. What is the main objective of the analysis phase in incident response? Correct answer is to understand the impact and scope of the incident. During the containment phase of an incident response, which action is performed? Analyze logs for evidence of an attack, isolate affected systems to prevent further damage, restore backup systems and data, or develop a plan for incident recovery. During the containment phase of an incident response, which action is performed? Correct answer is isolate affected systems to prevent further damage. What is the goal of the eradication phase in an incident response? To recover critical business operations, to remove any malicious code and vulnerabilities, to document lessons learned, or to restore affected systems to normal operations. What is the goal of the eradication phase in an incident response? Correct answer is to remove any malicious code and vulnerabilities. Which of the following is a key action in the recovery phase of an incident response? Isolate affected systems from the network, analyze the attack to determine its scope, restore systems and services to normal, or remove malicious actors from the network. Which of the following is a key action in the recovery phase of incident response? Correct answer is restore systems and services to normal. What is the main purpose of the lessons learned phase in incident response? To involve all management groups and develop new security policies and procedures, to improve the organization's ability to detect and respond to future incidents, to remove all traces of the attack from systems, further reducing the risk from future incidents, or to ensure business continuity during an incident. What is the main purpose of the lessons learned phase in incident response? Correct answer is to improve the organization's ability to detect and respond to future incidents. What is the primary purpose of training in security operations? To test the effectiveness of security policies, to ensure employees understand their role in security, to create new security technologies, or to improve response time during an incident. What is the primary purpose of training in security operations? Correct answer is to ensure employees understand their role in security. Which activity is performed during testing in security operations? Creating incident response plans, real-time simulations of breaches, designing security policies, or analyzing historical security data. Which activity is performed during testing in security operations? Correct answer is real-time simulations of breaches. What is the primary goal of tabletop exercise in security testing? To conduct real-time security breach simulations, to develop new security tools, to identify weaknesses in physical security systems, or to evaluate the response plan's effectiveness. What is the primary goal of a tabletop exercise in security testing? Correct answer is to evaluate the response plan's effectiveness. Which of the following best describes a simulation in security operations testing? A theoretical discussion about handling a cyber attack, a live exercise to test security systems against attacks, a review of past incidents to improve response procedures, or a written test to assess individual security knowledge. Which of the following best describes a simulation in security operations testing? Correct answer is a live exercise to test security systems against attacks. What is the purpose of root cause analysis in incident response? To identify the source of a security incident, to conduct real-time security testing, to analyze the consequences of a cyber attack, or to recover lost or damaged data. The purpose of a root cause analysis in incident response. Correct answer is to identify the source of a security incident. Which of the following best describes threat hunting? Monitoring systems for known security vulnerabilities from external sources, the proactive search for potential threats and security breaches, performing vulnerability assessments on networks, or a process of patching vulnerabilities as they arise. Which of the following best describes threat hunting? Correct answer is the proactive search for potential threats and security breaches. What is the purpose of a legal hold in digital forensics? To identify the legal process for acquiring digital evidence, to secure evidence in a digital storage facility, to review evidence before presenting it in court, or to preserve evidence by preventing data deletion or alteration. What is the purpose of a legal hold in digital forensics? Correct answer is to preserve evidence by preventing data deletion or alteration. What does the chain of custody refer to in digital forensics? The process of collecting evidence from multiple sources, the chronological documentation of the possession of evidence, the process of securely transporting evidence to court, or the technical tools used to analyze the evidence. What does the chain of custody refer to in digital forensics? Correct answer is the chronological documentation of the possession of evidence. Which activity is performed during the acquisition phase of digital forensics? Collecting all evidence into a central location, ensuring evidence is stored securely for future use, preserving digital evidence for analysis, or reporting findings to legal authorities. Which activity is performed during the acquisition phase of digital forensics? Correct answer is preserving digital evidence for analysis. What is the main purpose of reporting in digital forensics? To detail how evidence was acquired and analyzed, to present the evidence in a court of law, to prevent evidence tampering during investigations, or to summarize the legal hold process. What is the main purpose of reporting in digital forensics? Correct answer is to detail how evidence was acquired and analyzed. What does preservation of digital evidence ensure in digital forensics? The destruction of sensitive data during investigations, the integrity and authenticity of evidence over time, the transfer of evidence to an external party, or the reporting of evidence to law enforcement. What does preservation of digital evidence ensure in digital forensics? Correct answer is the integrity and authenticity of evidence over time. What is the focus of e-discovery in digital forensics? The search and retrieval of relevant digital evidence for legal cases, the preservation of digital evidence during an investigation, the identification of data breaches in enterprise systems, or the creation of new security policies based on forensic findings. What is the focus of e-discovery in digital forensics? Correct answer is the search and retrieval of relevant digital evidence for legal cases. What is the primary purpose of log data in security operations? To track user behavior for marketing purposes, to monitor network traffic for performance optimization, to record events and activities for security monitoring and analysis, or to provide user-specific data for application performance analysis. What is the primary purpose of log data in security operations? Correct answer is to record events and activities for security monitoring and analysis. Which of the following is most commonly found in firewall logs? User login details, traffic blocked or allowed based on security rules, file transfers and email metadata, or network vulnerabilities detected during scans. Which of the following is most commonly found in firewall logs? Correct answer is traffic blocked or allowed based on security rules. What type of information is typically captured in application logs? Network traffic and connection details, system errors and user access attempts, user activities and application performance issues, or firewall rule application and exceptions. What type of information is typically captured in application logs? Correct answer is user activities and application performance issues. What is the primary function of endpoint logs in a security context? To monitor application performance, to track user interactions with the operating system, to record activities and events on user devices, or to capture network traffic across an entire organization. What is the primary function of endpoint logs in a security context? Correct answer is to record activities and events on user devices. Which type of logs are specifically tailored to the security features of an operating system? Application Program Interface logs, OS-specific security logs, network topology logs, or IPS or IDS logs? Which type of logs are specifically tailored to the security features of an operating system? Correct answer is OS-specific security logs. What is the purpose of IPS and IDS logs? To record malicious or suspicious activities detected, to capture information about system performance and uptime, to monitor access attempts and file integrity, or to provide audit trails of user authentication events. What is the purpose of IPS and IDS logs? Correct answer is to record malicious or suspicious activities detected. Which of the following is typically recorded in network logs? Malicious code detected by antivirus software, user logins and password attempts segmented by security group, details of connections, protocols, and IP addresses, or file modifications and access times. Which of the following is typically recorded in network logs? Correct answer is details of connections, protocols, and IP addresses. What does metadata in security logs provide information about? The contents of the data being accessed, the who, what, where, and when of data interaction, the data backup frequency and status, or the error rates of security tools and software. What does metadata in security logs provide information about? Correct answer is the who, what, where, and when of data interaction. What is the primary purpose of vulnerability scans in security operations? To monitor system performance in real time, to analyze user behavior for potential threats, to assess the integrity of security patches, or to identify security weaknesses and vulnerabilities. What is the primary purpose of vulnerability scans in security operations? Correct answer is to identify security weaknesses and vulnerabilities. What is an advantage of using automated reports in security monitoring? They provide real-time user behavior analysis. They help automate incident response actions for an organization. They generate consistent, timely analysis of security data, or they reduce the need for network vulnerability scans. What is an advantage of using automated reports in security monitoring? Correct answer is they generate consistent, timely analysis of security data. What is the role of dashboards in security operations? To store and back up security data for future recovery, to provide a visual interface for monitoring security metrics, to directly control firewalls and intrusion detection systems, or to generate user access reports for compliance auditing. What is the role of dashboards in security operations? Correct answer is to provide a visual interface for monitoring security metrics. What type of information is captured in packet captures? Real-time user activity logs, captured network traffic like headers and payloads, system configuration and software vulnerability details, or application performance metrics and error reports. What type of information is captured in packet captures? Correct answer is captured network traffic like headers and payloads. What is the main purpose of guidelines in a security program? To define the mandatory security controls for compliance, to monitor and enforce the security policies of an organization, to provide best practices and recommendations for security implementation, or to outline the legal consequences of security violations. What is the main purpose of guidelines in a security program? Correct answer is to provide best practices and recommendations for security implementation. Which of the following best describes a policy in a security program? A set of recommended actions for enhancing security posture, a high-level statement of principles guiding security decisions, detailed instructions on the specific tools to be used in a system, or a daily log of security incidents and responses. What best describes a policy in a security program? Correct answer is a high-level statement of principles guiding security decisions. What does an acceptable use policy define? The permissions and access controls for employees accessing corporate networks and systems remotely, the detailed procedures for incident detection, analysis, containment, and response activities, the appropriate and inappropriate uses of an organization's technology resources, or the comprehensive methods and criteria for classifying and handling sensitive company data. What does an acceptable use policy define? Correct answer is the appropriate and inappropriate uses of an organization's technology resources. What is the focus of information security policies? To provide technical specifications for implementing secure network architectures and system configurations, to define standardized procedures for conducting security awareness training sessions for all employees, to create detailed incident response workflows and escalation procedures for cybersecurity events, or to establish comprehensive governance frameworks for protecting organizational information assets and systems. What is the focus of information security policies? Correct answer is to establish comprehensive governance frameworks for protecting organizational information assets and systems. Which of the following is the main goal of business continuity planning? To ensure the continuous availability of critical services and operations during and after a disruption, to rapidly recover and restore essential business data and applications following a cybersecurity incident, to assess and quantify the financial and operational impact of security breaches on business operations, or to maintain reliable IT infrastructure availability and system uptime for all stakeholders and customers. What is the main goal of business continuity planning? Correct answer is to ensure the continuous availability of critical services and operations during and after a disruption. What is the primary focus of disaster recovery planning? To minimize the effects of natural disasters on business operations, to identify potential threats to business assets, to restore IT systems and operations following a disruptive event, or to prevent security breaches through advanced encryption. The primary focus of disaster recovery planning. Correct answer is to restore IT systems and operations following a disruptive event. What is the purpose of incident response in security program? To proactively prevent security incidents before they occur, to detect, manage, and recover from security incidents or breaches, to monitor financial accounts for fraudulent activity, or to develop security policies and procedures. What is the purpose of incident response in security program? Correct answer is to detect, manage, and recover from security incidents or breaches. What phase of the software development lifecycle focuses on identifying and resolving security vulnerabilities? Design phase, implementation phase, testing phase, or maintenance phase? What phase of the software development lifecycle focuses on identifying and resolving security vulnerabilities? Correct answer is the testing phase. What is the goal of a change management in a security program? To ensure that changes to systems and processes are implemented in a controlled and secure manner, to monitor and evaluate the operational performance and effectiveness of deployed security devices and controls, to process and manage user access requests, permissions, and privileged accounts provisioning workflows across systems, or to continuously analyze network traffic patterns, security logs, and system data for threat detection purposes. What is the goal of change management in a security program? Correct answer is to ensure that changes to systems and processes are implemented in a controlled and secure manner. What is the purpose of security standards in an organization? To standardize approved hardware and software configurations across departments, to implement access controls and restrict unauthorized network resource access, to establish application control policies and prevent unauthorized software installations, or to define the expected level of performance and security practices. What is the purpose of security standards in an organization? Correct answer is to define the expected level of performance and security practices. What is the primary reason for using strong passwords in security management? To improve user authentication reliability and minimize lockouts, to reduce the risk of unauthorized access to systems and data, to streamline password management processes and reduce administrative overhead burdens, or to satisfy regulatory compliance requirements and organizational security policy mandates. What is the primary reason for using strong passwords in security management? Correct answer is to reduce the risk of unauthorized access to systems and data. What does access control help achieve in a security program? It prevents unauthorized access to information and resources. It optimizes authentication workflows and improves user login efficiency. It streamlines data backup processes and enhances recovery capabilities. Or it reduces security infrastructure costs and minimizes operational expenses. What does access control help achieve in a security program? Correct answer is it prevents unauthorized access to information and resources. Which of the following is an example of physical security? Implementing data encryption for secure communications and information protection, configuring network firewalls to block unauthorized traffic and access attempts, securing the entrance of a building with access badges and surveillance, or establishing multi-factor authentication systems for enhanced user verification processes. Which of the following is an example of physical security? Correct answer is securing the entrance of a building with access badges and surveillance. What is the main goal of encryption in security? To optimize data transfer speeds and enhance system performance capabilities, to convert sensitive data into a secure format that is unreadable without the key, to monitor and track user activities across systems for compliance purposes, or to ensure automated data backup processes and maintain information availability. What is the main goal of encryption in security? Correct answer is to convert sensitive data into a secure format that is unreadable without the key. What is the purpose of having documented procedures in a security program? To guide employees on how to handle sensitive data and security incidents, to outline the roles and responsibilities of managers in the security team, to define the tools and technologies used for system monitoring, or to set the budget for security-related activities. What is the purpose of having documented procedures in a security program? Correct answer is to guide employees on how to handle sensitive data and security incidents. Which of the following best describes the purpose of change management in security? To automate system upgrades and patches across all infrastructure without manual intervention, to establish regular schedules for updating organizational security policies and compliance documentation, to track and control changes to IT systems and infrastructure to minimize security risks, or to enable streamlined user workflows by allowing rapid system modifications without approval processes. What best describes the purpose of change management in security? Correct answer is to track and control changes to IT systems and infrastructure to minimize security risks. What is a primary goal of onboarding and offboarding procedures in an organization? To ensure employees receive comprehensive training on organizational cybersecurity tools during their tenure, to manage the secure access of employees to organizational resources during their employment and after their departure, to guide new employees in configuring secure network protocols and maintaining access controls, or to monitor employee adherence to security policies and procedures throughout their organizational tenure. What is a primary goal of onboarding and offboarding procedures in an organization? Correct answer is to manage the secure access of employees to organizational resources during their employment and after their departure. What is the purpose of a playbook in a security program? To outline employee conduct policies for maintaining compliance with organizational security standards, to catalog and monitor security hardware assets used within the organization's infrastructure, to schedule and oversee regular system backups for ensuring data recovery processes, or to document detailed incident response procedures to follow in case of a security breach. What is the purpose of a playbook in a security program? Correct answer is to document detailed incident response procedures to follow in case of a security breach. Which of the following best describes external considerations in security program management? Internal processes for securing systems and managing employee access controls effectively, designing network security policies to protect internal organizational data assets, favors such as vendor risks, third-party service providers, and regulatory requirements, or implementing employee training programs to enhance organizational cybersecurity awareness. Which of the following best describes external considerations in security program management? Correct answer is factors such as vendor risks, third-party service providers, and regulatory requirements. What is the main focus of regulatory requirements in security management? To ensure that security operations are compliant with laws and standards set by governing bodies, to optimize network data transfer speeds while maintaining organizational cybersecurity protocols and standards, to evaluate performance metrics of security appliances to ensure effective threat detection capabilities, or to enforce employee compliance with internal security training and awareness programs organization-wide. What is the main focus of regulatory requirements in security management? Correct answer is to ensure that security operations are compliant with laws and standards set by governing bodies. How do legal considerations impact security program management? By permitting employees to access sensitive data with minimal restrictions for operational efficiency, by establishing procedures for conducting regular system performance audits to ensure operational security, by guiding decisions on updating systems with the latest software patches for enhanced security, or by requiring that data be stored in specific formats and locations to comply with laws. How do legal considerations impact security program management? Correct answer is by requiring that data be stored in specific formats and locations to comply with laws. What does industry-specific regulation ensure in a security program? It ensures a security program is aligned with the specific needs of a particular industry. It establishes mandatory schedules for software updates to maintain organizational cybersecurity compliance. It sets requirements for employee training to enhance cybersecurity awareness organization-wide. Or it determines the IT department's structure to support organizational cybersecurity operations. What does industry-specific regulation ensure in a security program? Correct answer is it ensures a security program is aligned with the specific needs of a particular industry. What does local or regional security compliance involve? It focuses on global strategies for securing network infrastructure and data assets. It ensures that security practices comply with laws and regulations that vary by region. It dictates the design of website security to protect organizational online assets. Or it requires adherence to international standards for data protection across all regions. What does local or regional security compliance involve? Correct answer is it ensures that security practices comply with laws and regulations that vary by region. What is the role of national considerations in security management? To monitor compliance with national laws such as data protection and privacy regulations across the country, to ensure security operations align with local network infrastructure standards within specific organizational regions, to limit data access to employees trained in national cybersecurity protocols for organizational security, or to enforce employee adherence to international cybersecurity standards for consistent organizational security practices. What is the role of national considerations in security management? Correct answer is to monitor compliance with national laws such as data protection and privacy regulations across the country. What is the main concern when managing global security operations? Ensuring compliance with country-specific laws and regulations, optimizing local network traffic for efficiency, streamlining employee onboarding for cybersecurity training, or restricting access to company financial records. What is the main concern when managing global security operations? Correct answer is ensuring compliance with country-specific laws and regulations. Why is monitoring and revision important in a security program? To optimize systems for maximum operational speed, to continuously improve security measures and ensure compliance, to minimize costs of security tools deployment, or to evaluate employee performance on security tasks. Why is monitoring and revision important in a security program? Correct answer is to continuously improve security measures and ensure compliance. Which of the following is a characteristic of a decentralized governance structure? Centralized decision-making for all organizational security policies, unified control over all organizational system resources, no local branch involvement in security management, or local offices or departments have autonomy in security decision-making. Which of the following is a characteristic of a decentralized governance structure? Correct answer is local offices or departments have autonomy in security decision making. What is the primary role of boards in security governance? To oversee and provide strategic direction for security policies and procedures, to manage execution of daily cybersecurity tasks and incident response activities, to monitor technical performance metrics of IT systems for cybersecurity optimization, or to develop and implement employee training programs for cybersecurity awareness. What is the primary role of boards in security governance? Correct answer is to oversee and provide strategic direction for security policies and procedures. What function do committees serve in security governance? To oversee employee adherence to security procedures and guidelines, to collaborate on creating and reviewing security policies and initiatives, to provide recommendations on handling security incidents and responses, or to assist in evaluating new technologies and organizational security needs. What function do committees serve in security governance? Correct answer is to collaborate on creating and reviewing security policies and initiatives. Which government entities are responsible for regulating security compliance? Commercial enterprises that develop and market security technologies, industry associations that publish frameworks and best practices, private organizations that manage online platforms and digital content, or government agencies that enforce data protection and privacy laws. Which government entities are responsible for regulating security compliance? Correct answer is government agencies that enforce data protection and privacy laws. What is a key difference between centralized and decentralized security models? Centralized models allow departments some input but not full control over policies. Decentralized models distribute security responsibilities across multiple business units. Centralized models have a single unified approach for managing security across all departments. Or decentralized models permit greater flexibility in how different groups manage security. What is a key difference between centralized and decentralized security models? Correct answer is centralized models have a single unified approach for managing security across all departments. Which of the following describes the role of owners in a security program? Individuals who oversee the technical operation, maintenance, and daily management of organizational systems. External parties who conduct independent assessments and provide detailed reports on security practices. Individuals who implement and enforce routine access controls for systems and organizational resources. Or individuals responsible for setting the overall direction and protection of assets and data. What describes the role of owners in a security program? Correct answer is individuals responsible for setting the overall direction and protection of assets and data. What is the responsibility of controllers in a security program? They determine how data can be accessed and who can access it. They are responsible for ensuring that data is securely stored and transmitted. They conduct incident response activities after a breach. Or they make decisions regarding the installation of security patches. What is the responsibility of controllers in a security program? Correct answer is they determine how data can be accessed and who can access it. What is the primary role of processors in managing data security? They are responsible for determining the storage requirements of sensitive data. They handle the processing of personal data on behalf of the owner. They create encryption standards for data protection. Or they manage the distribution of data among multiple servers. The primary role of processors in managing data security. Correct answer is they handle the processing of personal data on behalf of the owner. What is the role of custodians or stewards in data security? They're responsible for providing legal oversight of data use. They define policies for data access control. They manage incident response and remediation actions for data breaches, or they manage the day-to-day operations of data storage and security. The role of custodians or stewards in data security. Correct answer is they manage the day-to-day operations of data storage and security. What is the purpose of risk identification in security management? To uncover and document potential risks to the organization's assets and operations, to analyze and assess the potential consequences of risks once they've been identified, to design and implement strategies that reduce the overall exposure to security risks, or to estimate the probability or frequency with which a particular risk might occur. The purpose of risk identification in security management. Correct answer is to uncover and document potential risks to the organization's assets and operations. What is the primary objective of risk assessment in security management? To quantify the potential damages from each identified risk, to determine the root causes of security incidents, to evaluate the probability and impact of identified risks, or to allocate resources to address low-priority risks. The primary objective of risk assessment in security management. Correct answer is to evaluate the probability and impact of identified risks. Which of the following best describes ad hoc risk management? A structured and systematic framework applied consistently to manage risks over extended periods. Risk management carried out in response to immediate unplanned needs or unexpected situations. An ongoing process of assessing and reviewing risks that occurs on a daily basis. Or a predefined series of documented steps designed to address recurring risks within the organization. Ad hoc risk management. Correct answer is risk management carried out in response to immediate unplanned needs or unexpected situations. What is the main characteristic of recurring risk management activities? They are performed only once during the overall life cycle of a project initiative. They are initiated primarily in reaction to urgent or unexpected security incidents. They are focused mainly on the development of long-term strategic risk management plans, or they are conducted at regular predefined intervals to manage ongoing risks effectively. The main characteristic of recurring risk management activities. Correct answer is they are conducted at regular predefined intervals to manage ongoing risks effectively. Which of the following is a characteristic of one-time risk management activities? They are performed on a continuous basis throughout the project. They are conducted once to address a specific risk or issue. They focus on analyzing the long-term performance of the organization, or they're scheduled to occur regularly at predetermined intervals. A characteristic of one-time risk management activities. Correct answer is they are conducted once to address a specific risk or issue. What is the purpose of continuous risk management? To address risks as a single event by providing short-term analysis and recommendations. To evaluate organizational risks only after significant or disruptive incidents have already occurred. To emphasize ongoing improvements in the efficiency of existing risk mitigation strategies over time. Or to ensure that risk management is always active and risks are continually monitored and mitigated. The purpose of continuous risk management. Correct answer is to ensure that risk management is always active and risks are continually monitored and mitigated. What is risk analysis primarily concerned with in security management? Determining how long it will take to respond to a risk, assessing the effectiveness of risk response strategies, evaluating the nature, impact, and likelihood of identified risks, or assigning specific responsibility for managing identified risks. What is risk analysis primarily concerned with in security management? Correct answer is evaluating the nature, impact, and likelihood of identified risks. What is the primary characteristic of qualitative risk analysis? It uses numerical data and statistical methods to quantify risk. It uses subjective judgment and non-numerical data to assess risk. It calculates the financial impact of risk events, or it measures the probability of a risk occurring. The primary characteristic of qualitative risk analysis. Correct answer is it uses subjective judgment and non-numerical data to assess risk. Which of the following is the focus of quantitative risk analysis? It uses numerical data and measures variables to assess risk. It focuses on subjective assessments of risk based on experience. It provides a general overview of risk exposure, or it evaluates potential risk events based on their likelihood. The focus of a quantitative risk analysis. Correct answer is it uses numerical data and measurable variables to assess risk. What does single loss expectancy, or SLE, measure in risk management? The potential financial loss resulting from a single occurrence of a risk event, the annual cost of protecting against a specific risk, the expected probability of a risk event happening over 1 year, or the likelihood that a specific risk will occur in a given time period. Single loss expectancy in risk management. Correct answer is the likelihood that a specific risk will occur in a given time period. What is annualized loss expectancy, or ALE, used to calculate? The probability of a risk event occurring in a year, the total financial loss over a year due to a specific risk, the total number of times a risk event could occur annually, or the number of security incidents in a year. Annualized loss expectancy, what is it used to calculate? Correct answer is the total financial loss over a year due to a specific risk. What does annualized rate of occurrence, or ARO, represent in risk analysis? The projected financial loss an organization expects to face each year from a risk, the likelihood that a specific risk event will occur within a single calendar year, the number of times a specific risk event is expected to take place annually, or the total estimated duration that a risk event is anticipated to persist during 1 year. What does annualized rate of occurrence, or ARO, represent in risk analysis? Correct answer is the number of times a specific risk event is expected to take place annually. Which of the following best describes probability in risk management? The total financial loss expected from a risk event, the monetary value of a risk event, the mitigation cost of a risk event, or the likelihood that a specific risk event will occur. What describes probability in risk management? Correct answer is the likelihood that a specific risk event will occur. What is the term for the likelihood that a risk event will happen? Exposure factor, likelihood, risk analysis, or vulnerability? The likelihood that a risk event will happen. Correct answer is likelihood. What does exposure factor represent in risk management? The percentage of loss an asset is expected to incur due to a specific risk, the estimated financial expenditure required for implementing appropriate security controls, the total recorded number of successful security breaches within a defined period of time, or the projected frequency with which a particular risk event is likely to occur annually. What does exposure factor represent in risk management? Correct answer is the percentage of loss an asset is expected to incur due to a specific risk. What does impact refer to in risk management? The estimated likelihood or probability that a specific risk event may actually occur, the projected financial expenditure associated with deploying required security controls and safeguards, the potential consequences or severity of a risk event on the organization as a whole, or the anticipated length of time required to fully recover from a security breach. What does impact refer to in risk management? Correct answer is the potential consequences or severity of a risk event on the organization as a whole. What is the purpose of a risk register? To provide a comprehensive record of organizational security policies, standards, and documented procedures, to document identified risks, their potential impact on operations and the planned mitigation strategies, to maintain detailed records that track the performance and effectiveness of implemented security controls, or to record ongoing results measuring the effectiveness of employee security awareness initiatives. What is the purpose of a risk register? Correct answer is to document identified risks, their potential impact on operations, and the planned mitigation strategies. What are key risk indicators or KRIs used for? To evaluate and measure the overall success of organizational security awareness training programs, to track and report on the ongoing progress of established risk mitigation initiatives, to provide early warning indicators of potential risks by monitoring specific measurable metrics, or to calculate and quantify the potential financial impact associated with identified security risks. What are key risk indicators or KRIs used for? Correct answer is to provide early warning indicators of potential risks by monitoring specific measurable metrics. What is the role of a risk owner? To oversee the organization's compliance with data protection regulations, to be responsible for managing and mitigating specific risks assigned to them, to ensure that security policies are followed across the organization, or to design the organization's overall risk management framework. What is the role of a risk owner? Correct answer is to be responsible for managing and mitigating specific risks assigned to them. What does risk threshold refer to in risk management? The maximum level of risk an organization is willing to accept before taking action, the frequency at which new risks are identified, documented, and formally reported, the estimated amount of time required to properly assess and mitigate identified risks, or the structured process of calculating the potential financial loss from a particular risk event. What does risk threshold refer to in risk management? Correct answer is the maximum level of risk an organization is willing to accept before taking action. What is meant by risk tolerance? The structured process of calculating and evaluating the potential financial impact of a risk event, the estimated number of specific mitigation activities required to sufficiently reduce a particular risk, the maximum period of time considered acceptable for responding to an identified risk event, or the level of risk an organization is willing to accept without requiring any corrective intervention. What is meant by risk tolerance? Correct answer is the level of risk an organization is willing to accept without requiring any corrective intervention. What does risk appetite refer to in an organization's security program? The maximum level of organizational risk that leadership is determined to completely avoid or eliminate. The organization's willingness to accept and take on risk in pursuit of business objectives. The specific threshold beyond which identified risks are no longer considered tolerable or acceptable, or the total financial and operational resources allocated towards organizational risk management activities. What does risk appetite refer to in an organization's security program? Correct answer is the organization's willingness to accept and take on risk in pursuit of business objectives. What is the focus of an expansionary risk management approach? It focuses on reducing risk by maintaining the status quo and avoiding changes. It aims to completely eliminate all risks to the organization. It involves actively taking on more risks to drive business growth or innovation, or it looks to transfer risks to external parties. What is the focus of an expansionary risk management approach? Correct answer is it involves actively taking on more risks to drive business growth or innovation. What does a conservative approach to risk management prioritize? Maximizing exposure to new risks for business growth, transferring all risks to third parties to avoid internal risk management, accepting higher levels of risk to gain a competitive advantage, or minimizing risk exposure and focusing on risk avoidance. What does a conservative approach to risk management prioritize? Correct answer is minimizing risk exposure and focusing on risk avoidance. What is a neutral risk management strategy? It balances both risk avoidance and taking calculated risks. It focuses on transferring all risks to external parties. It completely eliminates any form of risk within the organization, or it focuses on expanding the organization's exposure to risks. What is a neutral risk management strategy? Correct answer is it balances both risk avoidance and taking calculated risks. Which of the following is a risk management strategy? Increasing the number of stakeholders involved in decision making, modifying security policies without following a structured approach, mitigating, transferring, accepting, or avoiding risks, or decreasing the frequency of risk assessments. Which of the following is a risk management strategy? Correct answer is mitigating, transferring, accepting, or avoiding risks. What does risk transfer involve in risk management? Sharing portions of the identified risk with another party without fully shifting responsibility, formally accepting the identified risk and choosing not to take mitigation actions, moving the responsibility for risk to a third party, such as through insurance or outsourcing, or disregarding the potential risk altogether and continuing with business operations as usual. What does risk transfer involve in risk management? Correct answer is moving the responsibility for a risk to a third party, such as through insurance or outsourcing. What does risk acceptance mean in a security program? Deliberately choosing to acknowledge the risk while deciding not to implement preventative measures, allowing a certain level of risk because the cost of mitigation is too high or the impact is low, shifting responsibility for the identified risk to an outside party such as a vendor or insurer, or excluding the identified risk from any form of documented management oversight or formal control process. What does risk acceptance mean in a security program? Correct answer is allowing a certain level of risk because the cost of mitigation is too high or the impact is low. What is an exemption in risk management? The formal process of shifting the responsibility for a risk to an external service provider or insurer. The intentional removal or complete elimination of a specific risk from the organization's overall risk profile. The exclusion of a particular risk or requirement from being addressed due to a specific circumstances or conditions. Or an organizational policy that allows all identified risks to be accepted without any additional management action. What is an exemption in risk management? Correct answer is the exclusion of a particular risk or requirement from being addressed due to specific circumstances or conditions. What does a risk exception refer to in a security program? A special situation where a specific risk is formally not addressed according to standard procedures or controls. The complete elimination and removal of all identified risks from the organization's operating environment. The mitigation of an identified risk by formally transferring responsibility to an external vendor or partner, or an established process that allows the organization to fully accept all identified risks without further mitigation. What does a risk exception refer to in a security program? Correct answer is a special situation where a specific risk is formally not addressed according to standard procedures or controls. What does it mean to avoid a risk in risk management? Taking steps to reduce the impact of the risk, choosing not to engage in activities that could introduce the risk, transferring the risk to another party, or accepting the risk because the cost of mitigation is too high. What does it mean to avoid a risk in risk management? Correct answer is choosing not to engage in activities that could introduce the risk. What is the goal of mitigating a risk? To eliminate the risk entirely, to ignore the risk and focus on other priorities, to transfer the risk to an external party, or to make the potential impact of the risk less severe. What is the goal of mitigating a risk? Correct answer is to make the potential impact of the risk less severe. What is the primary purpose of risk reporting? To track and document all identified risks along with their potential impacts and plan mitigation strategies. To evaluate and measure the overall performance and effectiveness of deployed security technologies. To generate detailed reports that monitor employee compliance with established security rules and policies. Or to analyze and interpret organizational financial data related to security costs and investments. What is the primary purpose of risk reporting? Correct answer is to track and document all identified risks, along with their potential impacts and planned mitigation strategies. What is the primary focus of a business impact analysis, or BIA? To evaluate and measure the overall financial performance and efficiency of organizational security programs. To identify and assess the potential effects that disruptions may have on business operations and processes. To track and analyze the effectiveness of documented disaster recovery and continuity planning activities. Or to perform a structured cost-benefit analysis when considering potential investments in security safeguards. Was the primary focus of a business impact analysis, or BIA? Correct answer is to identify and assess the potential effects that disruptions may have on business operations and processes. What does the recovery time objective, or RTO, refer to in disaster recovery planning? The maximum allowable time before data is lost during a disaster. The total time it takes to restore IT systems after an outage, the maximum allowable downtime for critical systems and services, or the time required to fully recover from a disaster and resume operations. What does the recovery time objective, or RTO, refer to in disaster recovery planning? Correct answer is the time required to fully recover from a disaster and resume operations. What is the recovery point objective, or RPO, in disaster recovery? The time it takes to recover business operations after a disaster, the minimum time required to restore systems from backup, the maximum amount of data loss an organization can tolerate during an outage, or the total downtime that can be tolerated by non-critical systems. What is the recovery point objective, or RPO, in disaster recovery? Correct answer is the maximum amount of data loss an organization can tolerate during an outage. What does mean time to repair, or MTTR, measure in system recovery? The average time it takes to detect a failure and initiate recovery efforts, the average time it takes to fully restore a system after a failure, the average time between system failures, or the total downtime caused by system failures. What does mean time to repair, or MTTR, measure in system recovery? Correct answer is the average time it takes to fully restore a system after a failure. What is mean time between failures, or MTBF? The average time it takes to repair a system after a failure, the total time it takes to recover from system failures, the total downtime caused by recurring system failures, or the average time between system failures before a repair is needed. What is mean time between failures, or MTBF? Correct answer is the average time between system failures before a repair is needed. What is the primary purpose of a vendor assessment in security management? To evaluate a vendor's financial stability, to assess a vendor's ability to meet contractual obligations, to evaluate the security posture and risk mitigation measures of a vendor, or to ensure that a vendor meets environmental compliance standards. What is the primary purpose of a vendor assessment in security management? Correct answer is to evaluate the security posture and risk mitigation measures of a vendor. What is the primary goal of penetration testing in security? To evaluate the effectiveness and thoroughness of the organization's vulnerability management processes and controls, to assess how well the organization's established security policies and procedures are being properly implemented, to identify and actively exploit vulnerabilities in systems in order to evaluate security weaknesses, or to review and measure the effectiveness of organizational security awareness and training programs for employees. What is the primary goal of penetration testing in security? Correct answer is to identify and actively exploit vulnerabilities in systems in order to evaluate security weaknesses. What is the purpose of including a right to audit clause in a contract? To provide the vendor with authority to formally audit the organization's financial statements and accounting records, to ensure the company can perform audits on the vendor's compliance with agreed security standards and requirements, to enable independent third parties to conduct periodic audits of internal company policies and operating procedures, or to grant employees organizational access to the results of external or internal audit findings and reports. What is the purpose of including a right to audit clause in a contract? Correct answer is to ensure the company can perform audits on the vendor's compliance with agreed security standards and requirements. What type of documentation serves as evidence of internal audits? Audit logs and records of audit findings, system performance reports, customer service feedback surveys, or vendor contracts and agreements. What type of documentation serves as evidence of internal audits? Correct answer is audit logs and records of audit findings. What is an independent assessment in security management? A security assessment conducted by the internal IT department, an internal evaluation by the organization's security team, a penetration test performed by the vendor's security team, or a security review performed by an external third-party auditor. What is an independent assessment in security management? Correct answer is a security review performed by an external third-party auditor. What is the purpose of supply chain analysis in security management? To evaluate the overall financial stability and long-term reliability of organizational suppliers and contractors. To assess risks introduced by suppliers and their vendors throughout the security supply chain environment. To ensure compliance with applicable environmental and regulatory requirements across all levels of the supply chain. Or to identify and document potential cost-saving opportunities in the procurement and distribution supply chain process. What is the purpose of supply chain analysis in security management? Correct answer is to assess risks introduced by suppliers and their vendors throughout the security supply chain environment. Which factor is most important when selecting a vendor in a security context? The vendor's ability to consistently provide the lowest possible price for services or products, the vendor's physical proximity and convenient location relative to the organization's headquarters office, the vendor's demonstrated compliance with established security standards and formal risk management practices, or the vendor's internal employee benefits package, including healthcare, leave policies, and retirement programs. Which factor is most important when selecting a vendor in a security context? Correct answer is the vendor's demonstrated compliance with established security standards and formal risk management practices. What is the goal of due diligence in vendor management? To ensure that the vendor's employees have sufficient security certifications, to assess the vendor's financial health and operational capabilities, to evaluate the vendor's historical performance in delivering services, or to identify and assess potential risks before entering into a contract. What is the goal of due diligence in vendor management? Correct answer is to identify and assess potential risks before entering into a contract. What is a conflict of interest in vendor relationships? A situation where a vendor receives direct financial gain as a result of security breach. A situation where a vendor has personal interest that could improperly influence their decisions or actions. A situation where a vendor provides contracted services that fall outside their proven area of expertise, or a situation where a vendor deliberately refuses to comply with established organizational security requirements. What is a conflict of interest in vendor relationships? Correct answer is a situation where a vendor has a personal interest that could improperly influence their decisions or actions. Why is vendor monitoring important in a security program? To regularly assess and review the overall financial performance and stability of contracted vendors. To track and measure the quantity of products or services delivered by each vendor. To ensure that vendors are consistently complying with agreed upon organizational security practices and standards. Or to evaluate and analyze the effectiveness of vendor advertising campaigns and marketing strategies. Why is vendor monitoring important in a security program? Correct answer is to ensure that vendors are consistently complying with agreed upon organizational security practices and standards. What is the purpose of questionnaires in vendor management? To collect and analyze feedback from customers regarding the overall quality of a vendor's services, to assess the vendor's security posture, regulatory compliance, and documented risk management practices, to evaluate and review the vendor's logistics, supply chain processes, and distribution capabilities, or to determine and compare the pricing structures of services and products offered by the vendor. What is the purpose of questionnaires in vendor management? Correct answer is to assess the vendor's security posture, regulatory compliance, and documented risk management practices. What do rules of engagement define in a penetration test? The document procedures used for negotiating contracts and agreements with third-party service vendors. The established guidelines that ensure all penetration testing activities maintain compliance with applicable laws. The defined scope, limitations, and expectations agreed upon by both the tester and the organization, or the planned schedule, milestones, and deadlines established for completing the overall security testing process. What do rules of engagement define in a penetration test? Correct answer is the defined scope, limitations, and expectations agreed upon by both the tester and the organization. What is the purpose of an agreement type in a security program? To formally define the terms and conditions agreed upon between parties engaged in a transaction or collaboration. To clearly outline and document the assigned duties and responsibilities of each organizational employee. To provide a detailed listing of the mandatory security controls required for regulatory compliance. Or to specify the recurring timelines, schedules, and deadlines associated with formal organizational security audits. What is the purpose of an agreement type in a security program? Correct answer is to formally define the terms and conditions agreed upon between parties engaged in a transaction or collaboration. What is a service level agreement, or SLA, used for? To formally define the roles, responsibilities, and obligations of business partners in a relationship. To outline the specific service performance metrics, quality levels, and expectations agreed upon by both parties. To guarantee the confidentiality and proper handling of sensitive or proprietary business information. Or to provide a documented framework for resolving disputes that arise between employees and organizational management. What is a service level agreement, or SLA, used for? Correct answer is to outline the specific service performance metrics, quality levels, and expectations agreed upon by both parties. What does a Memorandum of Agreement, or MOA, typically document? The detailed technical specifications and requirements associated with the design or delivery of a project. The measurable performance metrics and quality standards expected from a contracted service provider. The general understanding and terms agreed upon by two parties collaborating towards a specific goal or project. Or the documented ownership rights and responsibilities regarding intellectual property shared between two organizations. What is a Memorandum of Agreement, or MOA, typically document? Correct answer is the general understanding and terms agreed upon by two parties collaborating towards a specific goal or project. How does a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, differ from an MOA? An MOU is a legally binding document, while an MOA is not. An MOU is less formal than an MOA and does not involve legal obligations. An MOU includes detailed technical specifications, while an MOA does not. Or an MOU specifies performance expectations, while an MOA focuses on confidentiality clauses. How does a Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, differ from an MOA? Correct answer is an MOU is less formal than an MOA and does not involve legal obligations. What is the purpose of a Master Service Agreement, or MSA? To establish general terms and conditions for a long-term relationship later governed by specific agreements. To provide detailed guidelines and requirements that govern the delivery of particular contracted services. To formally outline organizational procedures and responsibilities for responding to identified security incidents. Or to guarantee minimum levels of performance and availability required from a service provider to its client. What is the purpose of a Master Service Agreement, or MSA? Correct answer is to establish general terms and conditions for a long-term relationship later governed by specific agreements. What is a work order, or statement of work, typically describe? The agreed terms and contractual conditions that govern services delivered under a broader master agreement. the detailed pricing structure and payment schedules established for long-term contractual service arrangements, the general guidelines and procedures that define how contracted services will be independently audited, or the specific work or services to be performed, including timelines, responsibilities, and measurable deliverables. What does a work order or statement of work typically describe? Correct answer is the specific work or services to be performed, including timelines, responsibilities, and measurable deliverables. What is the primary purpose of a non-disclosure agreement or an NDA? To formalize the legal relationships between vendors, to prevent the disclosure of confidential information between parties, to outline the security measures required to protect intellectual property, or to define the expectations for customer service performance. What is the primary purpose of a non-disclosure agreement or NDA? Correct answer is to prevent the disclosure of confidential information between parties. What is typically covered in a business partners agreement or BPA? The defined roles, responsibilities, and obligations of each business partner engaged in a shared project or service, the agreed financial terms, conditions, and contribution levels for investments committed by each participating party, the specific details outlining how intellectual property rights will be shared, licensed, and jointly managed, or the contractual terms and formal conditions that govern the termination of the partnership if required. What is typically covered in a business partners agreement or BPA? Correct answer is the defined roles, responsibilities, and obligations of each business partner engaged in a shared project or service. What is the purpose of a compliance reporting in a security program? To monitor and evaluate organizational employee productivity and overall operational performance levels, to measure and review the effectiveness of security technologies and implemented control mechanisms, to identify and document newly discovered vulnerabilities that may affect organizational security posture, or to demonstrate and provide evidence of adherence to applicable regulatory and legal compliance requirements. What is the purpose of compliance reporting in a security program? Correct answer is to demonstrate and provide evidence of adherence to applicable regulatory and legal compliance requirements. What is the primary purpose of internal compliance reporting? To provide detailed reporting on the performance and compliance practices of third-party vendors and partners, to deliver structured feedback to stakeholders on the organization's internal security posture and compliance status, to track and document changes in regulatory requirements that may impact organizational compliance programs, or to record and monitor the behavioral practices of employees for alignment with corporate security policies. Was the primary purpose of internal compliance reporting? Correct answer is to deliver structured feedback to stakeholders on the organization's internal security posture and compliance status. What is the primary purpose of external compliance reporting? To provide reports to external parties such as regulators or auditors on organizational compliance status, to evaluate and analyze the organization's internal threat landscape and potential security vulnerabilities, to review and document employee adherence to established organizational security policies and procedures, or to assess and report on the financial performance and overall value of security initiatives. What is the primary purpose of external compliance reporting? Correct answer is to provide reports to external parties such as regulators or auditors on organizational compliance status. What are potential consequences of non-compliance in a security program? Enhanced organizational security posture resulting in greater efficiency across business operations, a reduced requirement for ongoing auditing activities and continuous monitoring of security controls, financial penalties, significant legal repercussions, and lasting reputational damage, or an increase in organizational trust and confidence from both stakeholders and external partners. What are potential consequences of non-compliance in a security program? Correct answer is financial penalties, significant legal repercussions, and lasting reputational damage. Which of the following is a potential financial consequence of non-compliance? Loss of revenue due to damaged customer trust, fines imposed by regulatory enforcement agencies, higher operational costs from inefficient processes, or reduced access to beneficial business partnerships. What is a potential financial consequence of non-compliance? Correct answer is fines imposed by regulatory enforcement agencies. What are sanctions in the context of non-compliance? Penalties and restrictions formally imposed by regulatory agencies or legal authorities on organizations. Structured training programs that are developed and delivered to prevent future instances of non-compliance. Incentive-based initiatives created to encourage employees to consistently follow established security policies. Or financial reward programs designed to recognize organizations that maintain continuous regulatory compliance. What are sanctions in the context of non-compliance? Correct answer is penalties and restrictions formally imposed by regulatory agencies or legal authorities on organizations. What is a potential reputational damage consequence of non-compliance? An improved organizational brand image that enhances overall visibility in the marketplace, a measurable increase in customer trust and loyalty towards the organization's services, a significant loss of consumer confidence combined with long-term damage to brand reputation, or enhanced level of stakeholder engagement resulting in stronger collaborative partnerships. What is a potential reputational damage consequence of non-compliance? Correct answer is a significant loss of consumer confidence combined with long-term damage to brand reputation. Which of the following could result from non-compliance in terms of business operations? A potential loss of license or authorization to operate within certain industries or geographic regions, noticeable improvements in overall service delivery efficiency and organizational project completion timelines, a measurable increase in organizational market share along with expansion of the customer base, or an increase in partnership opportunities resulting from improved credibility with external stakeholders. Which of the following could result from non-compliance in terms of business operations? Correct answer is a potential loss of license or authorization to operate within certain industries or geographic regions. What are contractual impacts in the context of non-compliance? The potential loss of regulatory licenses or certifications required to operate within specific industries, the termination or renegotiation of contracts with vendors or clients directly resulting from non-compliance, the requirement for additional audits and more frequent compliance assessments imposed by oversight authorities, or a measurable reduction in operational costs achieved through decreased investment in compliance activities. What are contractual impacts in the context of non-compliance? Correct answer is the termination or renegotiation of contracts with vendors or clients directly resulting from non-compliance. What is the primary purpose of compliance monitoring in an organization? To evaluate and measure the overall effectiveness of organizational security awareness training programs, to calculate and report on the return on investment from implemented security tools and solutions, to assess and monitor the operational performance of critical information technology infrastructure systems, or to ensure continuous adherence to applicable regulatory requirements and established internal security policies. What is the primary purpose of compliance monitoring in an organization? Correct answer is to ensure continuous adherence to applicable regulatory requirements and established internal security policies. What is the purpose of due diligence in security management? To verify and maintain the confidentiality and protection of sensitive organizational financial information, to ensure that all employees consistently comply with established organizational security policies and standards, to assess the potential risks associated with third-party vendors before establishing a formal relationship, or to provide employees with required professional training programs and industry-recognized technical certifications. What is the purpose of due diligence in security management? Correct answer is to assess the potential risks associated with third-party vendors before establishing a formal relationship. What does attestation and acknowledgement typically involve in security management? The process of documenting employees' understanding and formal acceptance of established organizational security policies, the official approval and authorization of an organizational security incident response plan by senior management, the automated system-based verification and validation of technical security configurations across organizational assets, or the formal review and signing of legally binding security-related contracts and agreements with external vendors. What does attestation and acknowledgement typically involve in security management? Correct answer is the process of documenting employees' understanding and formal acceptance of established organizational security policies. What is the key difference between internal and external compliance assessments? Internal assessments are conducted by independent third-party auditors, while external assessments are completed by the organization itself. Internal assessments are primarily focused on evaluating customer satisfaction, while external assessments examine technical security issues. Internal assessments are limited to organizational financial audits, while external assessments are strictly technical security audits. Or internal assessments review internal processes, external assessments evaluate compliance with external regulations and contractual obligations. What is the key difference between internal and external compliance assessments? Correct answer is internal assessments review internal processes, external assessments evaluate compliance with external regulations and contractual obligations. Which statement best describes the purpose of an internal compliance audit within an organization? It helps validate internal processes against regulatory frameworks and policies. It is performed solely to determine the financial profitability of a company. It focuses exclusively on competitor analysis and market performance reviews, or is used primarily to evaluate supplier contracts for pricing and terms. What statement best describes the purpose of an internal compliance audit within an organization? Correct answer is it helps validate internal processes against regulatory frameworks and policies. What is the primary role of an internal audit committee in an organization? To oversee financial reports and coordinate shareholder dividend schedules, to ensure audit independence and monitor organizational control activities, to evaluate competitor pricing strategies and recommend marketing tactics, or to manage day-to-day operations and approve individual project budgets. What is the primary role of an internal audit committee in an organization? Correct answer is to ensure audit independence and monitor organizational control activities. What is the main benefit of conducting an internal self-assessment within an organization? It allows the organization to identify gaps in controls before external audits. It ensures that customer feedback surveys are fully aligned with sales goals. It provides marketing teams with detailed insights into competitor pricing, or it confirms that vendors deliver products within approved shipment windows. What is the main benefit of conducting an internal self-assessment within an organization? Correct answer is it allows the organization to identify gaps in controls before external audits. What is the main purpose of an external regulatory audit for an organization? To analyze competitor growth trends and identify new market strategies, to review customer loyalty surveys and create promotional campaigns, to track employee attendance rates and improve weekly timesheets, or to evaluate organizational compliance with laws and industry regulations. What is the main purpose of an external regulatory audit for an organization? Correct answer is to evaluate organizational compliance with laws and industry regulations. Why might an organization undergo an external examination of its operations? To evaluate financial profitability and determine dividend payout schedules, to gain independent validation of compliance with external requirements, to measure sales team performance and quarterly product distribution goals, or to plan staff training programs and assign mandatory workshop attendance. Why might an organization undergo an external examination of its operations? Correct answer is to gain independent validation of compliance with external requirements. What is the key purpose of an external assessment within cybersecurity audits? To develop internal security policies for employee access control management, to monitor real-time network traffic for potential cybersecurity threat detection, to provide an unbiased evaluation of security posture by outside parties, or to implement employee cybersecurity training programs for organizational threat awareness. What is the key purpose of an external assessment within cybersecurity audits? Correct answer is to provide an unbiased evaluation of security posture by outside parties. What is a key advantage of using an external independent third-party audit? It provides objective validation of compliance without internal bias. It develops internal policies for cybersecurity risk management. It monitors network traffic for real-time threat detection. Or it implements employee training for cybersecurity protocol adherence. What is a key advantage of using an external independent third-party audit? Correct answer is it provides objective validation of compliance without internal bias. Why would an organization conduct a physical penetration test? To evaluate cybersecurity policies for internal network access controls, to monitor employee compliance with organizational cybersecurity training requirements, to assess performance of network security appliances and firewalls, or to test the effectiveness of locks, barriers, and access procedures. Why would an organization conduct a physical penetration test? Correct answer is to test the effectiveness of locks, barriers, and access procedures. What is the primary focus of offensive penetration testing in cybersecurity? To proactively identify and exploit vulnerabilities before attackers do, to monitor network traffic for real-time cyber threat detection, to develop employee training for cybersecurity policy compliance, or to evaluate performance of network security appliances regularly. What is the primary focus of offensive penetration testing in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to proactively identify and exploit vulnerabilities before attackers do. What is the primary objective of defensive penetration testing in cybersecurity? To develop policies for internal cybersecurity risk management, to validate security controls by analyzing simulated attack attempts, to monitor network traffic for real-time threat identification, or to implement training programs for employee cybersecurity awareness. What is the primary objective of defensive penetration testing in cybersecurity? Correct answer is to validate security controls by analyzing simulated attack attempts. What is the main goal of integrated penetration testing in an organization? To evaluate how multiple security layers respond to coordinated attack scenarios, to develop internal policies for managing cybersecurity risks across organizational systems, to monitor network performance metrics for optimizing cybersecurity threat detection capabilities, or to implement employee training programs for enhancing cybersecurity awareness and compliance. What is the main goal of integrated penetration testing in an organization? Correct answer is to evaluate how multiple security layers respond to coordinated attack scenarios. What best describes known environment penetration testing? It simulates attacks without knowledge of internal system architecture. It requires testers having prior awareness of system architecture and controls. It evaluates employees' familiarities with the cybersecurity environment they're working in. Or tests simulated attacks with publicly known large-scale environments such as Fortune 500 companies. What best describes known environment penetration testing? Correct answer is it requires testers having prior awareness of system architecture and controls. What is the primary characteristic of partially known environment penetration testing? Testers have no prior knowledge of the system under evaluation at all. Testers are provided with limited information about systems or controls. Testers fully understand every internal process and configuration detail. Or testers have partial knowledge of the testing parameters beforehand. Full details are provided mid-test. The primary characteristic of partially known environment penetration testing. Correct answer is testers are provided with limited information about systems or controls. What best describes unknown environment penetration testing? Testers have no access to internal network and configuration details. Testers have no prior knowledge of the industry regulations of the systems they're testing. Testers conduct assessments without prior knowledge of systems or defenses. Or testers are unaware of which environment they will be testing until the test begins. What best describes unknown environment penetration testing? Correct answer is testers conduct assessments without prior knowledge of systems or defenses. Why would a penetration tester perform passive reconnaissance? To simulate a real attacker gathering data without alerting defenders. To analyze network traffic for real-time cybersecurity threat identification, to evaluate internal security policies for compliance with regulations, or to map system architecture using active scans of network defenses. Why would a penetration tester perform passive reconnaissance? Correct answer is to simulate a real attacker gathering data without alerting defenders. What defines the core trait of active reconnaissance in penetration testing? It gathers data without interacting with systems or defenses. It involves direct interaction with systems to gather detailed information. It evaluates compliance with internal cybersecurity policies and standards. Or it monitors network traffic for real-time cybersecurity threat detection. What defines the core trait of active reconnaissance in penetration testing? Correct answer is it involves direct interaction with systems to gather detailed information. What is the core objective of phishing campaigns in security awareness training? To develop internal policies for cybersecurity incident response and mitigation, to monitor employee compliance with organizational cybersecurity policies and procedures, to evaluate employee ability to detect and report simulated phishing attempts, or to assess network defenses against real-time phishing and malware threats. What is the core objective of phishing campaigns in security awareness training? Correct answer is to evaluate employee ability to detect and report simulated phishing attempts. Which sign most likely indicates a phishing attempt in an email message? The sender address is slightly altered to mimic a trusted domain name. The message is from a known contact that's currently on vacation. The email urges you to sign into a corporate portal using your login and password. Or the subject line consists of fear-based wording to create a sense of urgency. What sign most likely indicates a phishing attempt in an email message? Correct answer is the sender address is slightly altered to mimic a trusted domain name. How should an organization respond after receiving multiple reports of the same phishing attempt? Instruct employees to mark the message as safe to reduce false alarms. Update security filters and notify staff about the ongoing phishing threat. Encourage employees to reply to the sender for verification purposes. Or remove all suspicious emails from the system without documenting them. How should an organization respond after receiving multiple reports of the same phishing attempt? Correct answer is update security filters and notify staff about the ongoing phishing threat. What should employees be trained to identify as risky anomalous behavior? Authorized access to secure systems during peak operational business hours. Routine password updates compliant with organizational cybersecurity policy mandates. Scheduled security scans initiated by authorized IT personnel nightly. Or unexpected access to sensitive files at odd times without valid reasons. What should employees be trained to identify as risky anomalous behavior? Correct answer is unexpected access to sensitive files at odd times without valid reasons. What must security awareness training prioritize for identifying critical anomalous behavior? Logins from unfamiliar devices or locations without business justification. Authorized logins during maintenance windows designed by designated IT personnel. Scheduled data backups executed nightly by automated security systems. Or continuous multi-factor authentication prompts triggered by access policies. What must security awareness training prioritize for identifying critical anomalous behavior? Correct answer is logins from unfamiliar devices or locations without business justification. Which scenario best exemplifies unintentional anomalous behavior by an employee? An employee deliberately shares sensitive data with unauthorized external parties. An employee accidentally emails sensitive files to the wrong recipient. An employee routinely logs into systems during authorized business hours. Or an employee intentionally bypasses security controls to access restricted files. What scenario best exemplifies unintentional anomalous behavior by an employee? Correct answer is an employee accidentally emails sensitive files to the wrong recipient. Why should organizations train employees using policy and guidance handbooks? To guide implementation of technical cybersecurity controls across systems. To monitor adherence to real-time network security protocols daily, to ensure consistent understanding of security rules and responsibilities, or to evaluate employee performance during cybersecurity incident response drills. Why should organizations train employees using policy and guidance handbooks? Correct answer is to ensure consistent understanding of security rules and responsibilities. What is the primary goal of situational awareness training for users? To ensure employees recognize potential threats and respond appropriately, to enforce compliance with internal cybersecurity policies and procedures, to monitor real-time network activity for immediate threat detection, or to implement technical security controls across organizational systems daily. What is the primary goal of situational awareness training for users? Correct answer is to ensure employees recognize potential threats and respond appropriately. Why is insider threat awareness training important for an organization? It guides staff in implementing technical cybersecurity controls organization-wide. It trains employees to monitor real-time network security incidents. It teaches staff to enforce compliance with cybersecurity policies, or it ensures staff understand how to spot unusual access or misuse of data. Why is insider threat awareness training important for an organization? Correct answer is it ensures staff understand how to spot unusual access or misuse of data. What is a key principle employees should follow for secure password management? Use unique and complex passwords for different systems and accounts. Store passwords in encrypted files with third-party password managers. Use memorable passwords, updated regularly but reused across trusted systems. Or enable multi-factor authentication while using simple passwords for convenience. What is a key principle employees should follow for secure password management? Correct answer is use unique and complex passwords for different systems and accounts. What defines the critical focus of training for secure removable media use? Scan removable media with approved antivirus before connecting to systems. Use only authorized removable media that is encrypted and approved. Share encrypted removable media only with trusted internal team members, or connect removable media to isolated systems with relaxed security policies. What defines the critical focus of training for secure removable media use? Correct answer is only use authorized removable media that is encrypted and approved. What defines the critical action for social engineering defense training? Forward urgent executive emails to IT for immediate security review. Respond to verified colleague requests with temporary account credentials. Open attachment from trusted sources after antivirus scanning completes. Or verify suspicious requests for sensitive information before responding. What defines the critical action for social engineering defense training? Correct answer is verify suspicious requests for sensitive information before responding. What defines the critical focus of operational security awareness training? Sharing encrypted files with colleagues via approved collaboration platforms. Using personal devices for work with enabled antivirus protection. Following procedures that protect sensitive information in daily activities. Or storing work data on approved devices without encryption safeguards. What defines the critical focus of operational security awareness training? Correct answer is following procedures that protect sensitive information in daily activities. What is it best practice for employees working in hybrid or remote environments? Use secure VPN connections when accessing company systems remotely. Access company systems via encrypted Wi-Fi on approved devices. Share sensitive files using encrypted personal cloud storage services. Or run endpoint security scans only during non-working hours remotely. What is the best practice for employees working in hybrid or remote environments? Correct answer is use secure VPN connections when accessing company systems remotely. What should employees do first when noticing a potential security incident? Monitor the event to assess impact before reporting to management. Investigate the incident independently using approved internal diagnostic tools. Immediately report the event through the organization's official channels. Or notify colleagues via email to coordinate an immediate response. What should employees do first when noticing a potential security incident? Correct answer is immediately report the event through the organization's official channels. Why is recurring monitoring emphasized in security awareness programs? To identify repeated suspicious behaviors that may indicate emerging risks. To track compliance with cybersecurity policies during routine employee activities. To monitor network performance metrics for optimizing real-time threat detection. Or to assess employee training effectiveness through periodic cybersecurity knowledge tests. Why is recurring monitoring emphasized in security awareness programs? Correct answer is to identify repeated suspicious behaviors that may indicate emerging risks. What is the purpose of developing a security awareness program within an organization? To enforce compliance with technical cybersecurity controls across systems, to monitor real-time employee adherence to organizational security policies, to implement automated threat detection systems for network protection, or to provide structured training that improves user recognition of threats. What is the purpose of developing a security awareness program within an organization? Correct answer is to provide structured training that improves user recognition of threats. What does execution of a security awareness program primarily involve? Implementing technical controls to secure systems and network infrastructure, delivering training sessions and applying policies to daily operations, monitoring employee compliance with cybersecurity protocols during routine tasks, or evaluating incident response effectiveness through simulated cybersecurity attack drills. What does execution of a security awareness program primarily involve? Correct answer is delivering training sessions and applying policies to daily operations. First question, what does AAA stand for in the context of security? Access Authorization and Auditing, Accountability Authentication and Auditing, Authentication Authorization and Accounting, or Authentication Access and Auditing. What does AAA stand for in the context of security? Correct answer is Authentication, Authorization, and Accounting. What is the meaning of ACL in security terminology? Access Code List, Access Control List, Authorization Control List, or Authenticated Command List. The meaning of ACL. Correct answer is Access Control List. What does AES stand for in cryptography? Automated Encryption System, Asymmetric Encryption Standard, Advanced Encipherment Standard, or Advanced Encryption Standard. What does AES stand for in cryptography? Correct answer is Advanced Encryption Standard. What is represented by AES 256 in encryption standards? Advanced Encryption Standard 256-bit, Advanced Encryption Scheme 256-bit, Authenticated Encryption Standard 256-bit, or Asymmetric Encryption Standard 256-bit. What does AES 256 mean? Correct answer is Advanced Encryption Standard 256-bit. In network security, what does AH stand for? Authenticated Handshake, Authentication Header, Authorization Header, or Access Header? In network security, what does AH stand for? Correct answer is Authentication Header. Which of the following correctly defines AI in modern technology? Automated interaction, algorithmic interaction, analytical implementation, or artificial intelligence? Which of the following correctly defines AI in modern technology? Correct answer is artificial intelligence. What does AIS stand for in the context of cybersecurity threat sharing? Advanced Intrusion Sharing, Authenticated Indicator System, Automated Indicator Sharing, or Automated Intrusion Sharing? What does AIS stand for in the context of cybersecurity threat sharing? Correct answer is Automated Indicator Sharing. What does ALE represent when assessing potential security risks? Annualized loss expectancy, average loss estimation, annualized liability evaluation, or actual loss expectation? What does ALE represent when assessing potential security risks? Correct answer is annualized loss expectancy. In wireless networking, what does AP commonly refer to? Authorized port, access point, application portal, or access protocol? In wireless networking, what does AP commonly refer to? Correct answer is access point. What does API stand for in software development? Application Program Interaction, Automated Process Interface, Application Programming Interface, or Advanced Protocol Interface? What does API stand for in software development? Correct answer is Application Programming Interface. What is the full form of APT in cybersecurity terminology? Advanced Persistent Threat, Authorized Penetration Test, Advanced Phishing Tactic, or Active Prevention Technique? What is the full form of APT in cybersecurity terminology? Correct answer is Advanced Persistent Threat. What does ARO mean in the context of risk management? Annualized return on operation, annualized rate of occurrence, average rate of occurrence, or automated rate of occurrence? What does ARO mean in the context of risk management? Correct answer is annualized rate of occurrence. In networking, what is the correct meaning of ARP? Authorization Resolution Protocol, Access Request Protocol, Address Routing Process, or Address Resolution Protocol? What is the correct meaning of ARP? Correct answer is Address Resolution Protocol. What does ASLR stand for in modern operating system security? Address Security Link Randomization, Authorized Space Level Randomization, Address Space Layout Randomization, or Access Secure Level Randomization? What does ASLR stand for in modern operating system security? Correct answer is Address Space Layout Randomization. What does ATT and CK stand for in the context of cybersecurity? Advanced Threat Tactics, Common Knowledge and Skills, Adversarial Tactics, Techniques and Common Knowledge, Adversary Threat Techniques and Cryptography, or Authenticated Tactics, Techniques and Cryptography? What does ATT and CK stand for in the context of cybersecurity? Correct answer is Adversarial Tactics, Techniques, and Common Knowledge. What does AUP represent in Organizational Security Policy? Authorized Use Protocol, Actual Usage Policy, Acceptable Use Policy, or Access Usage Procedure? What does AUP represent in Organizational Security Policy? Correct answer is Acceptable Use Policy. In endpoint security, what does AV stand for? Antivirus, audio verification, automated validation, or access viewer? In endpoint security, what does AV stand for? Correct answer is antivirus. In Unix-based systems, what does BASH stand for? Basic Automated Shell, Born and Shell, Binary Application Shell, or Born Again Shell? In Unix-based systems, what does BASH stand for? Correct answer is Born Again Shell. In risk management, what does BCP refer to? Business Compliance Program, Business Continuity Planning, Backup Recovery Plan, or Business Control Procedures? In risk management, what does BCP refer to? Correct answer is Business Continuity Planning. What is the full form of BGP in network routing? Basic Gateway Protocol, Broadband Gateway Procedure, Border Gateway Protocol, or Balanced Gateway Process? What is the full form of BGP in network routing? Correct answer is Border Gateway Protocol. In business risk management, what does BIA stand for? Business Impact Analysis, Business Investment Assessment, Baseline Impact Analysis, or Budget Impact Analysis? In business risk management, what does BIA stand for? Correct answer is Business Impact Analysis. In computer hardware, what is BIOS an acronym for? Binary Input-Output Software, Basic Integrated Operating System, Built-in Operating System, or Basic Input-Output System? What is BIOS an acronym for? Correct answer is Basic Input-Output System. In corporate context, what does BPA typically refer to? Business Process Analysis, Business Partners Agreement, Best Practice Assessment, or Business Performance Agreement? What does BPA typically refer to? Correct answer is Business Partners Agreement. In networking, what does BPDU stand for? Binary Protocol Data Utility, Bridge Packet Distribution Unit, Bridge Protocol Data Unit, or Basic Protocol Data Unit? What does BPDU stand for? Correct answer is Bridge Protocol Data Unit. What does BYOD mean in modern workplace policies? Bring your own device, build your own device, bring your office device, or bring your own data? What does BYOD mean in modern workplace policies? Correct answer is bring your own device. In the context of IT security, what does CA stand for? Certificate Authority, Computer Access, Critical Authority, or Certificate Analyzer? What does CA stand for? Correct answer is Certificate Authority. What does CAPTCHA stand for in cybersecurity? Computer Automated Password Turing Challenge, completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and human apart, compulsory automated program to test computers, or completely automated program to test computer algorithms. What does CompTIA stand for in cybersecurity? Correct answer is completely automated public Turing test to tell computers and humans apart. Within incident response documentation, what does CAR represent? Critical analysis report, computer audit record, corrective action report, or compliance assessment report? What does CAR represent? Correct answer is corrective action report. What does CASB stand for in Cloud Security Solutions? Cloud Application Security Base, Computer Access Security Base, Cloud Application Service Broker, or Cloud Access Security Broker? What does CASB stand for in Cloud Security Solutions? Correct answer is Cloud Access Security Broker. In encryption methods, what does CBC refer to? Cipher block chaining, cipher block check, code block chaining, or cipher batch chain? What does CBC refer to? Correct answer is cipher block chaining. Which term describes CCMP in wireless security? Counter check and MAC protocol, counter mode CBC MAC protocol, counter mode coding MAC protocol, or cipher mode CC MAC protocol? Which term describes CCMP in wireless security? Correct answer is counter mode CBC MAC protocol. What is the full form of CCTV as used in security systems? Centralized control television, computerized camera television, closed circuit television, or comprehensive control television? What is the full form of CCTV in security systems? Correct answer is closed circuit television. In the context of cybersecurity incident response teams, what does CERT or CERT stand for? Computerized Emergency Recovery Team, Cyber Emergency Response Team, Critical Emergency Rescue Team, or Computer Emergency Response Team? What does CERT stand for? Correct answer is Computer Emergency Response Team. In cryptographic feedback modes, what does CFB mean? Cipher feedback, coded feedback, cascading feedback, or critical feedback? In cryptographic feedback modes, what does CFB mean? Correct answer is cipher feedback. What does CHAP or CHAP stand for in network authentication protocols? Controlled Handshake Authentication Protocol, Continuous Handshake Authentication Protocol, Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol, or Comprehensive Handshake Authentication Process? What does CHAP or CHAP stand for? Correct answer is Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol. In information security, what does CIA represent? Confidentiality, integrity, and availability, control integrity and accessibility, confidentiality, identification, and assurance, or control, identification, and accessibility? What does CIA represent? Correct answer is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. What does CIO stand for in the context of organizational leadership? Computer Information Organizer, Chief Information Officer, Corporate Information Operator, or Centralized Information Organizer? What does CIO stand for in the context of organizational leadership? Correct answer is Chief Information Officer. Which term best describes CERT or CIRT in the realm of cybersecurity incident management? Computer Investigation Response Team, Cybersecurity Incident Recovery Team, Critical Incident Response Team, or Computer Incident Response Team? Which term best describes CIRT in the realm of cybersecurity incident management? Correct answer is Computer Incident Response Team. In digital content management, what does CMS stand for? Content Management Software, Content Media System, Content Management System, or Centralized Media Service? In digital content management, what does CMS stand for? Correct answer is Content Management System. What does COOP or COOP represent in continuity planning? Contingency Operations Plan, Continuity of Operation Planning, Corporate Operational Outreach Plan, or Central Operations Overhaul Plan? What does COOP represent in continuity planning? Correct answer is Continuity of Operation Planning. In device management strategies, what does COPE or COPE stand for? Corporate-owned organizational provided, company-owned personally managed, corporate organized personally enabled, or corporate-owned personally enabled? What does COPE or COPE stand for? Correct answer is corporate-owned, personally enabled. What does CP refer to in the context of organizational risk management? Contingency planning, crisis prevention, critical procedures, or contingency protocol? What does CP refer to in the context of organizational risk management? Correct answer is contingency planning. What does CRC stand for when discussing error checking methods? Coded redundancy check, cyclic redundancy check, cyclical redundancy check, or continuous redundancy code? What does CRC stand for when discussing error checking methods? Correct answer is cyclical redundancy check. What does CRL mean in the context of digital certificate management? Certificate revocation ledger, certificate revocation list, certificate reissue log, or certified revocation ledger? What does CRL mean in the context of digital certificate management? Correct answer is certificate revocation list. Which of the following best defines CSO in corporate security leadership? Chief Security Officer, Corporate Security Organizer, Central Security Overseer, or Cybersecurity Officer? Which best defines CSO in corporate security leadership? Correct answer is Chief Security Officer. What does CSP stand for in cloud computing? Cloud Security Program, Cloud System Provider, Cloud Service Provider, or Cloud Software Provider? What does CSP stand for in cloud computing? Correct answer is Cloud Service Provider. In certificate management, what does CSR represent? Certificate Security Request, Certificate Signing Request, Certified Signature Request, or Computer System Request? In certificate management, what does CSR represent? Correct answer is Certificate Signing Request. Which term defines CSRF in web application security? Cross-System Request Framework, Client-Side Request Forgery, Cross-Site Resource Function, or Cross-Site Request Forgery? Which term defines CSRF in web application security? Correct answer is Cross-Site Request Forgery. What does CSU refer to in networking equipment? Channel Service Unit, Centralized System Unit, Circuit Switching Unit, or Computer Service Utility? What does CSU refer to in networking equipment? Correct answer is Channel Service Unit. In encryption modes, what does CTM stand for? Computed Timing Mechanism, Counter Mode, Control Transmission Mode, or Ciphertext Masking Technique? What does CTM stand for? Correct answer is Counter Mode. In corporate leadership, what does CTO denote? Chief Technical Officer, Central Technology Operator, Chief Technology Officer, or Corporate Technical Organizer? What does CTO denote? Correct answer is Chief Technology Officer. What is the full form of CVE in vulnerability management? Common Vulnerability Evaluation, Computer Vulnerability Event, Cyber Vulnerability Enumeration, or Common Vulnerability Enumeration? What does CVE mean in vulnerability management? Correct answer is Common Vulnerability Enumeration. Which acronym represents CVSS? Common Vulnerability Scoring System, Cybersecurity Vulnerability Scoring Standard, Common Virus Scanning System, or Critical Vulnerability Severity Scale? Which acronym represents CVSS? Correct answer is Common Vulnerability Scoring System. What does CYOD mean in the context of device management policies? Choose your own desktop, choose your own device, choose your own data, or customize your own device? What does CYOD mean in the context of device management policies? Correct answer is choose your own device. In access control, what does DAC stand for? Distributed access control, direct authorization control, discretionary access control, or digital access check? What does DAC stand for? Correct answer is discretionary access control. What does DBA represent in database management? Database analyst, database associate, data backup administrator, or database administrator? What does DBA represent in database management? Correct answer is database administrator. What does DDoS or DDoS stand for in cybersecurity? Distributed data over systems, digital denial of service, distributed denial of service, or dynamic denial of service? What does DDoS or DDoS stand for in cybersecurity? Correct answer is distributed denial of service. In system security, what does DEP represent? Data encryption protocol, data execution prevention, direct execution process, or disk encryption protection? What does DEP represent? Correct answer is data execution prevention. Which of the following is the correct full form of DES? Data encryption standard, digital encoding standard, dual encryption system, or digital encryption standard? What is the correct form of DES? Correct answer is digital encryption standard. What does DHCP stand for in networking? Dynamic host configuration protocol, data host connection process, direct host communication protocol, or digital host configuration procedure? What does DHCP stand for in networking? Correct answer is dynamic host configuration protocol. In cryptographic key exchanges, what does DHE mean? Dynamic hash exchange, data handling encryption, digital host ephemeral, or Diffie-Hellman ephemeral? In cryptographic key exchanges, what does DHE mean? Correct answer is Diffie-Hellman ephemeral. Which of the following is the correct expansion for DKIM? Domain key internet mail, domain key identified mail, data keys in mail, or digital keys for internet messaging? Which of the following is the correct expansion for DKIM? Correct answer is domain keys identified mail. What does DLL stand for in software libraries? Dynamic link library, direct loading library, dynamic load list, or data link loader? What does DLL stand for in software libraries? Correct answer is dynamic link library. In data protection, what does DLP stand for? Digital loss prevention, data leakage protocol, data loss prevention, or direct loss protection? In data protection, what does DLP stand for? Correct answer is data loss prevention. What does DMARC stand for in email authentication? Domain message authentication report and conformance, domain-based mail authentication reporting and conformance, digital mail authentication reporting and control, or domain message authentication reporting and conformance. What does DMARC stand for in email authentication? Correct answer is Domain Message Authentication Reporting and Conformance. In network address translation, what does DNAT refer to? Dynamic Network Address Translation, Destination Network Address Translation, Distributed Network Address Translation, or Data Network Address Translation. What does DNAT refer to? Correct answer is Destination Network Address Translation. Which term describes the DNS in Internet infrastructure? Domain Name System, Digital Name Server, Data Name System, or Domain Navigation Service? Which term describes the DNS in Internet infrastructure? Correct answer is Domain Name System. What does DOS stand for in cybersecurity attacks? Distributed Operation Service, Digital Overflow Service, Denial of Service, or Direct Operation Shutdown? What does DOS or DOS stand for in cybersecurity attacks? Correct answer is Denial of Service. In organizational roles, what does DPO stand for? Data Protection Organizer, Data Privacy Officer, Digital Protection Operator, or Data Process Overseer? In organizational roles, what does DPO stand for? Correct answer is Data Privacy Officer. What does DRP stand for in business continuity planning? Data Recovery Procedure, Disaster Reinstallation Process, Disaster Recovery Plan, or Data Reproduction Plan? What does DRP stand for in business continuity planning? Correct answer is Disaster Recovery Plan. What does DSA represent in digital security? Data Security Algorithm, Digital Signature Algorithm, Digital Secure Application, or Distributed Signature Authority? What does DSA represent in digital security? Correct answer is Digital Signature Algorithm. In networking, what does DSL stand for? Data Service Link, Digital Service Line, Digital Subscriber Line, or Direct Subscriber Link? In networking, what does DSL stand for? Correct answer is Digital Subscriber Line. What does EAP stand for in the authentication protocols? Encrypted Access Protocol, Extended Authorization Protocol, Enhanced Authentication Process, or Extensible Authentication Protocol? What does EAP stand for in authentication protocols? Correct answer is Extensible Authentication Protocol. In encryption modes, what does ECB stand for? Electronic Codebook, Encrypted Communication Block, Electronic Cipher Block, or Enhanced Code Block? In encryption modes, what does ECB stand for? Correct answer is Electronic Code Book. What is the full form of ECC in modern cryptography? Encrypted Curve Calculation, Elliptic Curve Cryptography, Elliptic Cipher Computing, or extended curve cryptography? What is the full form of ECC in modern cryptography? Correct answer is elliptic curve cryptography. What does ECDHE stand for in secure key exchanges? Elliptic cryptography Diffie-Hellman exchange, encrypted curve Diffie-Hellman establishment, elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman ephemeral, or elliptic curve data handling exchange. What does ECDHE stand for in secure key exchanges? Correct answer is elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman ephemeral. Which option correctly expands ECDSA in cryptographic signatures? Extended curve digital signature application, elliptical code digital security algorithm, electronic certificate digital signature algorithm, or elliptic curve digital signature algorithm? Which option correctly expands ECDSA in cryptographic signatures? Correct answer is elliptic curve digital signature algorithm. In endpoint security, what does EDR stand for? Endpoint detection and response, endpoint data recovery, enhanced data response, or enterprise detection and reporting? In endpoint security, what does EDR stand for? Correct answer is endpoint detection and response. What is the meaning of EFS in file system security? Electronics file security, encrypted file system, encrypted file storage, or enhanced file system? What is the meaning of EFS in file system security? Correct answer is encrypted file system. What does ERP stand for in enterprise management? Enterprise risk protection, electronic resource planning, enterprise resource planning, or enterprise response program? What does ERP stand for in enterprise management? Correct answer is enterprise resource planning. In device identification, what does ESN stand for? Encrypted serial number, electronic service network, enterprise serial number, or electronic serial number? In device identification, what does ESN stand for? Correct answer is electronic serial number. What does ESP represent in secure communication protocols? Encapsulated security payload, encrypted security protocol, enhanced security payload, or encapsulated signal processing? What does ESP represent in secure communication protocols? Correct answer is encapsulated security payload. In file system management, what does FACL stand for? File Access Control List, File System Access Control List, File Allocation Control List, or File System Account Control List? In file system management, what does FACL stand for? Correct answer is File System Access Control List. What is the full form of FDE in data protection? File data encryption, fast data encryption, full disk encryption, or full data encoding? What is the full form of FDE in data protection? Correct answer is full disk encryption. What does FIM stand for in cybersecurity? File integrity monitoring, file inspection management, file integrity management, or file information management? What does FIM stand for in cybersecurity? Correct answer is file integrity management. What does FPGA stand for in hardware design? Field Programmable Gate Array, Field Process Gate Access, Flexible Program Gate Array, or Field Programmable General Array? What does FPGA stand for in hardware design? Correct answer is Field Programmable Gate Array. In biometric security, what does FRR represent? False recognition ratio, false rejection rate, failed recognition rate, or frequent rejection rate? In biometric security, what does FRR represent? Correct answer is false rejection rate. What does the acronym FTP stand for in networking? Fast Transfer Protocol, File Transmission Protocol, File Transfer Protocol, or File Transport Process? What does the acronym FTP stand for in networking? Correct answer is File Transfer Protocol. What does FTPS stand for in file management? File Transmission Protocol Software, File Transmission Protocol Secure, File Transfer Protocol Software, or File Transfer Protocol Secure? What does FTPS stand for in file management? Correct answer is File Transfer Protocol Secure. In cryptography, what does GCM represent? Global Cipher Mode, General Cryptographic Mode, Galois Counter Mode, or Generic Cipher Mode? In cryptography, what does GCM represent? Correct answer is Galois Counter Mode. What does GDPR stand for in data protection? General Data Protection Regulation, General Data Privacy Regulation, Global Data Protection Regulation, or General Digital Protection Regulation? What does GDPR stand for in data protection? Correct answer is General Data Protection Regulation. In encryption tools, what does GPG stand for? Global Privacy Gateway, General Public Guard, New Privacy Guardian, or New Privacy Guard? In encryption tools, what does GPG stand for? Correct answer is New Privacy Guard. What is the full form of GPO in the context of Windows environments? General Policy Object, Group Policy Object, Global Policy Organization, or Group Protection Object? What is the full form of GPO in the context of Windows environments? Correct answer is Group Policy Object. What does GPS stand for in navigation systems? Global Positioning System, General Positioning System, Geographic Positioning Service, or Global Precision System? What does GPS stand for in navigation systems? Correct answer is Global Positioning System. In computing, what does GPU stand for? General Processing Unit, Graphics Performance Unit, Graphics Processing Unit, or General Purpose Unit? In computing, what does GPU stand for? Correct answer is Graphics Processing Unit. What does GRE represent in networking? Global Routing Exchange, General Routing Encapsulation, General Routing Enclosure, or Generic Routing Entity? What does GRE represent in networking? Correct answer is Generic Routing Encapsulation. What is the meaning of HA in system design? Hybrid access, high authentication, hardware abstraction, or high availability? What is the meaning of HA in system design? Correct answer is high availability. Which term describes HDD in computer storage? Hard data disk, high density drive, hard disk drive, or hybrid disk device? Which term describes HDD in computer storage? Correct answer is hard disk drive. What does HIDS stand for in cybersecurity? Host-based intrusion detection system, hybrid intrusion detection system, host integrated detection system, or hierarchical intrusion detection system? What does HIDS stand for in cybersecurity? Correct answer is host-based intrusion detection system. In endpoint security, what does HIPS stand for? Hybrid intrusion prevention system, host-based intrusion prevention system, high-level intrusion prevention system, or host integrated prevention system? In endpoint security, what does HIPS stand for? Correct answer is host-based intrusion prevention system. Which option correctly expands HMAC in cryptography? Hashed message authentication codebase, hashed message access control, hashed message authentication code, or hybrid message authentication check? Which option correctly expands HMAC in cryptography? Correct answer is hashed message authentication code. What does HOTP stand for in one-time password systems? Hashed one-time password, HMAC-based one-time passcode, high-order time password, or HMAC-based one-time password? What does HOTP stand for in one-time password systems? Correct answer is HMAC-based one-time password. In cybersecurity, what is the full form of HSM? Hardware Security Module, Host Security Manager, Hardware Software Module, or Hybrid Security Module? What is the full form of HSM? Correct answer is Hardware Security Module. What does HTML stand for in web development? Hyperlink Text Markup Language, Hypertext Markup Language, High-Level Textual Markup Language, or Hyperlink Markup Language? What does HTML stand for in web development? Correct answer is Hypertext Markup Language. Which option correctly defines HTTP in networking? Hyperterminal Transfer Protocol, Hyperlink Transfer Protocol, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or High Transfer Text Protocol? Which option correctly defines HTTP in networking? Correct answer is Hypertext Transfer Protocol. What does HTTPS stand for in secure communications? Hypertext Transfer Protocol Service, Hyperterminal Transfer Protocol Secure, Hypertext Transfer Protection Protocol, or Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure? What does HTTPS stand for in secure communications? Correct answer is Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. In building management, what does HVAC represent? Heating, ventilation, air conditioning, high value air conditioning, heat, ventilation, airflow control, or heating, ventilation, and climate? What does HVAC represent? Correct answer is heating, ventilation, air conditioning. What does IaaS stand for in cloud computing? Internet as a Service, Infrastructure as a Service, Integrated as a Service, or Information as a Service? What does IaaS stand for in cloud computing? Correct answer is Infrastructure as a Service. In network structure, what does IAC represent? Integrated as Code, Infrastructure and Application Control, Infrastructure as Code, or Information as Code? What does IAC represent? Correct answer is Infrastructure as Code. In access management, what does IAM or IAM stand for? Identity and Account Management, Information and Access Management, Identity Access Mechanism, or Identity and Access Management? What does IAM stand for? Correct answer is Identity and Access Management. What does ICMP stand for in network protocols? Internet Control Message Protocol, Internal Communication Message Protocol, Interconnected Control Message Protocol, or Internet Connection Management Protocol? What does ICMP stand for in network protocols? Correct answer is Internet Control Message Protocol. In industrial cybersecurity, what does ICS represent? Integrated Control Systems, Industrial Control Systems, Infrastructure Control Systems, or Industrial Communication Systems? What does ICS represent? Correct answer is Industrial Control Systems. Which option correctly expands IDEA or IDEA in encryption algorithms? International Digital Encryption Algorithm, Integrated Data Encryption Algorithm, International Data Encryption Algorithm, or Integrated Digital Encryption Algorithm? Which option correctly expands IDEA in encryption algorithms? Correct answer is International Data Encryption Algorithm. In telecommunications, what does IDF stand for? Integrated Data Frame, Internal Distribution Facility, Intermediate Data Facility, or Intermediate Distribution Frame. In telecommunications, what does IDF stand for? Correct answer is Intermediate Distribution Frame. What is the correct full form of IDP in identity management? Identity Provider, Identification Process, Identity Protocol, or Identification Provider? What is the full form of IDP in identity management? Correct answer is Identity Provider. Which option describes IDS in network security? Intrusion Detection Service, Intrusion Data System, Integrated Detection System, or Intrusion Detection System? Which option correctly describes IDS in network security? Correct answer is Intrusion Detection System. What does IEEE stand for in the context of engineering and technology? International Electrical and Electronic Experts, Institute of Energy and Environmental Engineers, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or International Engineering and Electronics Establishment? What does IEEE stand for in the context of engineering and technology? Correct answer is Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. In secure communications, what does IKE stand for? Internal Key Exchange, Internet Key Exchange, Immediate Key Exchange, or Interactive Key Exchange? What does IKE stand for? Correct answer is Internet Key Exchange. What does IM stand for when referring to text-based real-time communication? Instant messaging, immediate messaging, interactive messaging, or internet messaging? What does IM stand for? Correct answer is instant messaging. In email protocols, what does IMAP represent? IMAP. Interactive Mail Access Procedure, Internet Mail Administration Protocol, Internal Message Access Protocol, or Internet Message Access Protocol? In email protocols, what does IMAP or IMAP represent? Correct answer is Internet Message Access Protocol. Which of the following correctly defines IOC in cybersecurity? Indicators of control, indicators of compromise, Internet of cybersecurity, or input-output control? What correctly defines IOC in cybersecurity? Correct answer is indicators of compromise. What does IoT refer to in modern technology environments? Internet of Technology, Information of Things, Internet of Things, or interconnection of tools? What does IoT refer to in modern technology environments? Correct answer is Internet of Things. In networking, what is the full form of IP? Internal Protocol, Integrated Protocol, Internet Provider, or Internet Protocol? What is the full form of IP? Correct answer is Internet Protocol. What does IPS stand for in network security? Intrusion Prevention System, Intrusion Protection Service, Internal Protection System, or Intrusion Prevention Service? What does IPS stand for in network security? Correct answer is Intrusion Prevention System. Which option correctly expands IPsec or IPSEC in secure networking? Internal Protocol Security, Internet Protocol Security, Integrated Protocol Security, or Interconnected Protocol Security? Which option correctly expands IPsec in secure networking? Correct answer is Internet Protocol Security. In cybersecurity, what does IR stand for? Incident Report, Information Response, Incident Response, or Internal Review? In cybersecurity, what does IR stand for? Correct answer is Incident Response. What is the full form of IRC in online communication? Internet Relay Console, Interactive Relay Chat, Internal Relay Communication, or Internet Relay Chat? What is the full form of IRC in online communication? Correct answer is Internet Relay Chat. What does IRP stand for in the context of incident management? Incident Response Plan, Internal Recovery Procedure, Incident Reporting Protocol, or Immediate Response Plan? What does IRP stand for in the context of incident management? Correct answer is Incident Response Plan. Which of the following is the correct expansion for ISO? International Systems Organization, International Standards Organization, Interconnected Systems Organization, or Integrated Standards Office? The correct expansion for ISO. Correct answer is International Standards Organization. What does ISP stand for in telecommunications? Internet Service Provider, International Service Provider, Internet Signal Provider, or Integrated Service Provider? What does ISP stand for? Correct answer is Internet Service Provider. In information security roles, what does ISSO or ISO denote? Information Security Support Officer, Internal System Security Operator, Integrated Security Systems Officer, or Information Systems Security Officer? In information security roles, what does ISSO or ISO denote? Correct answer is Information Systems Security Officer. What is the full form of IV in cryptography? Initialization vector, internal verification, initial value, or information vector? What is the full form of IV in cryptography? Correct answer is initialization vector. What does KDC stand for in network security? Key Domain Certificate, Key Data Converter, Key Distribution Center, or Kernel Distribution Center? What does KDC stand for in network security? Correct answer is Key Distribution Center. Which of the following is the correct expansion for KEK or KEK? Key encryption key, key exchange key, key encoding key, or kernel encryption key? What is the correct expansion for KEK? Correct answer is key encryption key. What does L2TP stand for in tunneling protocols? Level 2 tunneling protocol, Layer 2 transport protocol, Link 2 tunneling process, or Layer 2 tunneling protocol? What does L2TP stand for in tunneling protocols? Correct answer is Layer 2 tunneling protocol. In networking, what does LAN or LAN stand for? Large area network, local area network, limited area network, or long area network? What does LAN stand for? Correct answer is local area network. What is the full form of LDAP or LDAP? Local Directory Access Protocol, Light Data Access Protocol, Lightweight Directory Access Protocol, or Logical Directory Administration Protocol? What is the full form of LDAP or LDAP? Correct answer is Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. Which option correctly expands LEAP or LEAP? Lightweight Encryption and Authentication Protocol, Local Extensible Authentication Protocol, Lightweight Extensible Authorization Protocol, or Lightweight Extensible Authentication Protocol? Which option correctly expands LEAP? Correct answer is Lightweight Extensible Authentication Protocol. What does MAS or MAAS stand for in cloud services? Management as a Service, Mobile as a Service, Monitoring as a Service, or Maintenance as a Service? What does MAAS stand for in cloud services? Correct answer is Monitoring as a Service. In access control models, what does MAC stand for? In access control models, Managed Access Control, Mandatory Access Control, Modular Access Control, or Manual Access Control? Correct answer is Mandatory Access Control. In networking, what does MAC stand for? Modular Access Channel, Multiple Access Control, Media Access Control, or Manual Access Channel? In networking, what does MAC stand for? Correct answer is Media Access Control. What is the correct expansion for MAC in cryptography? Message Authentication Code, Machine Authentication Certificate, Message Access Control, or Module Authentication Code? What is the correct expansion for MAC in cryptography? Correct answer is Message Authentication Code. What does MAN or MAN stand for in networking? Mobile Area Network, Main Area Network, Multi-Region Area Network, or Metropolitan Area Network? What does MAN stand for in networking? Correct answer is Metropolitan Area Network. In computer storage, what does MBR stand for? Main boot record, master boot record, master binary record, or module boot recorder? In computer storage, what does MBR stand for? Correct answer is master boot record. What does MD5 stand for in hashing algorithms? Message Digest 5, Media Data 5, Message Data 5, or Master Digest 5? What does MD5 stand for in hashing algorithms? Correct answer is Message Digest 5. Which option correctly expands MDF in telecommunications? Modular Distribution Framework, Medium Distribution Frame, Main Distribution Frame, or Main Data Frame? Which option correctly expands MDF in telecommunications? Correct answer is Main Distribution Frame. What does MDM stand for in mobile security management? Mobile data monitoring, mobile device management, managed device module, or mobile distribution management? What does MDM stand for in mobile security management? Correct answer is mobile device management. What does MFA represent in cybersecurity authentication? Multi-factor authentication, multifunction access, multifaceted access, or multiple factor authorization? What does MFA represent in cybersecurity authentication? Correct answer is multi-factor authentication. Which option is the correct expansion for MFD in IT devices? Multifunctional data, modular file device, multifunction device, or multiple file display? Which option is the correct expansion for MFD in IT devices? Correct answer is multifunction device. In office equipment terminology, what does MFP stand for? Multifunction phone, multifunction format printer, modular file printer, or multifunction printer? What does MFP stand for? Correct answer is multifunction printer. What does ML stand for in the context of advanced technology? Manual logic, machine learning, multi-level, or modular linkage? What does ML stand for in the context of advanced technology? Correct answer is machine learning. What is the full form of MMS in mobile communications? Multimedia Message Service, Multiple Message System, Media Messaging Service, or Multi-Mode Message Service? What is the full form of MMS in mobile communications? Correct answer is Multimedia Message Service. What does MOA stand for in contractual agreements? Memorandum of Authorization, Memorandum of Analysis, Memorandum of Arrangement, or Memorandum of Agreement? What does MOA stand for in contractual agreements? Correct answer is Memorandum of Agreement. Which option correctly expands MOU in business contexts? Memorandum of Use, Manual of Understanding, Memorandum of Understanding, or Management of Users? What correctly expands MOU in business contexts? Correct answer is Memorandum of Understanding. What does MPLS stand for in networking? Multiple Protocol Link Service, Multi-Protocol Label Switching, Modular Protocol Label System, or Multi-Platform Label Switching? What does MPLS stand for in networking? Correct answer is Multi-Protocol Label Switching. What is the correct expansion for MSA in contract management? Master Service Agreement, Managed Service Agreement, Main Service Agreement, or Modular Service Agreement? The correct expansion for MSA in contract management. Correct answer is Master Service Agreement. In network authentication, what does MSCHAP stand for? MSCHAP. Microsoft Secure Channel Handshake Authentication Protocol, Microsoft Standard Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol, Microsoft System Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol, or Microsoft Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol. In network authentication, what does MSCHAP stand for? Correct answer is Microsoft Challenge Handshake Authentication Protocol. What does MSP represent in IT service management? Managed Security Provider, Managed Service Partner, Managed Service Provider, or Mobile Service Provider? What does MSP represent in IT service management? Correct answer is Managed Service Provider. Which option correctly expands MSSP in cybersecurity services? Managed Secure Service Provider, Managed Security Service Provider, Multi-Sector Security Provider, or Managed Surveillance Service Provider? Which correctly expands MSSP in cybersecurity services? Correct answer is Managed Security Service Provider. In reliability engineering, what does MTBF stand for? Mean time between failures, mean time before failure, maximum time between failures, or mean time between faults? What does MTBF stand for? Correct answer is mean time between failures. Which option correctly expands MTTF in reliability metrics? Mean time till failure, maximum time to failure, mean time to fault, or mean time to failure? Which correctly expands MTTF in reliability metrics? Correct answer is mean time to failure. What does MTTR stand for in IT service management? Mean time to repair, mean time to recover, mean time to reboot, or maximum time to respond? What does MTTR stand for in IT service management? Correct answer is mean time to recover. In networking, what does MTU represent? Minimum transmission unit, maximum transfer unit, maximum transmission unit, or minimum transfer unit? What does MTU represent? Correct answer is maximum transmission unit. What does NAC stand for in network security? Network Authentication Control, Network Allocation Control, network administrative control, or network access control? What does NAC stand for in network security? Correct answer is network access control. Which of the following correctly defines NAT or NAT in networking? Network address translation, network allocation table, network access transmission, or national access terminal? Which correctly defines NAT in networking? Correct answer is network address translation. What does NDA stand for in business agreements? Non-distribution agreement, non-design agreement, non-disclosure agreement, or network disclosure agreement? What does NDA stand for in business agreements? Correct answer is non-disclosure agreement. In wireless communications, what does NFC represent? Near field communication, network field communication, new field communication, or near frequency control? What does NFC represent? Correct answer is near field communication. What does NGFW stand for in modern cybersecurity? Next generation file wrapper, next generation firewall, next gateway firewall, or new generation firewall? What does NGFW stand for in modern cybersecurity? Correct answer is next generation firewall. What does NIDS stand for in network security solutions? Network intrusion detection system, network integrated detection service, non-intrusive detection system, or network interface detection system? What does NIDS stand for in network security solutions? Correct answer is network intrusion detection system. What does NIPS or NIPS stand for in network security solutions? Network integrated prevention service, network-based intrusion prevention system, network intrusion protection system, or non-intrusive prevention system? What does NIPS or NIPS stand for in network security solutions? Correct answer is network-based intrusion prevention system. What is the full form of NIST in cybersecurity standards? NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, National Information Security Team, Network Institute of Security and Technology, or National Institute of Security and Technology? What is the full form of NIST in cybersecurity standards? Correct answer is National Institute of Standards and Technology. In file systems, what does NTFS stand for? Network Technology File System, New Transfer File System, New Technology File System, or Next Technology File System? What does NTFS stand for? Correct answer is New Technology File System. What does NTLM stand for in Microsoft Authentication Protocols? New Technology LAN Manager, Network Technology LAN Manager, New Terminal LAN Manager, or Network Terminal LAN Manager? What does NTLM stand for in Microsoft Authentication Protocols? Correct answer is New Technology LAN Manager. Which protocol is represented by the acronym NTP? Network Time Protocol, National Time Protocol, New Time Protocol, or Network Timing Protocol? What is represented by the acronym NTP? Correct answer is Network Time Protocol. What does OAuth or OAuth stand for in authorization frameworks? Online authorization, open authentication, organized authorization, or open authorization? What does OAuth stand for in authorization frameworks? Correct answer is open authorization. In certificate validation, what does OCSP represent? Online Certificate Security Protocol, Offline Certificate Status Protocol, Online Certificate Status Protocol, or Online Certificate Synchronization Protocol? What does OCSP represent? Correct answer is Online Certificate Status Protocol. What is the full form of OID in object identification? Object identifier, organizational identifier, operational identifier, or object identification? What is the full form of OID in object identification? Correct answer is object identifier. In computing, what does OS stand for? Object system, output system, overload system, or operating system? What does OS stand for? Correct answer is operating system. What does OSINT stand for in intelligence gathering? Open System Internal Technology, Open Source Intelligence, Operational Source Information, or Online System Integration? What does OSINT stand for in intelligence gathering? Correct answer is Open Source Intelligence. Which option correctly expands OSPF in routing protocols? Open System Protocol Function, Operational Shortest Path Finder, Open Shortest Path First, or Optimal Shortest Path Forwarding? Which correctly expands OSPF in routing protocols? Correct answer is Open Shortest Path First. In industrial environments, what does OT stand for? Operational Technology, Organizational Technology, Optical Transmission, or Operational Transmission? What does OT stand for in industrial environments? Correct answer is Operational Technology. What does OTA stand for in wireless communications? Over the area, over the air, open transport architecture, or on-time access? What does OTA stand for in wireless communications? Correct answer is over the air. Which option correctly defines OVAL, OVAL, in vulnerability assessments? Operational Vulnerability Analysis Link, Organized Vulnerability Assessment Logic, Open Vulnerability Assessment Language, or Open Vulnerability Analysis List? Which option correctly defines OVAL, OVAL, in vulnerability assessments? Correct answer is Open Vulnerability Assessment Language. What does P12 refer to in cryptographic standards? Password 12-digit, protocol 12, public key 12, or PKCS number 12? What does P12 refer to in cryptographic standards? Correct answer is PKCS number 12. In networking, what does P2P stand for? Point-to-point, peer-to-peer, packet-to-packet, or protocol-to-protocol? What does P2P stand for? Correct answer is peer-to-peer. What does PaaS stand for in cloud computing? Platform as a service, product as a service, process as a service, or program as a service? What does PaaS stand for in cloud computing? Correct answer is platform as a service. Which option correctly expands PAC in proxy configurations? Public access control, proxy access code, pre-configured access control, or proxy auto configuration? Which option correctly expands PAC in proxy configurations? Correct answer is proxy auto configuration. In securing user privileges, what does PAM or PAM stand for? Privileged access management, protected account management, privileged authentication mechanism, or private access method? What does PAM, PAM stand for? Correct answer is privileged access management. Within Linux authentication, what does PAM represent? Portable authentication method, pluggable authentication modules, password authentication module, or protocol access module? Within Linux authentication, what does PAM represent? Correct answer is pluggable authentication modules. What does PAP or PAP stand for in authentication protocols? Private access protocol, public authentication process, protected access protocol, or password authentication protocol? What does PAP or PAP stand for in authentication protocols? Correct answer is Password Authentication Protocol. Which option correctly defines PAT, PAT in network address translation techniques? Port address translation, packet address translation, protocol address translation, or private address translation? Which option correctly defines PAT in network address translation techniques? Correct answer is port address translation. What does PBK-DF2 stand for in cryptographic key derivation? Private-based key distribution function 2, password-based key derivation function 2, public binary key derivation format 2, or password binary key derivation format 2? What does PBK-DF2 stand for in cryptographic key derivation? Correct answer is password-based key derivation function 2. In telephony, what does PBX refer to? Public branch exchange, private base exchange, private branch exchange, or public base exchange. In telephony, what does PBX refer to? Correct answer is private branch exchange. Which option correctly defines PCAP in network analysis? Packet capture, packet content analysis, protocol capture, or packet communication analysis? Which option correctly defines PCAP in network analysis? Correct answer is packet capture. What does PCI DSS stand for in payment security standards? Personal Card Information Data Security Standard, Payment Card Information Data Safety Standard, Payment Card Industry Data Security System, or Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard? What does PCI DSS stand for in payment security standards? Correct answer is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. In power management, what does PDU refer to? Power Data Unit, Peripheral Distribution Unit, Power Distribution Unit, or Primary Distribution Unit? In power management, what does PDU refer to? Correct answer is Power Distribution Unit. What does PEAP stand for in wireless authentication protocols? PEAP. Public Extensible Authentication Protocol, Protected Extensible Authentication Protocol, Private Extensible Authentication Protocol, or Password Extensible Authentication Protocol? What does PEAP, PEAP stand for in wireless authentication protocols? Correct answer is Protected Extensible Authentication Protocol. Which option correctly expands PED in the context of device security? Personalized Electronic Dashboard, Professional Electronic Device, Private Electronic Device, or Personal Electronic Device? What correctly expands PED in the context of device security? Correct answer is Personal Electronic Device. What does PEM stand for in secure email formats? Privacy Enhanced Mail, Personal Electronic Mail, Public Encrypted Mail, or Protocol Encrypted Message? What does PEM stand for in secure email formats? Correct answer is Privacy Enhanced Mail. In cryptographic protocols, what does PFS refer to? Private File System, Public Forward Secrecy, Perfect Forward Secrecy, or Primary File Security? In cryptographic protocols, what does PFS refer to? Correct answer is Perfect Forward Secrecy. What is the full form of PGP in data encryption? Private Good Protection, Pretty Good Privacy, Public General Privacy, or Personal Good Privacy? What is the full form of PGP in data encryption? Correct answer is Pretty Good Privacy. In healthcare security, what does PHI stand for? Public Health Information, Personal Hospital Information, Protected Health Insurance, or Personal Health Information? In healthcare security, what does PHI stand for? Correct answer is personal health information. Which option correctly defines PII in privacy regulations? Personally identifiable information, public identifiable information, private information identifier, or personal identification information. Which option correctly defines PII in privacy regulations? Correct answer is personally identifiable information. What does PIV stand for in government security standards? Public identity verification, personal identification validation, personal identity verification, or private identity verification. What does PIV stand for in government security standards? Correct answer is personal identity verification. Which option correctly expands PKCS in cryptographic standards? Private key certificate system, public key certificate specifications, protocol key cryptographic scheme, or public key cryptography standards? Which option correctly expands PKCS in cryptographic standards? Correct answer is public key cryptography standards. What does PKI stand for in cybersecurity? Private key identification, public key infrastructure, public key integration, or private key infrastructure? What does PKI stand for in cybersecurity? Correct answer is public key infrastructure. In email protocols, what does POP or POP stand for? Personal Office Protocol, Public Office Protocol, Post Office Protocol, or Private Office Protocol? In email protocols, what does POP stand for? Correct answer is Post Office Protocol. What does POTS stand for in telephony? Private Office Telephone Service, Public Optical Telephone Service, Primary Office Telephone System, or Plain Old Telephone Service? What does POTS stand for in telephony? Correct answer is Plain Old Telephone Service. Which protocol is defined as PPP? Point-to-point protocol, packet-to-packet protocol, private-to-private protocol, or peer-to-peer protocol? Which protocol is defined as PPP? Correct answer is point-to-point protocol. What does PPTP stand for in VPN technologies? Private Point Tunneling Protocol, Point-to-Point Tunneling Protocol, Peer-to-Peer Tunneling Protocol, or Public Point Tunneling Protocol? What does PPTP stand for in VPN technologies? Correct answer is Point-to-Point Tunneling Protocol. In wireless security, what does PSK represent? Public shared key, private shared key, pre-shared key, or password shared key? What does PSK represent in wireless security? Correct answer is pre-shared key. Which option correctly defines PTZ in video surveillance systems? Play track zoom, pan tilt zone, point turn zoom, or pan tilt zoom? Which option correctly defines PTZ in video surveillance systems? Correct answer is pan, tilt, zoom. In malware terminology, what does PUP or PUP stand for? Potentially unwanted program, publicly unwanted process, pre-installed unwanted package, or potentially unwanted process. In malware terminology, what does PUP stand for? Correct answer is potentially unwanted program. In data context, what does RA stand for as a role? Remote administrator, recovery agent, risk assessor, or resource allocator? What does RA stand for as a role? Correct answer is recovery agent. Within PKI, what does RA stand for during certificate issuance? Record authority, routing authority, registration authority, or reference authority? Within PKI, what does RA stand for during certificate issuance? Correct answer is registration authority. What does RACE stand for in communications research? Research and coordination in advanced communications engineering, research and analysis in cybersecurity engineering, rapid application in communications engineering, or research and development in advanced communication technologies in Europe? What does RACE stand for in communications research? Correct answer is research and development in advanced communication technologies in Europe. Which option correctly expands RAD in software development? Rapid application development, reliable application deployment, remote application development, or responsive application design? Which option correctly expands RAD in software development? Correct answer is rapid application development. What does RADIUS stand for in network authentication services? Remote access dial-in user service, remote authentication dial-in user service, regional authentication dial-in user service, or remote access data user interface service? What does RADIUS stand for in network authentication services? Correct answer is remote authentication dial-in user service. What does RAID stand for in storage systems? Random array of inexpensive disks, redundant array of inexpensive disks, reliable array of inexpensive disks, or rapid array of inexpensive disks? What does RAID stand for in storage systems? Correct answer is redundant array of inexpensive disks. What does RAS stand for in network access solutions? Remote active service, remote application server, remote access server, or reliable access server? What does RAS stand for in network access solutions? Correct answer is remote access server. In cybersecurity threats, what does RAT stand for? Remote administration tool, remote access Trojan, rapid access tool, or reliable administration Trojan? In cybersecurity threats, what does RAT stand for? Correct answer is remote access Trojan. What does RBAC or RBAC stand for in control models? Record-based access control, resource-based access control, region-based access control, or role-based access control? What does RBAC or RBAC stand for in control models? Correct answer is role-based access control. What is another definition for RBAC in control models? Registration-based access control, rule-based access control, resource-based access control, or real-time access control? What is another definition for RBAC in control models? Correct answer is rule-based access control. What does RC4 refer to in encryption algorithms? Rivest Cipher version 4, Rivest Code version 4, Rivest Cryptographic 4, or Rivest or Revised Cipher version 4? What does RC4 refer to in encryption algorithms? Correct answer is Rivest Cipher version 4. What does RDP stand for in Remote Connectivity Solutions? Remote Data Protocol, Rapid Desktop Process, Remote Desktop Protocol, or Remote Display Protocol? What does RDP stand for in Remote Connectivity Solutions? Correct answer is Remote Desktop Protocol. What does RFID stand for in identification technologies? Remote Frequency Identification, Radio Frequency Indicator, Remote Field Identification, or Radio Frequency Identification? What does RFID stand for in identification technologies? Correct answer is Radio Frequency Identification. What does RIPE-MD stand for in hash functions? RIPE-MD. Rivest Integrity Protocol Message Digest, Race Integrity Primitives Evaluation Message Digest, Random Integrity Primitive Evaluation Message Digest, or Reliable Integrity Primitives Evaluation Message Digest? What does RIPE-MD, RIPE-MD stand for in hash functions? Correct answer is Race Integrity Primitives Evaluation Message Digest. In financial analysis, what does ROI stand for? Return on investment, rate of investment, return of investment, or ratio of investment? In financial analysis, what does ROI stand for? Correct answer is return on investment. What does RPO stand for in disaster recovery planning? Recovery Performance Objective, Restoration Point Objective, Return Point Objective, or Recovery Point Objective? What does RPO stand for in disaster recovery planning? Correct answer is Recovery Point Objective. What does RSA stand for in public key cryptography? Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman, Rivest, Smith, and Anderson, Reliable Security Algorithm, or Rapid Security Application? What does RSA stand for in public key cryptography? Correct answer is Rivest, Shamir, and Edelman. What does RTBH stand for in network defense strategies? Real-time black hole, remotely triggered black hole, remote terminal black hole, or rapidly triggered black hole? What does RTBH stand for in Network Defense Strategies? Correct answer is remotely triggered black hole. What does RTO stand for in disaster recovery metrics? Recovery technical operation, return time objective, response time objective, or recovery time objective? What does RTO stand for in disaster recovery metrics? Correct answer is recovery time objective. In embedded systems, what does RTOS stand for? Real-time operations software, real-time operating system, real-time output service, or real-time open system? In embedded systems, what does RTOS stand for? Correct answer is real-time operating system. What does RTP represent in media streaming protocols? Reliable transport protocol, rapid transmission protocol, real-time transport protocol, or remote transfer protocol? What does RTP represent in media streaming protocols? Correct answer is real-time transport protocol. Which option correctly defines SMIME in email security? SMIME. Secure multi-purpose internet mail extensions, secure managed internet mail encryption, safe multi-purpose internet mail exchange, or secure multi-user internet mail encoding? Which option correctly defines SMIME in email security? Correct answer is secure multi-purpose internet mail extensions. In cloud computing, what does SaaS stand for? Software and services, software as a service, system as a service, or solutions as a service? In cloud computing, what does SaaS stand for? Correct answer is software as a service. In authentication methods, what does SAE mean? Secure authentication exchange, simple authentication element, simultaneous authentication of equals, or server-assisted encryption? In authentication methods, what does SAE mean? Correct answer is simultaneous authentication of equals. What does SAML stand for in Federated Identity Management? Secure Assertion Markup Language, Simple Assertion Markup Language, Secure Access Markup Language, or Security Assertions Markup Language? What does SAML stand for in Federated Identity Management? Correct answer is Security Assertions Markup Language. In data storage, what does SAN or SAN refer to? Storage Area Network, Server Access Network, System Archive Network, or Secure Access Node? In data storage, what does SAN or SAN refer to? Correct answer, Storage Area Network. In digital certificates, what does SAN stand for? Storage Area Name, Subject Alternative Name, Secure Attribute Name, or Secondary Authorization Name? In digital certificates, what does SAN stand for? Correct answer is subject alternative name. What does SASE stand for in network security architecture? Secure Access Service Environment, Secure Application Service Edge, Secure Access Service Edge, or Security and Access Service Edge? What does SASE stand for in network security architecture? Correct answer is Secure Access Service Edge. In industrial control systems, what does SCADA, SCADA, represent? Supervisory control and data aggregation, secure control and data acquisition, supervisory command and data analysis, or supervisory control and data acquisition. In industrial control systems, what does SCADA represent? Correct answer is supervisory control and data acquisition. What does SCAP, SCAP, stand for in security compliance tools? Security Content Automation Protocol, System Control Automation Program, Secure Content Analysis Process, or Security Configuration Assessment Protocol? What does SCAP or SCAP stand for in security compliance tools? Correct answer is Security Content Automation Protocol. In certificate management, what does SCEP stand for? Simple Certificate Enrollment Process, Simple Certificate Enrollment Protocol, Secure Certificate Enrollment Protocol, or Standard Certificate Enrollment Procedure? In certificate management, what does SCEP stand for? Correct answer is Simple Certificate Enrollment Protocol. What does SD-WAN represent in modern networking? Software-driven wide area network, standard-defined wide area network, software-distributed wide area network, or software-defined wide area network? What does SD-WAN represent in modern networking? Correct answer is software-defined wide area network. In software development, what does SDK stand for? Software Development Kit, System Development Kernel, Software Deployment Kit, or System Development Kit? In software development, what does SDK stand for? Correct answer is Software Development Kit. What does SDLC stand for in project management? System Development Lifecycle, Software Design Lifecycle, System Design Lifecycle, or Software Development Lifecycle? What does SDLC stand for in project management? Correct answer is Software Development Lifecycle. What does SDLM represent in software engineering? Software Development Lifecycle Method, Software Development Lifecycle Methodology, System Development Lifecycle Model, or Software Design Lifecycle Model? What does SDLM represent in software engineering? Correct answer is Software Development Lifecycle Methodology. What does SDN stand for in modern networking? Software-defined networking, secure data networking, systematic data network, or software-driven network? What does SDN stand for in modern networking? Correct answer is software-defined networking. In Linux security, what does SE Linux stand for? Standard Edition Linux, Security Enhanced Linux, Secure Enterprise Linux, or System Enhanced Linux? In Linux security, what does SE Linux stand for? Correct answer is Security Enhanced Linux. Which term best describes SED in hardware security? Secure encrypted data, software-enabled drive, self-encrypting drives, or simple encryption device? Which term best describes SED in hardware security? Correct answer is self-encrypting drives. In programming, what does SEH stand for? Standard Exception Handler, Systematic Error Handler, Structured Error Handler, or Structured Exception Handler? In programming, what does SEH stand for? Correct answer is Structured Exception Handler. What does SFTP stand for in file transfer protocols? Secured File Transfer Protocol, Simple File Transfer Process, Secure File Transmission Protocol, or Safe File Transfer Protocol? What does SFTP stand for in file transfer protocols? Correct answer is Secured File Transfer Protocol. Which option correctly defines SHA in cryptographic functions? Secure hashing algorithmic, secure hashing algorithm, simple hashing algorithm, or standard hash algorithm? Which option correctly defines SHA in cryptographic functions? Correct answer is secure hashing algorithm. What does SHTTP stand for in web communications? Simple Hypertext Transfer Protocol, Standard Hypertext Transfer Protocol, Secure Hypertext Transfer Protocol, or Safe Hypertext Transfer Protocol? What does SHTTP stand for in web communications? Correct answer is Secure Hypertext Transfer Protocol. In cybersecurity monitoring, what does SIEM stand for? System Information and Event Management, Security Intelligent Event Management, Secure Information and Event Monitoring, or Security Information and Event Management? In cybersecurity monitoring, what does SIEM stand for? Correct answer is Security Information and Event Management. In mobile communications, what does SIM or SIM stand for? Subscriber Identity Module, Secure Information Module, System Integration Module, or Subscriber Internet Module? In mobile communications, what does SIM or SIM stand for? Correct answer is Subscriber Identity Module. What does SLA stand for in service agreements? System Level Agreement, Service Level Agreement, Standard Level Agreement, or Secure Level Agreement? What does SLA stand for in service agreements? Correct answer is Service Level Agreement. Which term defines SLE in risk management metrics? standard loss estimate, system loss expectancy, single loss expectancy, or single loss estimate. Which term defines SLE in risk management metrics? Correct answer is single loss expectancy. What does SMS stand for in mobile communications? System message service, simple message service, secure message service, or short message service? What does SMS stand for in mobile communications? Correct answer is short message service. What does SMTP stand for in internet communication? Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, Secure Mail Transmission Protocol, Standard Mail Transfer Procedure, or Simple Mail Transaction Protocol? What does SMTP stand for in internet communication? Correct answer is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. What does SMTPS stand for in internet communications? Secure Mail Transfer Protocol Standard, Simple Mail Transmission Protocol Secure, Simple Mail Transfer Process Standard, or Simple Mail Transfer Protocol Secure? What does SMTPS stand for in internet communications? Correct answer is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol Secure. What does SNMP stand for in network management? Simple Network Management Protocol, Secure Network Monitoring Protocol, Simple Node Management Protocol, or System Network Management Protocol? What does SNMP stand for in network management? Correct answer is Simple Network Management Protocol. What does SOAP or SOAP stand for in web services? Standard Object Application Protocol, Secure Object Access Protocol, Simple Object Access Protocol, or Simple Open Access Protocol? What does SOAP, SOAP stand for in web services? Correct answer is Simple Object Access Protocol. What does SOAR stand for in cybersecurity operations? Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, Secure Operations and Response, System Orchestration and Automated Response, or Security Optimization and Automated Response? What does SOAR stand for in cybersecurity operations? Correct answer is Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response. In hardware design, what does SOC stand for? Security on Campus, Service on Chip, System of Components, or System on Chip? What does SOC stand for in hardware design? Correct answer is System on Chip. In cybersecurity operations, what does SOC stand for? Security Operations Command, Secure Operations Center, Security Operations Center, or System Operations Center? In cybersecurity operations, what does SOC stand for? Correct answer is Security Operations Center. What does SOW stand for in project management? Service of work, schedule of work, summary of work, or statement of work? What does SOW stand for in project management? Correct answer is statement of work. What does SPF stand for in email authentication? Sender Policy Framework, Secure Postmail Format, Standard Protocol Framework, or Sender Protection Feature? What does SPF stand for in email authentication? Correct answer is Sender Policy Framework. What does SPIM stand for in unwanted messaging? Secure Protocol for Internet Messaging, Service Protocol for Instant Messaging, Spam Prevention in Messaging, or Spam over Internet Messaging? What does SPIM stand for in unwanted messaging? Correct answer is Spam over Internet Messaging. What does SQL stand for in database management? Standard Query Language, Structured Query Language, Simple Query Language, or Sequential Query Language? What does SQL stand for in database management? Correct answer is Structured Query Language. In web security, what does SQLI refer to? Structured Query Logging Injection, Standard Query Language Intrusion, SQL Injection, or Structured Query Language Interference? In web security, what does SQLI refer to? Correct answer is SQL or SQL injection. What does SRTP stand for in secure media transmission? Secure real-time processing, Standard Real-Time Protocol, Secure Real-Time Protocol, or Secure Real-Time Protection? What does SRTP stand for in secure media transmission? Correct answer is Secure Real-Time Protocol. What does SSD stand for in computer storage? Solid-state drive, single storage device, serial storage disk, or secure storage device? What does SSD stand for in computer storage? Correct answer is solid-state drive. What does SSH stand for in secure remote access? Simple shell, secure shell, server shell, or system shell? What does SSH stand for in secure remote access? Correct answer is secure shell. In web security, what does SSL stand for? Secure socket login, secure system layer, secure sockets layer, or system secure layer? In web security, what does SSL stand for? Correct answer is secure sockets layer. What does SSO represent in authentication systems? Single sign-off, simple sign-on, secure sign-on, or single sign-on? What does SSO represent in authentication systems? Correct answer is single sign-on. What does STIX stand for in threat intelligence sharing? Structured Threat Information Exchange, Standard Threat Information Exchange, Secure Threat Information Exchange, or Structured Threat Indicator Exchange? What does STIX or STIX stand for in threat intelligence sharing? Correct answer is Structured Threat Information Exchange. In web security, what does SWG stand for? Standard Web Gateway, Secure Web Gateway, Simple Web Gateway, or System Web Gateway? In web security, what does SWG stand for? Correct answer is Secure Web Gateway. What does TACACS Plus stand for in Network Access Control? TACACS Plus. Terminal Access Controller Access Control Service, Terminal Access Control and Communication System, Terminal Access Controller Access Control System, or Telecom Access Control and Security. What does TACACS Plus stand for in Network Access Control? Correct answer is Terminal Access Controller Access Control System. What does TAXII, TAXII, stand for in Threat Intelligence Exchange? Trusted Automated Exchange of Indicator Info, Trusted Automated Exchange of Indicator Info, Trusted Access Exchange of Indicator Information, or Trusted Automated Exchange of Indicator Information. What does TAXII stand for in Threat Intelligence Exchange? Correct answer is Trusted Automated Exchange of Indicator Information. What does TCP/IP stand for in networking? Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol, Transfer Control Protocol, Interconnect Protocol, Transmission Communication Protocol, Internet Protocol, or Transfer Communication Protocol, Interconnect Protocol. What does TCP/IP stand for in networking? Correct answer is Transmission Control Protocol, Internet Protocol. In Kerberos authentication, what does TGT stand for? Ticket Granting Token, Ticket Granting Ticket, Token Granting Ticket, or Ticket Generating Ticket? In Kerberos authentication, what does TGT stand for? Correct answer is Ticket Granting Ticket. What does TKIP or TKIP stand for in wireless encryption protocols? Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, Transient Key Integrity Protocol, Temporal Key Information Protocol, or Transitional Key Integrity Protocol? What does TKIP stand for in wireless encryption protocols? Correct answer is Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. What does TLS stand for in secure communications? Transport Link Security, Transmission Layer Security, Transfer Level Security, or Transport Layer Security? What does TLS stand for in secure communications? Correct answer is Transport Layer Security. What does TOC stand for in software security contexts? Type of control, term of condition, time of check, or total order check? What does TOC stand for in software security contexts? Correct answer is time of check. What does TOTP stand for in authentication mechanisms? Temporary one-time password, time-based one-time password, timed one-time passcode, or timed operator password? What does TOTP stand for in authentication mechanisms? Correct answer is time-based one-time password. In billing and energy management, what does TOU stand for? Time of use, time of update, time of usage, or time of user? In billing and energy management, what does TOU stand for? Correct answer is time of use. What does TPM stand for in hardware security? Trusted Processing Method, Technical Platform Module, Trusted Platform Module, or Technology Processing Module? What does TPM stand for in hardware security? Correct answer is Trusted Platform Module. What is the correct expansion of TTP in cybersecurity contexts? Tactical Threat Protocol, Tactics, Techniques and Procedures, Tactics, Training and Processes, or Targeted Threat Procedures? What is the correct expansion of TTP in cybersecurity contexts? Correct answer is Tactics, Techniques, and Procedures. In DNS security, what does TSIG or TSIG stand for? Time signature, transmission signal, terminal signal, or transaction signature? In DNS security, what does TSIG stand for? Correct answer is transaction signature. What does UAT stand for in software testing process? User acceptance testing, user automated testing, universal acceptance testing, or unilateral acceptance test? What does UAT stand for in the software testing process? Correct answer is user acceptance testing. What is the full form of UAV in modern technology? Universal Aerial Vehicle, Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, Unattended Airborne Vehicle, or Unmanned Autonomous Vehicle? What is the full form of UAV in modern technology? Correct answer is Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. In networking, what does UDP stand for? Universal Datagram Protocol, User Data Protocol, User Datagram Protocol, or Unified Datagram Protocol? In networking, what does UDP stand for? Correct answer is User Datagram Protocol. What does UEFI stand for in computer firmware? Universal Extensible Firmware Interface, Unified Extended Firmware Interface, Universal Extended Firmware Interface, or Unified Extensible Firmware Interface? What does UEFI stand for in computer firmware? Correct answer is Unified Extensible Firmware Interface. In endpoint management, what does UEM stand for? Unified Endpoint Management, Universal Endpoint Management, Unified Enterprise Management, or User Endpoint Management? In endpoint management, what does UEM stand for? Correct answer is Unified Endpoint Management. What does UPS stand for in power protection systems? Universal Power System, Uninterruptible Power Supply, Uninterrupted Power Source, or Uninterrupted Power Supply? What does UPS stand for in power protection systems? Correct answer is Uninterruptible Power Supply. What does URI represent in Web Resource Identification? Universal Resource Identifier, Uniform Resource Indicator, Uniform Resource Identifier, or Universal Resource Indicator? What does URI represent in Web Resource Identification? Correct answer is Uniform Resource Identifier. What does URL stand for in web addressing? Unilateral resource locator, unilateral resource link, uniform reference locator, or uniform resource locator? What does URL stand for in web addressing? Correct answer is Uniform Resource Locator. What does USB stand for in computer connectivity? Universal Serial Bus, Unilateral System Bus, Unique Serial Bridge, or Universal Signal Bus? What does USB stand for in computer connectivity? Correct answer is Universal Serial Bus. What does USB OTG stand for in mobile device connectivity? Universal Serial Bus on Time, USB on the go, Universal Serial Bus, your Universal System Bus on the go, or Universal Serial Bus on the ground? What does USB OTG stand for in mobile device connectivity? The correct answer is USB on the go, or Universal Serial Bus on the go. In network security, what does UTM stand for? Universal Threat Monitoring, User Threat Management, Unified Terminal Management, or Unified Threat Management? In network security, what does UTM stand for? Correct answer is Unified Threat Management. In networking cables, what does UTP stand for? Universal Twisted Pair, Unshielded Twisted Protocol, Unshielded Twisted Pair, or Uninterrupted Twisted Pair? In networking cables, what does UTP stand for? Correct answer is Unshielded Twisted Pair. In programming, what does VBA stand for? Virtual Basic Assembly, Visual Basic, Visual Binary Access, or Variable Business Application? In programming, what does VBA stand for? Correct answer is Visual Basic. What does VDE stand for in computing environments? Virtual Desktop Environment, Visual Data Exchange, Virtual Data Engine, or Visual Desktop Engineering? What does VDE stand for in computing environments? Correct answer is Virtual Desktop Environment. What does VDI stand for in virtual solutions? Virtual Data Interface, Virtual Desktop Internet, Virtual Desktop Infrastructure, or Virtual Device Integration? What does VDI stand for in virtual solutions? Correct answer is Virtual Desktop Infrastructure. In network segmentation, what does VLAN stand for? Virtual Local Area Network, Virtual Line Access Network, Variable Local Area Network, or Virtual Long Distance Area Network? In network segmentation, what does VLAN stand for? Correct answer is Virtual Local Area Network. What does VLSM stand for in subnetting techniques? Variable Length Subnet Mask, Variable Length Subnet Masking, Virtual Length Subnet Masking, or Variable Local Subnet Masking? What does VLSM stand for in subnetting techniques? Correct answer is variable length subnet masking. In computing environments, what does VM stand for? Virtual memory, virtual module, virtual machine, or verified machine? In computing environments, what does VM stand for? Correct answer is virtual machine. What does VoIP stand for in telecommunications? Voice over Internet Protocol, Virtualization over Internet Protocol, Virtualization of Internet Protocol, or Voice over Integration Protocol? What does VoIP or VoIP stand for in telecommunications? Correct answer is Voice over Internet Protocol. In cloud networking, what does VPC stand for? Virtual Public Cloud, Virtual Private Cloud, Virtual Protected Cloud, or Verified Private Cloud? In cloud networking, what does VPC stand for? Correct answer is Virtual Private Cloud. What does VPN stand for in secure communications? Virtual Public Network, Verified Private Network, Virtual Private Network, or Virtual Protected Network? What does VPN stand for in secure communications? Correct answer is Virtual Private Network. What does VTC stand for in corporate communications? Video teleconferencing, visual telecommunication, virtual task conference, or voice telecon circuit? What does VTC stand for in corporate communications? Correct answer is video teleconferencing. Which of the following defines WAF in web security? Web Access Framework, Web Application Firewall, Wide Area Filter, or Website Authentication Facility? Which of the following defines WAF in web security? Correct answer is Web Application Firewall. In wireless networking, what does WAP commonly refer to? Wireless Application Protocol, Wide Area Port, Wireless Access Point, or Wired Access Point? In wireless networking, what does WAP commonly refer to? Correct answer is Wireless Access Point. What is the meaning of WEP in wireless security? Wireless Encryption Protocol, Wired Equivalent Protection, Wireless Equivalent Protection, or Wired Equivalent Privacy? What is the meaning of WEP in wireless security? Correct answer is Wired Equivalent Privacy. What does WIDS stand for in wireless security monitoring? Wireless Intrusion Detection System, Wireless Integration Detection Service, Wideband Intrusion Detection System, or Wireless Interface Detection Suite? What does WIDS stand for in wireless security monitoring? Correct answer is Wireless Intrusion Detection System. Which term best describes WIPS in wireless defenses? Wireless Intrusion Detection Service, Wireless Intrusion Prevention System, Wideband Intrusion Prevention Service, or Wireless Integration Protection Suite? Which term best describes WIPS in wireless defenses? Correct answer is wireless intrusion prevention system. In facilities and maintenance, what does WO typically mean? Work order request, work operation, work order, or work overview? What does WO typically mean in facilities and maintenance? Correct answer is work order. What does WPA stand for in Wi-Fi security standards? Wireless protection algorithm, Wi-Fi protected access, wireless privacy access, or wired protected access? What does WPA stand for in Wi-Fi security standards? Correct answer is Wi-Fi protected access. What is WPS used for in wireless networks? Wireless provisioning service, Wi-Fi provisioning system, Wi-Fi protected setup, or wireless private setup? What is WPS used for in wireless networks? Correct answer is Wi-Fi protected setup. What does WTLS refer to in mobile security? Wireless transport layer security, web transport layer security, wireless TLS extension, or wireless transport layer security? What does WTLS refer to in mobile security? Correct answer is wireless transport layer security. Which best describes XDR in threat management? Cross detection and response, extended data recovery, extended detection and response, or extreme detection resource? Which best describes XDR in threat management? Correct answer is extended detection and response. What does XML stand for in data interchange? Extensible markup link, exchange markup language, extended markup language, or extensible markup language? What does XML stand for in data interchange? Correct answer, extensible markup language. In logic and cryptography, what does XOR mean? Exclusive on, exchange or execute or? In logic and cryptography, what does XOR mean? Correct answer is exclusive or. What is another name for XSRF in web security? Cross-site request forgery, cross-site resource forgery, cross-site remote forgery, or cross-server request forgery? What is another name for XSRF in web security? Correct answer is cross-site request forgery. What does XSS stand for when discussing web vulnerabilities? Cross-site script, cross-site scripting service, cross-site scripting, or cross-site secure scripting? What does XSS stand for when discussing web vulnerabilities? Correct answer is cross-site scripting. And that is it for this part of the CompTIA Security Plus. This was the acronyms. If you've already watched the rest of the sections, then good luck on your exam, and stay tuned for all the different Security Plus as well as other exam prep materials on the channel.